Chapter 1. As I walked out of class, I sighed in relief. Thank God it ended. I was about to lose my mind. In class, I was practically drooling. No, not because there was a handsome guy, but out of sheer boredom. I walked to my locker and got out my books, but gritted my teeth when I saw who was standing next to me. Great, she needs to make my day even more dreadful. You're not wanted in this school. The school's Queen Bee, Aprilia, sneered, making me glare. Shut up. I pushed her backwards, making her stumble. Being outraged was an understatement. I was frustrated, annoyed, and angry. I had gone through a horrible day, and I didn't need anyone else to worsen my already foul mood. Aprilia stared at me with disgust, then looked at her group of followers. Let's go. She motioned for them to go after her. I watched as her friends walked behind her like lost puppies. I slammed my locker shut and held my books in one hand. Everyone in the hallway was gawking at the scene that had just happened, but looked away when they saw me glaring at them. I chuckled lowly as I moved down the hall to my class. Idiots. I passed a couple of classes, but stood in my place when I saw the jocks making fun of the school's nerd, Nathaniel. Anger flashed through my whole body. How dare they? The thing that I hate about jocks the most is that they humiliate the people whom they think are lower than themselves. I strolled in their direction and pushed whoever was in front of me away until I was standing in front of the football captain, Dermot. The sickening smirk that was on his face made me want to wipe it right off, but I held myself back. Get out of here, I stated, my tone dead serious. I stared at Dermot with challenging eyes. If he knew what was best for him, then he would back down. Luck was on his side since he thought of the consequences before making another move. Dermot nodded, then turned around and walked away after shooting Nathaniel a glare. Thanks, someone whispered. I looked at Nathaniel to see if he was sweating, but he was giving me a grateful smile. I nodded, showing no emotion, before continuing on to my class. Like always, all of the students got out of my way in fear. The bell rang, making everyone run around to reach their classes, but I kept my pace slow. Who cares about school? I pushed my classroom door open and entered, ignoring my teacher's shouts. I was sick of them. I sat in the last row and put my notebook on the table before opening it and sketching a wolf's outline. The teacher sighed, frustrated, and resumed explaining the lesson. It was time for me to zone out. I am Vivian White. I am 17 years old and have no friends. My family is gone, and I am an outcast in this school. No one dares to talk to me. I'm known for being tough and serious, which is why most students hate me. I have long black silk hair and Vivian eyes. That's why they called me Vivian. I am 5'6" with an hourglass figure. A folded paper was lying next to my notebook, so I looked up to see Aprilia whispering in a guy's ear while giggling. That girl. I unfolded the small paper and gritted my teeth when I read what was written. You're a freak. I ripped the paper into tiny pieces and continued with my drawing. Sometimes I wish I could make her disappear. Yeah, I hate her. I narrowed my eyes when I saw the teacher's hand on my table. Mrs. Harriet. She was the worst teacher you could ever find on this planet. She was a redhead with a strict attitude who liked to make her students' lives a living hell. I have always disliked her. From the moment I saw her 2 years ago, I knew she was bad news. Over what were the countries fighting in World War II, Miss White? Mrs. Harriet asked with a sharp glint in her eyes. I knew that she wanted me to embarrass myself in class, but I just shrugged and crossed my arms. I have no idea, I muttered in a bored tone, looking the teacher dead in the eye. Her eyes held so much anger. Why aren't you paying attention, Miss White? She tried to control herself by taking deep breaths, but I knew she was seconds away from kicking me out of class. Because I'm bored to death and you're a lousy teacher. I paused before continuing. Plus, you're boring. I stated it in a matter-of-fact tone, which made the whole class stare at me in shock. Out of my class, Miss White. To the principal's office. No. Miss Harriet boomed, her voice sending chills down my spine, but I held my ground. I put my notebook and pen in my bag and walked out of the room while clenching my fists. Everyone was watching me intently, waiting for me to start a fight with my teacher, but I shook my head and opened the door, walking out. Before I could close it, I heard Aprilia say, "Good thing she's gone. No one likes her." I walked down the hall to the principal's office and then sat in the waiting chairs. Amanda, his secretary, was looking into some papers. She didn't care or ask any questions about why I was here, which I was glad about. "The principal is waiting for you, Vivian." I heard her voice ringing in my ears, making me stand up straight and enter the office, holding my head up high. The principal was in his usual suit with a black tie and sighed when he saw me. "Have a seat." He ushered me in, and I sat down. He looked at me with eyes that demanded an explanation, so I justified the reason for my visit. Principal Edward rubbed his temples and looked at me with determined eyes. His dark brown eyes were tired from all the stress, and his white hair was neatly combed. "I was talking to your uncle, Conrad White." He looked at me, waiting for my answer, and I nodded. "He informed me that you're moving in with him." That shocked me. Why? Why did he want me to move in with him? Isn't my life ruined enough? I nodded and looked at the door. I tried to get out of here as fast as I could. The principal noticed my discomfort and allowed me to exit, his face showing no emotion. I held my bag in my left hand and walked out of the office, biting my tongue. Once no one was around, I ran out of school as fast as my feet could take me. I live with my aunt because my parents passed away 2 years ago. Yes, my parents died, and a part of me died with them. I'm no longer the funny, sweet girl that everybody loved, but the harsh and strict tomboy that everyone despises. Before my parents' death, I was a completely different person. I used to prank people and socialize with everyone, but I was crushed when I saw the horrific scene that was in front of me 2 years ago. It all came back to me. It's you and me, moving at the speed of light into eternity. Tonight is the night. To join me in the middle of ecstasy. I watched the moon as music blared through my earphones. I loved that song. I sighed as the wind blew and averted my gaze to the small pond in front of me. I looked at the clock and noticed that it was 11 p.m. Already. I guess I have to go to the house or Mom will have a heart attack. I looked at the scenery in front of me for the last time and turned around, walking back to my house. Dad always said that walking in the forest at night was dangerous, but what can I say? I'm adventurous. Even with Dad's constant warnings, I couldn't stay away from the forest near our house. We've been living here for 3 years, and from the beginning, I've visited the forest day after day. When I'm in the middle of the woods, I always feel comfortable, free even. I could think of anything and let all the bad memories fade away. I stepped on a branch but kept on going. It was darker than usual tonight. I saw a small light from behind a tree further ahead and walked faster, wondering what had happened. As I took more steps, the light became bigger, making me run faster. What was going on? Soon, all I could see was the house on fire. Our home is on fire. I was too shocked as I looked at the house to realize the people around me. A fireman pulled me backwards, telling me to stay away, but I was too stunned to answer him. I finally realized what was happening and struggled to free myself from his grip. "Little girl, you have to stay here," he said firmly. I looked at him with tears in my eyes. I couldn't believe this was actually happening. "What? My family is in there. Let me go," I yelled as I continued struggling. The man pulled me back and put both of his hands on my shoulders, staring at me with sympathetic eyes. "You can't go in there. We're trying our best to save your family," the man said, with sweat leaking down his forehead. He ushered someone in, and soon I was being pulled away by a woman. I looked at her face. The only thing I saw was that she had freckles. "Honey, we have to stay here and ask you a couple of questions," she said, and I looked at her with disbelief. I couldn't believe it. My family was in a fire, and she wanted to ask me questions. "What? My family is in there. I have to go." I screamed at the top of my lungs and started to run towards the house, but was held back by 2 men. There were shouts from the people around me, making me sob. I walked out of school, shaking the memory away, clutching my bag with one hand while the other was clenched into a fist. I couldn't believe this was happening to me again. I felt tears prickle my eyes, but blinked them away. I wouldn't show any weakness from now on. I took the usual shortcut from the school to my house, or in this case, my aunt's house. When my parents died, I had to move in with Aunt Caroline. Aunt Caroline is cool. She loves me as if I'm one of her children, which I am grateful for. I used to go to a therapist, but stopped when the others noticed that there was no use. The main reason for going to therapy was my overwhelming grief. I felt like I couldn't go on for a short period after my parents died, but Aunt Caroline was there to help me through the darkest moments. I felt like everything was taken away from me. Every night, I sat in my room and wondered, why did this happen to me? Many questions go through my mind, but they remain unanswered. I spotted the house a few feet away and walked faster. Does my aunt have any idea of this, of me going with my uncle to another place? A part of me said, of course, she has an idea, while another part disagreed. Once I was near the house, I saw Aunt Caroline waiting for me outside the door. She was in her usual plain clothes and red apron. Aunt Caroline had dark blue eyes that were similar to my mother's. She had dark golden curls that stopped at her waist. She had a smile that could brighten any person's world. "Good afternoon, sweetie," she greeted. I gave her a small smile before entering the house. The house I was living in was normal. It consisted of 4 rooms, a living room, and 3 bedrooms. I looked at the usual white walls, then ran up to my room. I knew that my aunt wanted to talk to me. I entered my bedroom and threw my bag on my bed. My room is blue and white. My twin-sized bright blue bed was in the middle of my room, while my white closet was on the other end. My curtains were blue, and I had a window next to my closet that had a view of everything outside. Someone knocked on the door, making me turn. I was not surprised when I saw Aunt Caroline behind the door. She had a timid smile on her face as she closed the door quietly. She took a few steps, then sat on the bed, patting the space next to her. I realized that she wanted me to sit next to her, so I moved forward and sat beside her. I knew what she wanted to say. "Vivian, dear, I know you're under a lot of stress, but you have to travel and go to your uncle's school. Honey, your uncle called me today and..." She sighed and rubbed her temples. "You have to pack and be ready tomorrow morning. You're moving to your uncle's school." I thought I saw sorrow in her eyes, but I mentally shook my head. Everyone pitied me. "Okay," I answered quickly before standing up and walking to the bathroom, closing the door behind me. I put my hands on the sink and closed my eyes. Everything was going to repeat. New life, new school, being an outcast. Everything was going to change again. After a few minutes, I got out of the bathroom and saw no one in my room, so I plopped onto my bed, sighing as I thought of what would happen. Soon, I was drifting off, and at last, I fell asleep. "Vivian, it's time to go," my aunt yelled. I zipped my suitcase and walked out of my room, holding the case in one hand. I was wearing dark blue denim jeans with a black jacket that had a panda drawing on the side. I saw my aunt standing next to the stairs. She had a slight smile on her face. When I reached the base of the stairs, I was pulled into a hug. "I'm going to miss you," she murmured in my ear. I patted her on the back and smiled a little when she pulled away. "Me too," I whispered before walking out of the house. I gasped when I saw a black limo in front of me. The driver, wearing a black suit, opened the door and took the suitcase from my hand when I entered. As the limo moved, I saw my aunt waving, so I waved back. I looked at the trees passing by and sighed. I know that the future will hold many surprises, but I hope they are good ones. Chapter 2. I glared at the driver. The man did not talk during the whole ride from London, and it was getting on my nerves. Yes, my uncle actually lives in England, Sheffield, to be exact. I remember visiting this place once in my entire life, but from what I recall, it was beautiful. I think I was 10 when I went there. Everything was green. My uncle resided in a big mansion near his private school. Yes, he does own a private school and is the principal of Sheffield Academy. I don't really know what the S represents, but I know the school offers a great education. I looked outside the limo and my eyes widened. I remembered Sheffield being beautiful, but not this beautiful. Everything was green, the whole place. There were no buildings or houses, just trees and large landscapes. My jaw hit the floor when the limo parked. In front of me was a vast castle. The driver came to my side and opened the door. I stumbled as I got out of the limo, still surprised by what was in front of me. All of a sudden, the life was being hugged out of me, making it hard to breathe. When the person pulled away, I was looking into my uncle's eyes. A smile made its way to my face, and it was my turn to hug the life out of Uncle Conrad. It had been a long time since I had seen Uncle Conrad. The last time I saw him was at my parents' funeral. My smile dropped when I thought of them. My uncle noticed, but didn't press the issue any further. He knew I wasn't comfortable with the subject. "Wow, kiddo, you've grown up a lot since I last saw you." I smiled a little when I heard him say that. It was the first time a person had looked at me with that amount of admiration in their eyes. All I had seen from people was pity. What I like most about Uncle Conrad is his heart. It is so big that it could fit any person in this world. "I missed you. How are you?" He asked me with a glint of interest in his eyes. He had a wide smile on his face. It was as if I had lightened his whole world, which I doubted I did. I looked down and muttered that I was fine. I thought he didn't hear me because of how low my voice was, but I was surprised when I heard him hum in approval. "I'm really glad you're here, Vivian." He flashed me a big smile that I returned with a nod. I could see that Uncle Conrad had changed a lot in the past few years. His dark brown hair had white locks, and his dark blue eyes, that once were filled with joy and happiness, were now tired. The gate of the school opened, and the smell of roses immediately greeted me. The school's entrance looked like a forest. There was an aisle of small rocks in the middle, while huge trees lined the sides. I saw students walking a few feet away from us, but the strange part was that they lowered their heads when they passed by my uncle and me. I guess it was weird, because I'd never seen people do that except in movies. Maybe it was tradition to lower your head when the principal passed by. Who knows? Many students stared at me as if I were an alien from Mars, but when their attention went to my uncle, they quickly lowered their heads and looked away. What was up with them? We passed many hallways. Each was more beautifully decorated than the last. All I could say was that the school's inner part was mesmerizing. As we walked, my uncle told me that he wanted to get some things from his office. I nodded and waited for him outside. My uncle talked about many things, but I didn't listen to a word because the beautiful portraits hypnotized me. At the moment, my uncle was bringing something from his office, and I was bored. I looked to my right and found a huge oak door. Should I go in there? I stared at the door as many questions crossed my mind. I finally decided to pull myself together. I took a few steps forward and opened the door. I was anxious and slightly scared of what might be behind it, but my hand left the doorknob when I saw what was inside. Tons and tons of books were lined up on the shelves. I looked around me in awe as I touched the spines of the books. A book title caught my eye. It was called Le Monde Surnaturel. I looked at the book, confused, so I opened it. The first sentence that I read was Le Monde Surnaturel est defies and cinq royaumes. I frowned when I saw that the language was French. I started flipping through the pages, and my confusion increased when I saw pictures of mythical creatures. I jumped when I heard someone cough from behind me. I looked up to see my uncle standing a few feet away from me with a slight smile on his face. I nervously put the book back in place and stared at my uncle, worried. I couldn't find anything to say, but crinkled my nose when I heard Uncle Conrad chuckle. "It's okay, I won't bite, Vivian," Uncle stated as he strode in my direction. He took the book that I was looking at from the shelf and stared at the title with an amused expression. "Supernatural creatures, huh?" he asked as his eyes bore into mine. I nodded and crossed my arms. He started humming and looked at me. "What's your favorite mythical creature?" His eyes shone with excitement. Why was he that excited? Vampire? I answered, but it sounded more like a question. I saw his eyes darken but returned to their standard color in seconds. Okay, this is so weird. How did his eyes change color? Vampires? Don't you like witches, for example? I looked at him, puzzled. Who was talking about witches? Uncle Conrad waited for my answer, looking at me with a serious expression. I think vampires are better. I trailed off, and once again, Uncle Conrad's eyes darkened. We stood in an uncomfortable silence, but it was my uncle who broke it. "Follow me. I will show you your dorm," he said before walking out of the huge library. I followed him as we walked down many halls. No one was in the hall. I think they were in their classes. "Your dorm is in this building." I looked around and saw that this hall was different. Instead of having white wallpaper, it was golden. I felt like royalty. Everything was red and gold. Uncle looked at me with excitement in his eyes. The dorms were all full, so this is the only place that you could stay. He flashed me a big grin and opened the door. He ushered me to come inside, looking like a child who had just got a cookie. I gasped as I saw the whole dorm. It wasn't something I was expecting. I thought the dorm was supposed to have a bed and bathroom, but I was so wrong. A huge living room with a large plasma screen TV lay there. I looked toward the other end of the dorm and saw a large, modern silver kitchen. I heard some noise. A door opened, and I nearly fainted. It was Adonis himself. The guy had very light, emo-styled blonde hair with piercing blue eyes. He was tall, about 6'2". He was wearing dark blue skinny jeans with a gray button-up shirt. He was attractive. "Ciao, Mr. White." His voice was even better. His deep voice sent chills down my spine in a good way. My uncle and the guy shook hands. I didn't realize I was gawking until he looked at me and winked. "Ichi questa bella signora? And who is this lovely lady?" The guy that I still didn't know took my hand and kissed it, making me blush. "Il mio nome è Giovanni too? My name is Giovanni, and you?" I looked at him with a frown on my face. The guy, whose name was Giovanni, looked at my uncle, who was nodding. Giovanni nodded and sent me a smile. He had dimples. "I'm sorry for that. My name is Giovanni." He extended his hand, and I shook it with a smile of my own. "I repeat my apologies. I didn't know that you don't understand Italian." "It's okay." "I'm Vivian. It's a pleasure to meet you, Giovanni," I said. "Gio, did you see my socks?" someone screamed, and my eyes averted to a tall guy. The first thing that I noticed was that he was muscular. He had light brown hair with striking green eyes. His eyes shone when he saw me. In a flash, he was in front, shaking my hand with a huge grin on his face. "You must be Vivian. We've heard a lot about you." "I'm Brian, but you can call me Bri," he said enthusiastically. I smiled at him and nodded. I was about to say, "It's a pleasure to meet you," but stopped when I saw him looking me up and down. "Hey, Remy." He turned around and screamed for someone. "She is hot." I blushed when I heard him say that. Giovanni smacked Brian across the head while glaring, making Brian mutter incoherent things. "Dude, Conrad's right in front of you," Giovanni hissed, making Brian nod. Brian looked at me and smirked. "Girl, you're hot." That earned him another smack across the head. Brian rubbed the back of his head, and I shot him a glare. I didn't look that old. "Fine, she is cute." By now, Brian was clutching his stomach in pain. My eyes widened when I noticed what just happened. Giovanni just kicked Brian in the gut. "Her uncle is right in front of you." Giovanni put his hands on his hips as he glared at Brian. "Oh wow," Brian said, then groaned. He looked at me for a second, then stared at my uncle. Then, "Your niece is hot." He flashed me another smile, making me blush. Brian snaked his arm around my waist and wiggled his eyebrows. "How about we continue this in my room?" he suggested, looking thoughtful for a moment. I turned my head and saw my uncle glaring at Brian. "Get your hands off of her." My uncle's voice boomed, making both Brian and me jump. Brian turned around and saluted my uncle. "Yes, sir," he said and lowered his hand, mimicking a soldier. I mentally chuckled when I saw him do that. I guess he was the Joker. My uncle sighed and rubbed his temples. "I have some things to do." He looked at me and instantly smiled softly. "Vivian, your suitcase is in your room. I have to go now, but I'll check up on you later." He patted me on the shoulder, then left the dorm. "What's going on in here?" Another male voice joined the room, followed by another pair of footsteps. A guy, about 6'3", entered the living room. I caught my breath when I saw him. His silver eyes bore into mine, making me melt in them. His silver eyes turned cold as he stared at me, and I noticed his fists clench. Someone behind him coughed, making my eyes avert to a golden-eyed guy. He had black hair and a sculpted jaw. He smiled and dashed to stand next to me. "Hi, I'm Remy. It's nice to meet you finally, Vivian." I nodded before answering. "You too." Wait, how did he know my name? Remy must have noticed my confusion because he quickly replied. Oh, and everyone in this school knows your name. After all, you're the Remy started, but hissed in pain when Jayavan hit him with his elbow. Shut up, he ordered. I looked between both of them, not really knowing what to say. They seemed to be discussing with their eyes. Leave those two alone, they're always like that. Brian had his hands in his pockets while wearing a smirk. Oh, by the way, this is Eric. He slapped the silver-eyed dude as he grinned. Eric glared at me before nodding and turning around, probably returning to his room. I stood there confounded as I stared at Eric's back. What was wrong with him? Brian was staring at me with an apologetic look on his face. Jayavan and Remy just sighed and followed Eric after saying, "Excuse me. I'm just going to unpack my bag." I sent Brian a small smile that he returned with a smile of his own, but I knew it was fake. I took a step forward, but stopped when I realized that I didn't know where my room was. I looked at Brian with an embarrassed look on his face, making him chuckle. "Follow me." That was all he said before walking. I went after him and stopped when I saw him open a door. "I'll leave you to unpack your things. If you want anything, then I'm on the other side of the dorm." He smiled and walked away. I looked at the room and gasped. It was everything I wished for. The room was Vivian and White. There was a king-sized bed on the left side of the room that was covered with a silk Vivian bedspread. The curtains at the other end of the room were also Vivian. I gawked at the side of the room, my room. I still couldn't believe it. The wall behind my bed was Vivian and had all sorts of classical drawings on it. The whole room was just breathtaking. I took a few steps forward, still stunned, and stopped when I saw a pair of double doors. I slowly put my hand on the knob and opened it only to see an empty walk-in closet. A smile made its way to my face, and I saw myself looking at another door. It must be the bathroom. I opened the door and, as I thought, it was the bathroom. It was huge. There was a huge bathtub in the middle of it that looked like a jacuzzi. I left the bathroom and let out a laugh. I couldn't believe this was all mine. For the first time in a long time, I found a genuine smile on my face. I let out a laugh and sat on the bed, touching the silky bedspread. I thought about many things, but my mind wandered to Eric and his behavior. I didn't really know what I did wrong for him to behave like that, and it really annoyed me.
Chapter 3. Author's Introduction. When you enter a new world, the first thing you notice is the language. In Chapter 3, Vivian starts to hear things she shouldn't, fragments of Italian, whispered secrets about a supernatural council, and slip-ups about her being a princess. But the most dangerous moment isn't what she hears, it's what she does. Pay close attention to the scene in the clothing store. Vivian thinks she's just imagining things, but her anger is about to manifest in a way that proves she is far more than just a human girl.
Chapter narration. My eyelids fluttered open and closed again as sunlight hit them. I groaned and forced my eyes to open, taking in the room. I smiled once again when I thought of it as my room. I sat up straight, yawning as I stretched. I took the covers off and stood up, slowly walking to the bathroom while I rubbed my eyes. Last night was pure bliss. The bed was as comfortable as feathers. I did everything I needed to do in the bathroom, then went out. I opened my walk-in closet and took out a pink and white sweater. Yes, it was cold here. I wore my black skinny jeans along with it, then combed my hair. I decided to leave it straight because it looks better that way. Looking at the clock, I saw that it was 10 a.m. Wow, that was a lot of sleep for me. I put on my white sports shoes and walked to my door. I froze in place when I realized something. There was school today. I rushed out of my room but stopped. I had no bag. I heard someone talking, so I followed the sound that was leading to the living room. Isn't today a regular school day? Shouldn't everyone be in their classes? Va bene, 6 ringrazio Martin, si certo. Ho intenzione di parlar con il consiglio sopranatural solo question. Very well, thank you Martin, yes sure. I am going to talk with the Supernatural Council about the issue. I frowned when I heard Jayavan say that. Why did he have to talk in Italian? I understood none of it. I'm not sure, but I think I heard him say a word in Italian that's close to supernatural. I wasn't really sure. Certo, non preoccupati. Sure, don't worry about it. I was hiding behind the wall that led to the living room. I have to say, Giovanni sounded pretty attractive when he was talking Italian. I smacked myself, but immediately regretted it. Pain surged through my head, making me hiss silently. What was that about? I think it was Brian who was asking. Giovanni was mumbling a couple of things, but finally raised his head to stare at Brian. Brian had his feet on the table and his hands behind his back. He was wearing black baggy jeans, a red t-shirt, and a black jacket. I'm not sure, but I think it was leather. Nothing. Just a few problems with the council. Giovanni sighed. I frowned. Council of what exactly? Giovanni was rubbing his temples, looking worn out. Brian was nodding, telling Giovanni that he understood what he meant. I decided that it was time to reveal myself, so I stepped forward. Almost instantly, both of them spotted me. Giovanni's face broke into a smirk while Brian's broke into a smile. Morning. I smiled at Brian, and he said morning back. Giovanni put his arm around my shoulders. Good morning, Sleeping Beauty. He lowered his arm and leaned against the wall. I actually blushed when he said that. Blushed. Can you believe that? I don't blush, but then again, when I was in Oklahoma, no one complimented or even flirted with me. Morning, I murmured back. I moved forward and sat next to Brian on the sofa. Giovanni narrowed his eyes while looking at Brian. This made him chuckle. I didn't understand why Giovanni was glaring, maybe because Brian's arm was around my shoulder. I wasn't sure. Shouldn't today be a regular school day? I turned my head to look at Brian. He was staring at me with a small smile, but finally nodded. Yeah, but your uncle said that we can take the day off to go and buy school necessities and clothes. He looked at what I was wearing, then his lips turned into a thin line. Exactly. He pointed to my sweater, making me look down. Why did I have to wear this sweater today? Oh yes, because it was cold. Hey, my clothes aren't that bad, I exclaimed, crossing my arms. Brian looked at Giovanni, who was chuckling. I sent Giovanni a glare. Come on, my clothes aren't unfashionable. I looked down at my clothes and frowned. Okay, maybe they were. Brian looked at me with serious eyes. I smiled when I heard my new nickname. I like that. You have to wear fashionable clothes, he cried out, throwing his hands up in the air. I heard Giovanni hum in agreement, and I mumbled under my breath. Yeah, people gang up on me. Note the sarcasm. After all, he paused before continuing. You are the princess, principal's niece, he said quickly. I looked at him confused. Did he say princess? What does it have to do with me being the principal's niece? Brian was sweating and looked nervous. I stared at him for a short while, then looked at Giovanni, who was glaring daggers at Brian. Giovanni coughed, grabbing my attention, and started talking. What Brian meant is that you have to wear designer clothes because you're family to the principal. Giovanni finished, looking proud of himself. I nodded and stood up. I couldn't help the fact that I was still puzzled, but I didn't press the subject. I was about to ask Giovanni where the other guys were when Remy entered the room with Eric, who was trailing behind him. Remy's face brightened when he saw me. I sent him a cheeky grin, making him smirk. What was up with Giovanni and Remy always smirking? Hola, he greeted, making me chuckle. I said my greeting and looked at Eric, who wore a dark expression. All the guys were looking at him with their jaws clenched. They probably wanted him to show some respect. Eric finally nodded my way. Hi. He turned around and went to the kitchen. I looked down, staring at the table in front of me. I still didn't know why Eric hated me. I knew hate was a strong word, but by the looks of it, I think he does. I just arrived yesterday, and I've done nothing to him to act this way. Don't mind Eric. He doesn't really interact with new people, so he needs time for warming up to you, Remy chirped in an excited voice. He was wearing dark blue jeans with a black t-shirt. Don't you get cold? I frowned as I asked Remy that. He shrugged and wore a jacket. I got used to the cold here, so it doesn't matter. I was not convinced by his answer, but nodded anyway. The guys and I decided that it was the perfect time to go shopping. Giovanni and Remy seemed excited, while Brian and Eric were dreading it. The guys told me that we had to cross a few towns to reach the clothing stores. I asked Remy if there were any malls close by. His only reply was, "There are no malls here." At the moment, I was in Brian's new car. I didn't really know what type of car it was, but Brian kept on talking about it. "I'm the first one to buy this car. This car is fantastic. My car is one of a kind. I love this car." I wanted to tape his mouth shut to make him shut up. Of course, Brian was the one driving the car. Jayavan was sitting in the passenger seat, talking about how beautiful the girls this year were. To my luck, Eric was sitting next to me in the back seat. He was clenching his fists. Thankfully, Remy was sitting on my right side, making jokes. Eric hated me. Yes, I knew hate was a strong word, but that was what I thought. From the moment I stepped inside the dorm, Eric didn't even speak to me. It was strange. I looked at Remy, who was in an argument with Jayavan and Brian. It had to do with hot girls and celebrities. They're such guys. "We're almost there," shouted Brian. All of a sudden, the car stopped. I looked around me and saw people walking. "Guess we're here. Put on your sunglasses, boys. It's time to work our charms." What was Jayavan talking about? What charms? What? I was confused right now. Jayavan turned his whole body around and stared at me with a smirk on his face. "Guys like us," he pointed to all the guys, "have to look cool." He stated in a matter-of-fact tone. "Right?" Brian said, looking at me in the rearview mirror. "After all, we're royal, ow." He cried out and clutched his shirt. "For the love of God, Eric, why did you, ow?" I looked at Brian, whose eyes turned gold. "What the? Eric?" I stared at Jayavan wide-eyed. I never thought he could be this intimidating. Jayavan was looking at Eric with a threatening expression. I never thought Jayavan would look this serious. I heard a dark chuckle coming from my left side, so I turned my head and looked at Eric, who had a smirk on his face. The tension was thick in the air and increasing. I saw Brian relax a bit, but I was still worried. "Did he need a hospital? Brian, are you okay?" He nodded, but I was still concerned. Jayavan and Eric ended their glaring fest and put on their sunglasses.
Author insight: Brian is terrible at keeping secrets. First, princess, now royal. But the most important detail. Brian's eyes turned gold when Eric hurt him. Vivian brushed it off, but that was your first visual confirmation: these boys are not human.
Chapter narration continued. "Come on, Vivian. Let's get you some awesome clothes." Remy winked and opened the door. He held out his hand, and I took it, stepping outside. He was such a gentleman. "Can we go?" I groaned as I threw the last piece of clothing on Remy's head. I was never a fan of shopping. Remy took the piece of clothing off his head and shot me a glare. "Stop throwing things at me." Wow, someone was snappy today. I am not snappy. He rolled his eyes but froze in place. The others did the same and looked at him with a look that said, "Shut up." "How did you even?" I started, but was cut off by Eric. "Yes, Eric," I was shocked myself. Remy reads people's expressions well, so don't ask. His voice made me freeze. This was the second time I heard his voice in 2 days. I'd say it was an improvement. I nodded and kept going through clothes. Damn, Jayavan, he was the one making me go through this pain. "I think this is enough for today, don't you think, Gio?" Remy asked, amused. A smile made its way to my face, and I silently hoped that Jayavan would say okay. I wanted to leave. No, I needed to leave. If I stayed 5 more minutes in here, then Jayavan was going down. Jayavan sighed and nodded. Sure. What the hell? Why did he sound sad? He wanted to shop more? This was so weird. I never thought a guy would like shopping. All of us went to the cash register and handed our items to the lady. She had dark brown hair and black eyes. When she saw me, she froze, then smiled after a few seconds had passed. The guys were talking to a group of girls a few meters behind. Of course, Eric was talking to none of them. Remy, Brian, and Jayavan made me wait half an hour in the store. Why? Well, they were fighting about who should give me his credit card. It was really fascinating to watch them fight. Each started insulting the other, and then Eric had to break them apart. I don't know, but I had a feeling that Eric was the strongest out of them all. The way he could make them stop anything with a glare was just weird. I paid for the clothes and thanked the lady. Before I could turn around and walk to the guys, the lady grabbed my arm and pulled me in her direction. Your future holds a lot of surprises. Some are good and some are bad. Don't make quick choices and be patient, my child. I took my arm out of her hand and ran to the guys. This was so weird. Why did she tell me that? Many things ran through my head, making me dizzy. Whoa, you okay there? I looked at Brian and nodded, putting a fake smile on my face. I observed the girl in front of me with her friends. This is our friend Vivian. Remy sent me a smile that I gladly returned. The girl that stood in front of me reminded me of Aprilia. I shuddered when I remembered that. Leave the bad memories behind. I gave the girl a small smile and waved. Hi, I'm Vivian. The girl sneered, why is the mensch with you? She spat, and I looked at Remy, who was standing next to me with a puzzled expression. All the guys had dark expressions. I could tell that they were angry. She took a step forward, so we were head to head. She deserves no respect. She is the lowest out of all beings and isn't worthy of living. I gritted my teeth and closed my eyes, holding in my anger. I couldn't believe she just said that. I wanted to punch her so bad. I remembered the cartoons that I used to watch when I was a kid. There was an episode where a girl was lifted into the air and thrown away. I would like to see that happen to her. I opened my eyes when I heard a scream. I thought I was about to look at her, but was surprised when I saw no one there. Her group was running fearfully to the back of the shop. What just happened? I looked at the guys who were staring at me in shock. Jaivon was the first one to snap out of it. His shocked face turned into one with a smirk. Jaivon threw his arm over my shoulder and started walking. I looked at the other guys who also had smirks on their faces. I looked forward and saw Brian's car. The only thing that kept running through my head was, what happened to that girl?
Deep dive analysis, let's break down that ending. A bully calls Vivian a Mensch, German for human, but used here as a slur, implying inferiority. Vivian gets angry, visualizes the girl being thrown, and boom, the girl is gone, her friends are screaming, and the boys are smirking. This confirms two things. 1, the boys knew this would happen. 2, Vivian has latent powers she doesn't understand yet. She isn't just a princess in title. She has the raw power to back it up, and the boys are here to guard her until she figures it out. Speech balloon audience questions. Brian called Vivian princess and royal. Do you think he means actual royalty, or is this a hierarchy within the supernatural world? Why do you think the cashier gave Vivian that warning? Is she a seer, or just someone who knows who Vivian really is? Vivian made the bully disappear with her mind. If you had that power, would you be scared of yourself, or excited? Link next up, Vivian just proved she's dangerous, but the boys aren't scared, they're proud. In the next chapter, we'll see what happens when she stops being the confused new girl and starts asking the real questions.
Chapter 4. Te elevivo detto, I told you. She threw the girl to the end of the store. It was incredible, someone whispered. I think it was Jaivon because he talks the freaky Italian language that I never understood. I was listening to my uncle and Remy, Jaivon, Brian, and Eric talk. They were in his office right now. Some say it is eavesdropping, but to me, it's just listening to people when they don't know it. I didn't really know exactly what he was talking about. I think I heard him say, she threw the girl to the end of the store. What did he mean by that? I threw no one anywhere. Was he talking about that girl I met in the clothing store? I heard some more murmuring from the office, but didn't understand what they were saying. The discussion lasted for 10 more minutes before I heard footsteps. I bit my lip and grew nervous. Where will I go? I looked left, then looked right. Which is the shortest escape route? I heard the footsteps coming closer and took the other way. I ran left, but to my luck, I was caught. And where do you think you're going? Came a voice, making me stop in my tracks. I slowly turned around and came face to face with Brian. I smiled sheepishly and looked behind his head only to see the rest of them lined up behind him. Great, just great. Looking around? I answered. The guys didn't look convinced. Brian had a smirk on his face, same as Remy, while Giovanni stood with crossed arms. Eric, as always, had a neutral face, but I think I saw some smirk. I stared at him, but saw all traces of emotion gone, the same as before. We're going to talk about this later. He gave me a pointed look, and I nodded. Remy threw his arm over my shoulder and pulled me closer to him. What was up with him? So? He looked at me with interest in his eyes. What was he talking about? So what? I replied. I have to say I was puzzled. More than puzzled, actually. Do you like any of the guys in this school? He whispered. Okay, this guy was totally losing his mind. I mean, look at me. Am I dating material? You are. Remy cut in. We all stopped walking and stared at him. The difference was that the guys had a killer glare, while I had a baffled one. I am what? I asked. This is weird. Why does Remy always answer the questions that I ask in my head? What Remy was trying to say was, Giovanni rubbed his neck nervously before continuing. You are a beautiful girl that every guy in the school would want to date. He finished with a smile on his face. I blushed at his comment, and soon, I forgot what I was talking about. What was I talking about anyway? I stared at Giovanni, who had a smirk on his face, and glared. My glare turned into a small smile. I shook my head and walked forward. That boy always knew when to make a girl forget everything. Hey, when will I get my schedule? I asked, looking at the three of them. Where was the fourth one anyway? I saw Eric strolling our way with a soda in his hand. I couldn't help but keep staring at his face. Someone nudged me, making me snap out of my daze. I looked at the person and saw that it was Brian with a slight smirk on his face. What's up with these guys and smirking? This is the second day for me here, and it's the 100th time I've seen them smirk. What? I whispered, but Brian shook his head, chuckling, and turned around. I gazed at his back with my head bent to the right side. Is something wrong with Brian? I guess it is something they call guys are complicated. Giovanni was rubbing his chin. He had a frown on his face. It was as if he was thinking about something that was annoying him. Remy was watching Giovanni with a mischievous glint in his eyes. What were they up to? Well, V, we have some things to do, so you will go with Eric to get your schedule. He spoke enthusiastically before rushing out of the hallway with Giovanni by his side. I stood in place as I replayed what Remy just said. Did he say that I have to go with Eric to get my schedule, or was I not hearing right? I looked at Eric, who was frozen in his place with an icy glare. In a flash, Eric was next to me with his hands in his pockets. He had an unfriendly expression, but quickly turned around and started walking. I think this was his way of telling me to follow him. I walked behind him down the hallways. His muscles were rigid and clenched. I wonder why Remy ran away, leaving me with Eric. I wanted to hear Eric talk. I don't know why, but I just wanted to. So what's up? I wanted to smack myself. What's up, Vivian? Really now? Eric kept on walking, not even glancing once my way. It was as if I wasn't with him. We took a turn that led to another hallway. What's your favorite color? Again with another stupid question. What's wrong with me? Eric looked at me with a murderous glare in his eyes. I was taken aback by it. The anger and hate in his eyes were beyond measure. I realized that it was time to stop talking, so I followed him silently. I'm not sure, but I think Eric is moody. That was just a guess. I saw a woman sitting behind a desk. I turned to look at Eric, but he was too busy looking ahead. I think he was purposely ignoring me. Eric, what a pleasant surprise. What do you want, sweetie? I watched as a big smile set onto Eric's face. I guess he smiles after all. Hi, Claudina. His voice was smooth yet authoritative. The woman's eyes, whom I assume was Claudina, darted to me. And who is this young lady? This is Vivian White, Conrad White's niece. We need her schedule, please. The woman nodded and looked at her computer, probably searching for my name. I looked at Eric and glared. Okay, I officially dislike this guy. What is wrong with him? Claudina printed the papers and handed them to me with a warm smile. Inside is your schedule and the school's map, honey. Welcome to Sheffield Academy. I smiled, thanking her. She reminded me of my mom, always bubbly and full of joy. I looked down at the floor and sighed sadly. Mom, I miss her so much. I really hope she was still here with me, along with Dad. Someone bumped into me, making me look up. Of course, it was none other than Eric. I stared at him quizzically, but he ignored me and continued walking. Does this always have to happen with me? He's walking and I'm following. Oh, for crying out loud, didn't he hear of something called ladies first? After a few minutes of walking, I asked Eric a question. Why do you hate me so much? My voice echoed through the hallway. Eric stopped in his tracks and clenched his fists. We stayed like that for a few seconds before he turned around, looking as if he was ready to kill. He strolled towards me, each step of his making me take a step backwards. Soon, I was trapped beneath his arms. From his eyes, I knew he was more than angry. I hate you. His voice was humorless. He chuckled, but quickly, he was laughing out loud. He suddenly stopped and stared at me with dangerous eyes. I despise you, he spat. His voice was rumbling. His eyes were starting to turn a deep shade of red. His eyes had fire in them. He looked so scary. I took short breaths in and prayed that he wouldn't kill me. Oh my gosh, I didn't know Eric was this scary. What will I do now? I felt a gust of wind and I opened my eyes. No one was in front of me. Eric was gone. I put a hand on my chest and breathed in deeply. My heart was racing 1,000,000 times a minute. I despise you. Why did he say that? I've done nothing to him, but here he is telling me that he loathes me. I looked forward and saw that my dorm was a few feet away. My feet carried me to my dorm, and I slowly opened the door. Instantly, I was greeted in a bone-crushing hug. My head was in someone's chest, making it hard to breathe. Oh, thank God. You took so long. I thought he killed you. I patted Brian's shoulder as he hugged me tighter. I think I was turning blue because I couldn't breathe. Someone finally pulled Brian away from me. I put my hand on my tummy and breathed. I looked at Brian with a frown on my face. He was smiling awkwardly. I smiled a little and chuckled. I thought he would kill you. Well, I thought that too, buddy. It's okay. Finding my schedule took time, so that's why we were late. I gave him the best look of determination, and frankly, he believed me. Wow, my aunt always told me that I was a terrible liar. I stared at the room and saw that Remy was grinning. Jaivon looked deep in thought. That boy was always deep in thought. Eric was changing the channels on the TV. His face was emotionless, as usual, and he didn't look at me to see if I was okay. Jerk. I'll go to my room now, I have some things to do. That was the best excuse that I could come up with. I needed time with myself. I didn't want anyone to interrupt me. Surprisingly, the guys seemed to understand that. All they did was nod and resume what they were doing before I arrived. I slowly walked to my room and opened the door. I put my schedule and the school map on the nightstand and sat on the bed. I looked at the window and started thinking, what made Eric talk to me like that? Does he hate me that much? Why does he even hate me? I looked at my hands inside, but a slight smirk made its way up to my face. I'm going to find out why Eric hates me so much, even if it is the last thing I do.
Chapter 5. Author's Introduction. High school is hard enough without ancient prophecies, hidden agendas, and roommates who smell like blood. In Chapter 5, Vivian thinks she's just surviving a boring Tuesday, but every single interaction is a clue she's missing. Pay close attention to the English lesson about witches and the legend of King Louis. The teacher isn't teaching fiction, she is giving Vivian the history of her own life, right to her face.
Chapter narration. I looked at my schedule, taking everything in. First, I had English literature. I mentally groaned. Come on, who is interested in literature? If they give us Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet, all you need to know is, and Juliet is the sun, that's all. Okay, going on to the next period, physics. Great, a full hour discussing something that I don't care about. My eyes went down to the third period to find biology. Was Tuesday my unlucky day, or what? I had the 3 subjects that I hate in a row. Wonderful, right? My eyes wandered to the next session, and a smile grew on my lips. The 4th period was a break. My smile turned into a frown when I realized that I had no one to sit next to. I shrugged and read what was next. I was used to sitting alone in my old school. It was something normal. Music was next. I liked that. I used to play the piano, but I quit. I wondered where the music class was and what it looked like. I never really took music classes at school. I only took arts and sports. The thing is, I'm a talented person. No one knows that I play the piano, dance, and sing. I usually keep those things to myself. No one cares about the talents that I have. After music, I had chemistry. Another subject that I suck at. My eyes drifted to the last period. Oh my gosh. Why? Why did anyone have to invent something so antagonizing called math? Yep, I hate math. It's one of my sworn enemies, other than chili and sushi. Yeah, I hate sushi. I don't know why, but I do. I frowned when I saw that this was my schedule for today. Wasn't today's schedule a bit short? I shrugged, folding the paper, then putting it in my pocket. Oh, what the hell, I won't say anything. I mean, who wants more hours? I picked up my backpack that was on the floor and left my room. I read some of the school rules. They said not to wear anything too revealing or flashy. I was wearing black skinny jeans with a black hoodie. I wore black boots that had some fur on the top and had my hair loose. Laughter was coming from the living room. It must be the guys. I stepped into the living room and saw Brian and Jayavan laughing about something. Remy was shaking his head with a smile on his face, and Eric was chuckling. My eyes went to Brian once again, but went wide when I noticed what Eric was doing. Wait, he was smiling? I looked at Eric once again, but he was glaring at me. All of them were staring at me. Brian and Remy were frowning, just like Jayavan. Why were they looking at me like that? Was something wrong? Both Remy and Brian were looking at my clothes, dissatisfied. Morning, I said while looking at them. They all murmured morning back, but the duo was still looking at my clothes disapprovingly. I crossed my arms and tapped my foot. This was getting annoying. Why were they looking at my clothes? Was there something wrong with them? What? I snapped, making them look at me with upset eyes. Did I do something wrong? Let me get this straight. Remy started. He was wearing black pants with a white shirt and a leather jacket. His hair was messy, making him look good. I can't believe I just said that. We bought you fashionable clothes for you to wear this? He pointed to my hoodie. I looked at it, frowning, then met Remy's gaze. Yeah. I was looking at Brian as I said that. Remy was about to say something, but was cut off by Brian. Come to think of it, she looks good. He mused while nodding. Remy looked at him disbelievingly, but Brian shrugged. What? Wow, I never thought that was coming. Brian is crying out like a girl. His voice sounded a bit squeaky. Remy rolled his eyes and sat down on the sofa. Looking at the clock, I noticed it was 8. When will we have to be in our classes? I asked Jayavan, who was looking at me with awe. We have to be there after 30 minutes. He replied, and I nodded. Jayavan wrapped an arm around my shoulder and started walking to the door. I heard footsteps following, so I didn't need to turn around to see that it was the guys. We crossed hallways and, as before, passed the school blondes. Each girl was wearing a tighter skirt than the other. I came closer to Jayavan, making him wrap an arm around my waist. I enjoyed the glares that the blondes were giving me. One was glaring, one was giving me a look of envy, and the other was clutching her bag really tight from jealousy. It was fun. What's your locker number? I looked at Jayavan and noticed that his lips were close. I looked away, feeling a blush creep to my cheeks, and answered, 102 Section R. I heard him hum, and that was it. No one talked for a few minutes until Brian decided to break the ice. Show me your schedule, V. I took my schedule from my pocket and unfolded it as I gave it to Brian. Here. Remy and Brian scanned my schedule, then smiled. You have first period with me. You have second period with Remy, third with Jayavan, and sixth with Eric. Lunch is the fourth, but sadly, you don't have the fifth with any of us. He gave me my schedule with a smile. I was still shocked and dreading the last period, mainly because I hate math and I have it with Eric. The next 20 minutes were filled with embarrassing stories told by Remy and Brian. The two always seemed to make jokes out of everything. Come on, V. Brian took my hand and started running. Jayavan was screaming from behind, but Brian laughed it off. It was challenging to catch up to him. He was really fast, swift. Brian stopped in front of an open door. Everything seemed to stop. The students didn't walk, so Brian and I were able to go into class. I looked at Brian with an expression that said, "What was that all about?" However, he shrugged and walked into class as if nothing had happened. I was about to go to the back and sit there, but Brian's firm grip on my hand prevented me from doing so. Next thing I knew, he was pulling me to sit next to him. I scowled when I saw that we were in the front row. Looking at Brian with a glare on my face, I sighed and crossed my arms, leaning back. Soon, students started filling the seats, and the teacher came in. "Hello, class," she greeted, and I heard a series of hellos back. Mrs. Wilson was about to start a lesson, but stopped when she laid eyes on me. "Please don't make me introduce myself. Please don't make me introduce myself." Mrs. Wilson smiled warmly and said, "Oh, you must be the new student, Vivian White." I nodded and smiled back. She turned to the class with an excited smile. "Vivian is the principal's niece and she's new to this school, so make her feel welcome." She finished and smiled at me once again before starting with the lesson. I think I actually like this teacher. She seems bubbly and friendly. I was about to zone out since it's English literature, but what Mrs. Wilson said caught my attention. So today, we're going to start with a new lesson. Witches. Witches are part of the supernatural chain. As we all know, there are 5 supernatural beings: werewolves, vampires, demons, angels, and witches. Witches play an essential role in the supernatural chain because they control elements. We all know the elements: water, fire, air, and earth. The maximum number of elements that witches can have is 2. Most witches get water and wind as elements or earth with another aspect, but a witch can rarely control fire. Most don't know why, but it is rare. The witches had a war against demons many years ago. The witches won and the demons lost. Many lives were lost from both sides, but mostly from demons. A very important king that ruled was King Louis. King Louis was known for his humility. He loved his people and considered them his family. King Louis signed a treaty with the Demon's King to prevent further wars. They say King Louis left the supernatural world because he fell in love with a mortal, and at that time, witches and mortals' relationships were banned. I listened to every single word she said. This was the first time I heard of the supernatural in literature. I looked at Brian and saw him in tune with the lesson. Are they serious? Do they actually believe in witches and supernatural beings? All these thoughts ran through my head, but I continued listening to the teacher. King Louis went and lived with mortals and gave his title to his brother. King Louis lived a very peaceful life, but his life ended. Many people were devastated by the tragic news. There's a legend that says a girl, a witch, will end all problems. A girl will handle soil, wind, heat, and water, meaning all elements. The legend says that this girl will hold more than the 2 elements, she said. I looked at my open textbook and glared at the lines. This couldn't be true. After all, it's just a legend. All too soon, the bell rang signaling the end of the hour. I collected my things and then got up. Brian was still collecting his things when I walked to the door. Someone grabbed my arm and pulled me back. I turned around, ready to shout at the person, but stopped when I realized that it was Mrs. Wilson. I looked at her, puzzled. "You are a special girl, Vivian," she murmured so slowly that it was hard to hear her clearly. I felt Brian's presence behind me. Mrs. Wilson pulled back and softly smiled at us. "Make sure Vivian's comfortable," she said, looking at Brian, then turned around, going back to her business. Brian looked at me with questioning eyes, but didn't ask me anything. We left the class, and I was surprised to see Remy. "Hey," he smiled, making me return it. "Come on, class will start in 5 minutes," he said, taking my hand and running. Brian shouted bye, which I returned with a wave. Dude, this is the second time that someone has held my hand and sprinted down the hall. I ran along with Remy until we reached class. Physics was the same old, boring thing. I nearly fell asleep in class. The teacher made me introduce myself, which I did quickly. Remy looked bored as hell. I think I saw drool on the corner of his mouth. He was playing with a pen, looking at it intently. I thought the pen was going to break from Remy's cruel glare. I was uncomfortable in this class. Everyone was staring at me like I was an alien from Mars. After 60 minutes of energy is blah, 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 the bell rang. Thank God. Remy and I ran as fast as possible out of class. Man, that was boring. Remy groaned, and I nodded in agreement. Mr. Fisher sucks. He put his hands in his pockets and continued walking. That was true. He did suck. Mr. Fisher is a man in his late 40s. He had light brown hair and black eyes. Like most old men, he had a belly. I wanted to cover my nose whenever he passed by me because of his smell. Just like his last name, Mr. Fisher smelled like fish. I mean, he stank, literally. Couldn't he put perfume on or anything? Maybe a shower to make that smell go away? Remy and Brian walked me to the biology class. Here's the class, okay? Remy asked. I nodded with a smile on my face. He smirked, then wrapped an arm around my shoulder. If any of the boys flirt, we're here to kick their ass. I laughed at his joke. My laughter died down when I realized that he wasn't joking. I scratched and shook my head. You're unbelievable, I muttered under my breath. I looked at both of their faces to see them raise their eyebrows. What? I cried out. Both of them shook their heads and patted me on the shoulder, walking forward. I was about to enter the class when I heard Brian scream, "If they do, then tell us." I rolled my eyes at his joke. Whatever, I wasn't telling them anything. I can take care of myself, I don't depend on others. The biology teacher is called Mrs. Allen. She's strict for a teacher. Not once in class did I see her smile. I asked the teacher if I could go to the restroom. She nodded, and I stood up. I got out of class, looking left to right, searching for the girls' bathroom. I stopped when I saw the sign. Wow, that was so easy. I opened the door and went in. There was a girl with wavy blonde hair fixing her makeup. She was beautiful. I saw her eyes in the mirror. They were misty blue. When the girl saw me, she turned, and her eyes instantly lit up. Oh my gosh, you must be Vivian. She squealed and hugged me tightly. I looked at the wall in front of me. Who is she? Did she even know me? She pulled away and blushed when she noticed me gazing at her weirdly. Oh, sorry about that. She smiled a little and fixed her clothes. I'm Claudina. She extended her hand. I directly took hers and shook it. Claudina seemed nice. She was actually the first one other than the guys that I knew in this school. Oh, and if you're wondering how I know you, well, I'm Jayavon's sister. Unfortunately, she added, making me chuckle. Nice to meet you. I smiled back. She was Jayavon's sister. He never told me about her. As if reading my thoughts, she started talking. I bet Jayavon didn't tell you about me. She sighed, then rolled her eyes. Wow, she was the total opposite of Jayavon. If you haven't noticed, my brother is an idiot. I laughed out loud when she said that. I already liked this girl. We calmed down, looked at each other, and then started laughing again. Why are we laughing? I giggled as I asked her that. She shook her head, saying, I don't know. What do you have right now? She asked curiously. I shrugged. Biology with Mrs. Allen. I answered, looking at myself in the mirror. I heard Claudina squeal and clap her hands, making me turn around and stare at her, bewildered. I'm in the class right next to you. How about we hang out in lunch? She gushed, and I laughed lowly. The girl was unbelievable, so hyper. I nodded and smiled when she squealed. I went in my class and sat in my seat waiting for the bell to ring. Come on, I want to eat. I was about to dance in victory when the bell rang. Food, here I come. I walked out of class only to stop and see all 4 guys standing there. The girls that stood next to me were drooling. I walked up to the guys with a smile on my face. Hey, I said, smiling. All 3 of them had serious expressions except Eric, who always had a serious expression. Out of nowhere, all 3 of them, Jayavon, Brian, and Remy, bombarded me with questions related to guys in class. I didn't understand a thing since they were talking at once. Stop. I snapped, frustrated, making them shut up. I sighed and crossed my arms. No one said anything to me, okay? I raised an eyebrow, and they all sighed in relief. Good. Get out of my way, idiot. Someone said, making all of us turn and stare at the person who that said it. Not surprisingly, it was Claudina. She was pushing Jayavon out of her way. The poor guy had an expression of disbelief on his face. Sisters. They are always evil. All of us went to the cafeteria. Claudina was talking about Glee. I listened to what she was saying. She is definitely a Glee fan. Lunch passed quickly, just like the rest of the day. I have to say that I enjoyed art. Art is one of my favorite sessions. It's fantastic, and I can express myself in it. Music went smoothly. We didn't really do anything in music but discuss some notes and the instrument. Right now, I am in my room going through my drawers. Claudina decided to have a girls' night in. She used her puppy dog eyes to pull me in. The guys said that they had something important to do. I'm not sure, but I think I saw Jayavon's hair glow. I think it was my imagination. On top of that, I think I saw him grow wings. I shook my head and sighed. I guess I'm going crazy. Another thing was a tiny bit of blood on Remy's shirt. I'm not sure if it was blood or ketchup. Brian smelled like nature. His earth scent filled the dorm once he entered it. As for Eric, well, his eyes were unnaturally black. It was so weird, so unnatural. Someone knocked on the door, breaking me from my train of thought. I think it was Claudina. I left my room and walked to the door, opening it. Claudina was standing in her place, grinning. Tonight is going to be interesting.
Audience questions. 1. The teacher whispered, "You are a special girl," to Vivian. Do you think the teachers are in on the secret too? 2. Vivian saw Jayavon grow wings and dismissed it as her imagination. At what point does imagination become denial? 3. The boys are protective of her in a way that feels like bodyguards. Do you think they were assigned to protect her, or to keep her prisoner? Next up. Vivian thinks she's having a harmless girls' night with Claudina, but when you're the subject of a supernatural prophecy, even a sleepover can reveal secrets that change everything.
Chapter 6. I jumped when I heard the ghost scream. Okay, this movie was really scary. I looked at Claudina, who was clutching her chest, breathing heavily. She was so into this movie. Her eyes grew wide when the twins started screaming. No, don't open the door, Claudina whispered. I looked at the screen, terrified. Claudina and I were watching Paranormal Activity 2. From the beginning of the movie, both of us had been on edge. I wasn't a fan of horror movies, but Claudina made me watch this. Claudina and I continued watching the movie till the end. I was practically losing my mind. The movie was too scary for my liking. I turned around when I heard rustling. Claudina did the same with a horror look on her face. They came, she whimpered, putting a hand on her mouth. I rolled my eyes and stood up. It's just the wind. I think the window is open, I said, walking to the window. I frowned when I saw that it was locked. It's locked, I heard Claudina mutter. I turned around and smiled a little. I think that it was just, I stopped talking when I heard a door creak open. Both Claudina and I stared at each other wide-eyed. All of a sudden, the room went dark. Claudina let out a small scream, making me nervous. What was happening? Strange noises filled the room. Claudina ran to my side, clutching my hand. What is that? She whispered lowly, watching the room like a hawk. Both of us screamed when we saw a shadow passing by. Lots of shadows started showing up, making both Claudina and me hug each other. Boo! Both Claudina and I screamed loudly, turning around. We stood there in shock as we saw Jayavon and Brian bursting into laughter. I glared and then took a few steps forward, hitting both Jayavon and Brian on their arms, but they didn't feel a thing. Were they made of iron or something? Why did you do that? Claudina yelled, but it didn't affect any of them since they were laughing so hard. I was surprised to see Eric smirking at me. He was entertained, wasn't he? I walked up to him and held my glare. You're enjoying this, aren't you? I accused, pointing a finger at his chest. Eric's expression turned dark. I wanted to take a step back, but held my ground. Everyone around me turned silent as both Eric and I glared at one another. Take your filthy finger off, he snarled, making me push him back. Eric stumbled backwards. Once he regained his balance, he looked at me with a murderous expression. I shouldn't have done that. Eric charged, then pushed me backwards, making me hit the wall roughly. He was breathing heavily as he walked toward me. I stared at him with a fearful expression on my face, afraid he'd hit me again. Jayavan, Brian, and Remy held Eric back, talking some sense into him. Eric, calm down. Remy screamed, pushing Eric, who was struggling to get out of his arms. Someone held my arm. I looked up to see Claudina giving me a soft smile, helping me to stand. I was too shocked to do anything. The look in his eyes was full of hate. I looked at the guys and saw that Remy was pushing Eric outside the room. Jayavan was screaming something, but I didn't hear him. I was too focused on the people leaving the dorm. A part of me wanted to scream aloud while another wanted an explanation. I took my hand out of Claudina's and blinked several times. Someone was shaking me. I looked up and saw Jayavan looking at me with a worried expression on his face. Vivian, are you okay? He asked, his voice full of concern. I shook my head and got out of his grip. I was going to get my answers. Why is he acting this way? I demanded in a firm voice. Jayavan's eyes turned wide. I knew something was up. We told you he doesn't. Don't tell me that he doesn't socialize well with people, Gio. I know it's not the case. From the moment I stepped into this dorm, hate was clear in his eyes. He made that obvious when he told me that he despises me to my face. I threw my arms up as I looked into Jayavan's face. Tell the truth, no lies. I ordered, stomping my foot. Jayavan's eyes softened, but I could see determination in them. He didn't want to tell me. Something was holding him back. What? I pressed. Just tell me. I screamed, but was shocked when Jayavan held my face in his hands. I'm sorry, but I can't. I sighed, looking down, then took a step back. I stared at him disbelievingly as he looked at Brian, who was silent. I turned around, clenching my fists, and slammed my bedroom door shut. I sat on the bed, putting my head in my hands, and took deep breaths. The door opened, and I looked up to see who it was, Claudina. She took small steps ahead, then sat next to me, holding my hand in hers. I'm sure Jayavan didn't tell you because he had a reason. She squeezed my hand. I didn't reply and kept staring at the wall. Claudina sighed, then stood up when she realized that I wasn't going to talk. She left the room, just like that. I looked at the window and got up. It was getting dark outside. I walked to my closet, put on a pair of track pants and a white shirt, and headed out. I tied my hair in a bun and left my room. As I walked forward, I passed Brian, who had a sorrowful look on his face. Was it that hard to tell me why Eric hated me this much? I shook my head and continued walking. I left the dorm and walked down the hallways. I went outside where I could feel free. I started running as I thought about everything that had happened in my life. It still hurts. Even though my parents died 2 years ago, I still felt the pain. Why did it have to be me? Why did my life become so horrible? Was it my fault? I ran faster. Many trees passed by as I ran. I stopped and put my hands on my knees, breathing heavily. A pond was a few feet ahead, so I walked and sat on the ground. I looked at my reflection and then closed my eyes, enjoying the silence. I took calming breaths and smiled. It's good to be alone every once in a while. I bit my lip when memories of my house catching on fire flooded my mind. I clasped my hands together and bit my lip harder. If I had been only a few minutes earlier, then I could have woken them up. It's my entire fault. All I could think of were sad and painful memories. My mind was a mixture of sorrow and agony. I opened my eyes when I felt something wet on my palm. It was a drop of water. I touched my face and realized that they were tears of my own. Soon, raindrops started falling. I looked at the dark sky and sighed as I stood up. This was really weird. Today, the sun was shining brightly, but now it was raining. Just my luck, I mumbled, and started running back to my dorm. I stopped for a bit when I saw something in the sky. I looked closer and saw wings. Wait, wings? I gasped and took a step backwards. No, this can't be true. The figure that had the wings looked like a human. Could it be an angel? After that, many more winged figures started to fly. My eyes widened at the sight. It couldn't be, could it? They looked like angels, but could they be angels? I heard something growl, so I turned around. My breathing stopped when I saw what it was. A wolf. It wasn't an average-sized wolf, but a huge one. Its gray eyes bore into mine, making my body freeze. I started stepping back, looking left and right to see if there was a way to escape. The growling grew louder, making my hands tremble. What should I do now? I'm going to die. My whole body started shaking and I grew dizzy. Everything seemed to turn. The only thing that I saw was the big wolf in front of me, and that's when I lost it. I fainted. Chapter 7. Opening my eyes, I took in my surroundings. I put a hand on my forehead and blinked several times. My eyes flew open when I replayed the events that happened yesterday. I quickly sat up straight, but regretted it when my head started to hurt. I pulled the blanket off me and stood up. Looking at my room, I wondered, how did I get here? I was quite sure that last night wasn't a dream, but if it wasn't, then why was I here and not outside? I sighed, shaking my head. I was officially crazy. I went to the bathroom, stared at myself in the mirror, and noticed a change. My eyes had a few streaks of blue in them. I got closer to the mirror and gasped. My Vivian eyes were even brighter than before. I touched my eyelids, then lowered my hand. When did my eyes change color? Moreover, how did my eyes change color? I gritted my teeth and closed my eyes. You're a freak. Her words were not forgotten. Aprilia. Every time I thought of her, bad memories played in my mind. I took care of the essentials in the bathroom, then got out. I put on a gray button-up shirt and a pair of skinny black jeans. Walking to the window, I ran a hand through my hair and sighed. Everything was so messed up. I didn't even know if what I was seeing was a dream or reality. I looked outside the window and crossed my arms. I was sure what I saw yesterday was true, but how could I explain the wings and the human-shaped figures? If I told anyone this, then they would think that I'm crazy. I heard the door creak open, so I turned to see who it was. Hey, it was Giovanni and Brian. Hi, I murmured, then looked outside the window. I heard them both sigh. Their footsteps echoed through the room as they made their way towards me. Don't look them in the eye. I ordered myself and kept my eyes focused on the beautiful flying birds. Brian murmured, trying to put a hand on my shoulder, but I took a step back. I wanted to make them feel guilty so they would tell me what was happening with them. From the corner of my eye, I saw a very disappointed Brian. School is going to start soon, Vivian, Giovanni said softly. His voice was so smooth and velvety. I gasped in shock when Giovanni's lips brushed my ear. I know you want to find out about what happened yesterday, but I'll tell you when the time is right. He ended, making tingles rush down my spine. I did what I didn't want to do and looked him in the eye. Giovanni's eyes captivated me. His eyes held so much care, melting me. I finally looked away and then nodded. I couldn't deny that I was shocked. I never backed down, but seeing Giovanni's pleading eyes made me give in to him. Okay, I said, then started walking. Part of me was mad, but another part was telling me to give them time. One part of my brain was telling me, why are you acting like this? The Vivian I know is a tough girl. While another one said, I know they have a reason, Vivian. Give them some time and they'll tell you what's happening themselves. I didn't know which voice I should follow. It was like I was having a continuous struggle in my head. I put my hands in my pockets and continued walking, ignoring the footsteps behind me. I accidentally bumped into someone. Sorry, I wasn't. I stopped mid-sentence when I saw who it was. Him. That devil, Eric. His eyes were still cold and hard, but I thought I saw a flicker of fire in them. When I realized I was staring, I looked down and swallowed. Sorry for that. I expected him to at least nod, but all he did was walk past me as if I was nothing. I frowned but continued walking. The dude was really getting on my nerves. I just wanted one good reason that explained his attitude. As I entered the school building, I heard whispering. All the students were looking at me like I was an alien. I stopped in my tracks and turned around, looking at Brian and Giovanni with an expression that said, "What the hell?" Giovanni chuckled and leaned closer. Ignore them, he whispered, tickling my ear with his hot breath. I nodded and continued walking, but not without stealing a glance at Brian. I rolled my eyes as I walked. He was checking out girls, typical guy. The whispering grew louder until I could actually hear what they were saying. It's her. There she is. She's so lucky. She isn't fit to be a princess. I stopped walking when I heard that. Isn't she fit to be a princess? The hall grew silent as I stared at the person who said that. Well, the girl who said that. She had short, curly brown hair and dark green eyes. I took a few steps in her direction, then stopped when we were face to face. She looked scared. What are you talking about? I questioned. The girl's eyes turned from scared to alarmed. I saw her look at something behind me and swallow. And nothing. I was just thinking about something and the word slipped out, she stuttered. I took a step back and saw her look to her right. She quickly dashed out of the hall, holding her book. I looked at Jayavan and Brian to see them looking, well, glaring at the spot where the girl was. Those two definitely had some issues. I walked to my class, and guess what? My first period was English literature. If I were at my old school, I would have rolled my eyes and skipped the session, but at this school, it was the opposite. I was very interested in English literature now. I think it's because what I'm taking is new. For a long time, myths were my interest. I think I got it from my dad. I clenched my fists when I remembered his smile and how he always told me, "Good night, princess." My dad was very interested in mythical stuff. The library that he had was full of supernatural stories. Both my parents always told me that I was a princess. I would always jump and cheer when they said that to me. I stared at my dad, who was going through books. I was hiding behind the wall, smiling to myself. I giggled lowly when I thought of jumping on him. I put my hand on my mouth to keep silent. I hope Daddy didn't hear me. My daddy put the book on the shelf and took another one. I never really did understand his undying love for myths, witches, actually. I slowly tiptoed on my way, but quickly hid behind the desk when my dad turned around. After a few seconds, I looked at the room and saw that Dad wasn't there. I frowned and stood up, searching the room once again. I crossed my hands and pouted when I didn't see him. Where did Daddy go? Found you. I let out a small scream when I was suddenly lifted up in the air. I giggled loudly when I realized that it was Daddy. His light laughter filled the room as he twirled me around. Daddy. Put me down. I giggled. I squealed when Daddy started tickling me. I squirmed in his grasp, trying to get out, but it was no use. We heard a chuckle coming from the door. Daddy stopped tickling me and looked at the person who was at the door. My mommy's soft, gray eyes met mine. Mommy, help me, I screamed, wiggling myself. Mommy laughed out loud, throwing her head back, then looked at Daddy with a glint in her eyes. Are you trying to kill our daughter, Louis? She teased, taking a few steps in our direction till she stood in front of us. You know I would never do that, honeybean, Daddy murmured, pecking Mommy on the lips. You cooties, I whined. I tried so hard not to kill someone to show the anger and frustration I was feeling. The truth is, I always cried alone. No one was there, not even my aunt. I think showing a person my real emotions will practically be impossible. Chapter 8. I scribbled down in my notebook. We were waiting for Mrs. Wilson, our literature teacher, to come. I was really excited for this period. Ignoring the fact that Eric was at the back of the class, shooting daggers at me, everything was great. Unfortunately, Brian and the others had different classes, so I was stuck with Mr. I Got Temper. I heard the door open and immediately looked up. It was Mrs. Wilson. Hello, class, she greeted, putting her purse down on the desk. There were murmurs of hey from the class, making Mrs. Wilson chuckle. So, does anyone remember what we talked about last time? She asked, looking at the entire class, but focusing her gaze on me. I looked at my notebook, hoping that she wouldn't ask me. We were talking about the war between werewolves and demons. A squeaky voice came from the other side of the classroom. My gaze followed that sound until my eyes fell on a brunette girl. But I still think that demons are hotter than vampires. She played with her fake strands of hair as she turned around and looked at the back. My face broke into a frown. I looked at the back and saw a smirking Eric. Of course, he loves the attention. The teacher coughed, making me look at her. Miss White, why don't you tell us? Silence filled the air as I felt eyes on me. My face grew hot and I swallowed. Why did I get nervous all of a sudden? We were talking about the war between witches and demons and how King Louis signed a treaty with the Demon's King to stop the violence. I stopped there. Mrs. Wilson's face broke into a smile as she nodded, then looked at the class. Exactly. Thank you, Miss White, Mrs. Wilson said, then continued. She started talking about demons and what they did during the war. She said that they killed many families and destroyed many villages. She said that they killed any witch they came across, even if it was just a child. My expression turned horrified. I was about to ask her how they could do that when a growl erupted from the back of the classroom. You're making demons sound like monsters. Keep in mind that witches did the same thing. Whenever they saw a demon, they would kill him directly without thinking that maybe he had nothing to do with this. Don't ever make us sound like monsters, Wilson. Eric's dark voice was the only thing I could hear. My eyes focused on him, and boy, did he seem mad. The whole class was looking at each other wide-eyed as if they were afraid that something would happen. Eric looked at me and glared. His sudden change in attitude took me aback. He took his bag and walked out of the room. The slam of the door was so hard that I thought it would collapse. His footsteps echoed through the hallway. Looking at Mrs. Wilson, I noticed that her face had gone pale. When she saw me, her expression quickly changed as she clapped her hands once to gain the class's attention, which was successful. She coughed, then continued. All too soon, class ended and another started, and the cycle continued until the bell rang, signaling that our break had begun. I collected my things quickly and walked out of class, replaying what happened in Mrs. Wilson's class. Don't ever make us sound like monsters, Wilson. What the hell did he mean by that? Us? Mrs. Wilson was talking about demons, so what did Eric have to do with that? Not paying attention to where I was walking, I bumped into someone's chest. I closed my eyes, waiting for the pain, but didn't feel it. Opening my eyes, I saw that an arm was holding me. Didn't know that you were clumsy. I smiled a little, knowing who it was. Are you stalking me, Gio? Came my playful comeback. Gio lifted me up until I was standing straight and smiled. Maybe. He shrugged, making my smile widen. You do know that stalkers are creepy, right? I raised my eyebrows, trying to hide my smile. He leaned against the lockers and crossed his arms with a massive smirk on his face. He really looked good right now. But I'm the hot stalker that everyone wants. He wiggled his eyebrows, making me roll my eyes. I take that back. He doesn't look hot at all. But he looks cute. There's that voice again. For God's sake, shut up. And who said that you're hot? I asked with a proud smile on my face. That smile fell when Gio was suddenly in front of me. I gasped as his hot breath tickled my ear. Trust me, your expression said it all. I know that my cheeks are pink now. Damn. His voice was sending chills down my spine, good chills. Gio took a step back and smirked. See you later, alligator. He winked and left me staring at his back. You know, he's really fit because of his fantastic body. I slapped myself on the forehead. Why should he be so charming? Someone answer me. Why are you here? I jumped up screaming. I turned around and glared at Brian. Did you have to do that? I exclaimed, throwing my hands up. Brian stared at me like I was an alien from Mars, then nodded. Yeah, I had to. He flashed me a grin and put his arm around my shoulder. He looked at me like he was trying to decide whether he should say something or not. I saw a girl today that has J. Lo's body so hot. I slapped him lightly on the shoulder and stopped walking. Stop saying that, I demanded, trying to look serious, but failing terribly when Brian started laughing. What are you laughing at? I asked, putting my hands on my hips. Oh babe, I know you're jealous. Every girl wants J. Lo's body. He put his hands in his pockets and continued walking with a huge smirk on his face. Hey, not every girl. I yelled and started running to catch up to him. Oh God. Today's going to be a very long day. After arguing with Brian for more than 3 hours, Claudina and I hung out together. She started blabbering about One Direction, the British boy band. Harry Styles is gorgeous, Claudina gushed, then sighed dreamily. I eyed her curiously. Was she serious? I have nothing against One Direction. They're good-looking and have good music, but come on, she's practically planning her and Harry Styles' wedding. Zayn is better-looking and Lewis is so funny, I pointed out. I really don't know why you picked Harry, he's not that cute. I shrugged my shoulders and continued walking, and bumped into Claudina. I squeaked when I saw her eyes. They turned from misty blue to dark blue. Never talk about Harry Styles like that, she ordered, making me nod very furiously. She really looked scary right now. She closed her eyes and took deep breaths. Finally, she opened her eyes and smiled apologetically. Sorry about that, I really love him so, sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I shook my head and gave her a small smile. Don't mention it, it's okay. Hey, have you seen Remy? I didn't see him today. Claudina turned around and shook her head. No, I didn't see him. I think he's handling some business, she said, then swiftly turned around and continued walking. Well, I wonder what that was about. After a bit of while, Claudina wanted to go and talk to Jayavan about something. She asked me if I wanted to join, but I politely declined. Right now, I was walking to my uncle's office with my sketch notebook in my hand, well, a burned notebook. I'd been drawing for the past 30 minutes and noticed some bizarre things. 1. My hands started glowing. 2. My notebook lit on fire by itself. 3. I started thinking about water, and suddenly, my notebook was all wet. Freaked out is an understatement. I was so frightened. So right now, I was going to the wisest person I could think of, my uncle. Just before I knocked on the door, I heard someone shout. She needs to know Conrad. I recognized that voice as Jayavan's. She isn't ready yet, Gio. Another voice stepped in. It was Remy. I agree with Jayavan, Remy. She is ready. She needs to know. Brian yelled. I'm not sure if I should tell Vivian the truth now. I frowned at that. What the hell should I know? What are they hiding from me? You need. I slammed the door open and glared at all of them. Jayavan, Remy, Eric, Brian, Uncle Conrad, and, to my surprise, Claudina were in there too. All of their faces were shocked. Uncle Conrad's face was filled with guilt. What the hell is going on in here? Tell me the truth. I yelled, frustrated. I needed to know what they were hiding from me. Vivian, Uncle Conrad started, but I interrupted. No, tell me right now what you are hiding from me. I demanded, glaring at every one of them. I could feel heat rushing to my face. I wasn't mad. I was furious. Look at her eyes, guys. She needs to know, Brian commented, looking deep into my eyes. He looked scared of what was coming. My eyes went to Jayavan, who held the same expression as Brian. There's something we need to tell you. Chapter 9. The room fell silent. Everyone was looking at one another with wide eyes, except for Eric, who was looking at me intently. It was the first time I had seen him looking at me without glaring. My eyes wandered to Jayavan, who was glaring at the ground. My uncle held his head down low in shame. Claudina was looking at me with guilt, while Remy was massaging his forehead. Well, my voice was a mixture of anger and confusion. I wanted to know the truth, but I was also scared of it. My eyes kept going from one face to another, waiting for someone to speak. All of them were looking at each other as if trying to decide who was going to tell me the truth. I felt like I was in a movie where the girl is in the same place, but at the end, she knows that they're spies. Please tell me they're not spies. If no one's going to tell her, then I will. Eric snapped, glaring at everyone in the room, except for me. Jayavan let out a sigh and rubbed his temples. Jayavan cleared his throat with his gaze focused on me. I didn't want it to come to this, but I guess you were bound to know. Vivian, you're not who you think we are. His voice shook as he said that. Brian's eyes were full of fear. The same went for Claudina and Remy. Eric remained emotionless. I replayed what he said over and over again. What do you mean? The tension in the room was unbearable. You could hear a pin drop. Jayavan rubbed his temples, then crossed his arms. We're royals, Vivian. I was a little surprised by his statement, but also confused. That's it? That's what they were going to tell me? Okay, boo-hoo, they're royals, so what? Okay. I didn't really understand what they implied. I heard a chuckle coming from the other end of the room. All heads turned to Remy, who was smirking. When he noticed all attention was on him, his smile fell. That's it? You're royals? No offense, guys, but so what? What do you expect me to do? I questioned with a raised eyebrow. Brian was glaring daggers at Giovanni, as were Remy, Claudina, Uncle Conrad. I almost forgot he was even in the room, and, surprisingly, Eric. Good job, genius. Great going. Brian growled as he smacked Giovanni on the back of his head. What did you expect me to do, moron? Was Giovanni's reply, which earned him another smack. Stop hitting me, Giovanni hissed, his eyes going darker and darker with each passing moment. Would you stop it already? Remy ordered, but the other two kept shooting threats at one another. Seeing Claudina's bored expression, I nearly laughed. I knew it wasn't the right moment to do so, but it was so funny, especially with those two throwing insults at each other. Stop. Both Giovanni and Brian froze in their places as my uncle's booming voice was heard. I couldn't help but let a small laugh escape my lips. Many eyes settled on me, including Eric's. I could see frustration taking over his features. Maybe I was right, perhaps he is Mr. I got temper. Vivian, I wanted to talk to you about this very issue a long time ago, but was afraid of your reaction, my uncle stated. I crossed my arms and waited for the big bomb. They're royals, okay. What's next? Are they supernatural beings? Vivian, we're royals. Supernatural royals. My jaw hit the floor the exact second those words left Giovanni's mouth. He must be crazy. Couldn't you think of a better joke? I mean, come on. I'm not an idiot to believe this stuff. I rolled my eyes and started laughing. Man, he's crazy if he thinks that I'm going to believe this sort of dumb stuff. He's so wrong. Vivian, he's not joking. Uncle Conrad's serious voice cut my laughter. I looked at him and swallowed loudly when I noticed the look on his face. It screamed out, no joke. W8, you're joking, right? I stuttered, looking at them as if they were some aliens. I was practically going haywire. No, this can't be true. I took a couple of steps backwards, trying to touch the knob. I must get away from here. They must be crazy or hallucinating. When my hand reached it, I turned around and tried to open the door, but it didn't open. Not so easy, princess. I let out a small scream when I saw Remy right next to me. He had his hand on the door, blocking me from getting out of the room. How did you? I put a hand on my forehead and breathed heavily. No, this can't be true. Supernatural beings aren't real, are they? I'm a vampire, Remy answered coolly, snapping me out of my thoughts. You need to stay strong, Vivian. Prove it, I stated, crossing my arms with a challenging look on my face. The only thing Remy did was shrug and take a few steps back. I wondered how he was taking this situation so. Calmly? Remy asked, making my eyes widen. He had a slight smile on his face. It's part of being a vampire. He paused. I think. He scrunched his face, making him look funny. Oh well. He shrugged and put his hands in his pockets. He closed his eyes and waited for a few seconds. I put a hand on my mouth as I started seeing fangs. They looked so sharp and dangerous and were as white as snow. I gasped when Remy opened his eyes. They were so dark. It's part of transforming, he said, then walked and sat next to Eric. Oh yeah, Brian was the one to talk now. Reading minds and high speed is what Remy can also do. Brian grinned, then pointed at himself. But I can do better. He licked his lips, making him look devilish. You should know that I'm hotter, Bri. Remy put a finger on his chest, pointing at himself with a sparkle in his eyes. In your dreams, sucker. Brian rolled his eyes and then stood up, flexing his muscles. Now this, he looked at me and continued, is what the ladies love. I think Brian was imagining himself in a photo shoot since he was making poses. Remy stood up and got close to Brian. Wanna bet, pretty boy? I heard Claudina ooh when Remy said that. Eric chuckled. Oh, it's a miracle. The boy can actually laugh. Not again, Giovanni groaned, rubbing his temples. Okay, people. He snapped, making all attention fall on him once again. Let's go back to the subject, then you two can argue about who's hotter, even though both of you are ugly, he barked. Boy, was he angry. Brian and Remy were about to retort, but Jayavan held up his finger, then huffed. Ruining my fun, he mumbled, making us roll our eyes. Remy muttered something under his breath, earning a smack from Claudina. As you saw, Remy is a vampire, a vampire prince. Jayavan started, looking nervous as hell. Brian is the prince of werewolves. Brian winked at me and got a smack from Remy. Stop flirting, he murmured. Both of them fell face first onto the floor and groaned. Claudina had her hands on her hips, glaring at the guys. She mumbled something then sat on the sofa. I'm the Prince of Angels along with Claudina, who is the Princess of Angels, Jayavan continued. Eric is the Prince of the Demons and your uncle is the King of Witches. He waited a few seconds, letting everything sink in. Eric seemed unfazed by what Jayavan said. He was looking out the window as if nothing had happened. To say I was shocked was an understatement. I was stunned. Never have I ever thought that this would even happen. Never in my life have I ever thought that supernaturals were real, but right now, everything seems true. My mind went to the English literature class. The story of the witches, how Eric reacted in class, how Mrs. Wilson looked at me and whispered how special I am, everything just clicked together. If Uncle Conrad were king then. I looked at Uncle Conrad, and he nodded as if he read my mind. My father was the king of witches. He was the one that fell in love with a mortal, my mom. Everyone was impatiently waiting for my reaction. It's like they were scared of what I was going to do. Everything became too much. I couldn't handle it. My vision became blurry and I felt dizzy. My body hit the floor with a loud thud, and all I saw was black.
Chapter 10. Author Introduction. When you spend your whole life as a normal girl, finding out you're a princess of witches is a bit of a shock. In Chapter 10, Vivian tries to go back to her normal routine, but it's impossible. Pay close attention to the banter between the boys at breakfast. They use humor to deflect the tension, but Eric's coldness cuts right through it. And listen to the bomb drop in the uncle's office. Vivian's father didn't just die in a fire, he was poisoned to stop him from putting it out. This wasn't an accident. It was an assassination.
Chapter narration. Eric's POV Remy and I stood in the ballroom after Vivian had been taken to a room to recover. She had yet to regain consciousness, though we weren't concerned yet, as we knew that she would have trouble coping with this. Her uncle had his worries about the way she would react. However, this was one of the best ways possible. Silently. As I thought over the events of the last few hours, Remy's voice pulled me out of my musings. Why are you being so hard on Vivian? Remy asked, making me sigh exasperatedly. You know why I dislike her, Rem. We have been through this already. Witches and demons already were sworn enemies when they were created, but after the war, things only got worse, I stated, leaning against the wall with my arms crossed. No one needs to tell me that I'm being hard on Vivian, essentially because I already know I am, and I'm doing it on purpose. Besides, what's the use of befriending her when demons and witches have always hated each other's guts and aren't about to change that anytime soon? That's not a good enough reason, Eric. Vivian is an amazing girl, he snapped. Just give her a chance, Remy pleaded, making me sigh once again. I know that Vivian is a lovely girl, but my father strictly ordered me not to communicate with her. I didn't know what he had in mind, but I know it's definitely not good and probably not going to end well. My father had always hated witches, at least for as long as I could remember. No one knew why, though, not even me, his own son. I shook my head and rubbed my temples. What if my father found out about this? He would have my head on a platter. After thinking it over, though, I looked at Remy and nodded slowly, making him smile brightly. I better not regret this, Rem, I warned, but he only shook his head and wrapped an arm around my shoulders. Don't worry, Ari, you won't, he stated with a chuckle. Stop calling me that. I groaned, walking out of the room whilst mumbling, curse damn vampires. Vivian's POV as I slowly came around. I sat up and swiped at my eyes, hoping that would make everything I had seen over the last 24 hours suddenly disappear, but grudgingly got out of bed when all it really gave me were sore eyes. I replayed everything that had happened and rubbed my temples soothingly. I really needed some Tylenol, but settled for taking a nice, long shower instead. Feeling the hot water run down my body made me relax, though. It felt so heavenly, it would have been hard not to. I eventually wrapped a towel around myself and got out, even though I have a feeling I would have been content to stay there all day. But as I was walking towards my wardrobe, I kept asking myself one question: how will I face the guys? I mean, sure, they're still the same people, but wow, I never expected them to be supernaturals. I opened the door of my walk-in closet and started rummaging through clothes. Facing the guys was one thing, but the part one was most scared about was talking to my uncle. I was scared, not of him, but of the truth, which I was sure had been left out of quite a lot of my life. I sighed and shook my head. This is getting too much. I finally picked a black shirt, denim pants, and black Converse. The black eyeliner that I applied helped make my Vivian eyes pop, especially with my hair hanging loose. I smiled when I looked at my reflection in the mirror. I looked good. As I made my way out of the room, nervousness overtook me. What should I say to them? How should I act? What should I do? I could hear the guys' voices from the kitchen, making me sweat. Putting my hand on the wall next to me, I waited until my nerves calmed down, well, as much as they were going to calm down, I guess. I kept saying to myself, there's no need to be worried, Vivian, just go in there as if nothing happened. Oh, but I wish it were that easy. Vivian, we know you're there, Jayavan called out. I gasped and took a hesitant step forward. How could they tell? My heartbeat was the only thing I could hear. Boom, boom, boom. My breathing quickened as I started walking, taking small steps as though I was walking to my death. I tried to walk faster, but my body wouldn't let me. After what felt like forever, the boys came into view. They were all sitting around the kitchen table having breakfast, faces looking expectant, as though waiting for something. Me, I guess. Sleeping Beauty finally woke up. I gave Brian a small smile and nodded. Good morning, I murmured, sitting next to Brian. All the guys replied with a good morning or a grunt of some type, back and continued on with their meal. I put some pancakes on my plate and dug in. After finishing a quiet breakfast, all of us went to the living room and sat in silence. Again, Brian coughed, looking around the room, finding the ceiling interesting. Jayavan sent him a glare, making Brian go to cough again, but stopping after he received a second glare. Well, this is awkward, Brian pointed out, putting his hands on his knees while raising his eyebrows. I smiled at that. Brian can be pretty straightforward. Yeah, I agreed, still looking down. I guess I have to start this, even though I don't want to. Look, I stated, looking at the guys. What happened yesterday is a little big to take in, I just need a little time. I never believed that supernatural beings were even real and, well, what happened yesterday was a bomb. Yesterday, I only knew that my father was the king of witches. I was about to continue when Remy interrupted. You knew about that? Shock was evident in his voice. I nodded and continued. Like I was saying, yesterday I knew that my father was king and him being a witch means that I'm a witch too. But that was where my knowledge stops, so to be honest, I don't really know what to do right now. I sighed. Being a werewolf, vampire, angel, demon, even an elf. There are no such things as elves, grinned Brian, interrupting me. As he spoke, I took in what he was wearing, a white shirt with blue writing across it and fitted gray jeans. Not bad, I thought, and immediately bit my tongue softly, stopping myself from accidentally speaking out loud and inflating that big ego of his. Just what he needed. Not. Let her finish, barked Jayavan, snapping me out of my thoughts and making Brian roll his eyes. Sheesh, someone's in his time of the month. My jaw dropped to the floor at that. Oh no. Brian was grinning from ear to ear, while Jayavan was turning red. I wasn't sure if it was from anger or embarrassment, probably both. Shut up, he hissed, crossing his arms. I smiled at the way his hair fell over his eyes, making him look cute. Why did all these guys have to be so damn good-looking? Yeah, that was probably another thought to keep to myself. Someone's embarrassed? Oh, are you embarrassed, Gigi? I covered my mouth to keep from laughing. Remy was doing the same, and surprisingly, Eric was smiling too. Gigi? I questioned with a raised eyebrow. No offense, Bri, but isn't Gigi a girl's name? Jayavon was glowering at Brian, and I didn't blame him for that. I mean, who wants to be called Gigi? Brian was about to respond, but suddenly stopped, making my smile falter. He had a big smirk on his face, and boy, was it creepy. Guys, do you want to know what Jayavon's first girlfriend called him? He asked us with raised eyebrows. Jayavon's eyes widened as he heard what Bri said. Was it that bad? I don't know you people. Eric shook his head while putting a hand on his forehead. He looked kind of, well, cute. I mentally slapped myself at that one. That's definitely a big no-no. Thinking about Eric in this way will only lead to you falling for him, and Vivian, you do not want to fall for Eric. I kept repeating the same sentence over and over. I sighed, hoping that it actually got through to my stupid brain, and leaned backwards in my chair, returning to the conversation around me. I guess I'll talk to them all later, as clearly Brian and Jayavon's chit-chat is far more important than what I've got to say. Looking up, I saw Remy chuckling. Why the hell is he even? Can you stop reading my mind? I snapped, looking directly at Remy, as it hit me like a slap in the face. Damn it, forgot about that. He just shook his head, still chuckling, and started walking out of the room. Oh, Vivian, my head went to Remy. Your uncle said to come to his office ASAP, along with Eric. He winked and, in a flash, was out of the room. My blood had started boiling when he said that, and just the thought of spending the next half an hour with him made me want to pull my hair out in frustration. Why did my uncle even want Eric to come with me? He's nothing except a big baboon. My eyes wandered over to Eric, and I found him staring at me. The coldness was still there, but it was as if it had, I don't know, lessened? If that was even possible. Eric abruptly stood up and walked out of the room, and I took that as a signal for me to get up and follow him. Walking through the corridors, I kept staring at his back, making me wish I knew what he was thinking. He must have felt my laser stare, however, because every now and then he would glance back at me. Reaching my uncle's office, Eric knocked on the door and opened it once we heard a voice come from inside. Uncle Conrad was sitting behind his desk with his hands entwined, his face changing into a smile when he saw us coming. Eric and I sat on opposite chairs waiting for my uncle to start talking, as if we both were as nervous as each other, though I couldn't think of anything Eric had to be nervous about. Well, my uncle started, as you know, Vivian, you're a witch. But you're not an ordinary witch, as you may have guessed by now, due to your knowledge of your father's place on the throne. So this does mean you're from royal blood, and yes, you are a princess. Also, this information may be new to you, but witches' powers allow them to be close to magic that controls the 4 elements. An ordinary witch can control 1 element, whilst royals can be gifted with 2 or more. Your father controlled air, water, and earth. My elements are water and air. But if he controlled water, then why didn't he stop the fire? My voice echoed through the room. Uncle Conrad sighed. We still don't know what happened, but when he tried, he couldn't use any of his powers. We believe that someone may have managed to put something into his food that prevented Louis from using his elements when he needed to. He paused, then continued. As I was saying, your powers are not known yet, so that's why you will take a test to see which ones prevail. After we know what your powers are, you will be trained on how to use them correctly and with control. Then you will be announced to the world as the princess of all witches and will be expected to attend balls. I stared at him wide-eyed, with my mouth gaping. Close your mouth, you look like a fish. My head snapped in Eric's direction at his rude comment. I shot him a glare, but all he did was smirk. What? I'm only being honest, he stated, shrugging innocently. Shut up, I muttered. I thought over what I had just been told about me having so-called powers. If I want to know what my elements are soon, then I guess I'd better do the so-called test as soon as possible. When can I do the test? I asked, staring at my uncle. Right now. Damn, I wasn't expecting that answer.
Author's insight. Let's break down Eric's POV at the beginning. He isn't just a jerk, he is a soldier under orders. His father, the Demon King, strictly ordered him not to communicate with Vivian. Why? Because the Demon King knows exactly who she is. He knows she is the daughter of his enemy, and he likely has a plan to eliminate her. Also, note the detail about Vivian's father being poisoned. Someone knew exactly when to strike to ensure he couldn't put out the fire. There is a traitor in the royal circle, and right now, Vivian is sitting in a room with the son of the man who likely ordered the hit. Audience questions. Eric's father ordered him to stay away from Vivian. Do you think Eric will choose loyalty to his father or protect Vivian when the time comes? If Vivian's father had 3 elements, how many do you think Vivian will have? Remember the prophecy from chapter 5? The uncle wants to announce her as princess to the world. Is this a good move, or is he just painting a target on her back? Next up. The talking is done. It's time for the test. Next chapter, Vivian steps into the arena to find out exactly how powerful she really is, and if she can survive her own magic.
Chapter 11. Vivian's POV. I stared at the big oak door in front of me and took a deep breath. Remy and Eric were the only 2 next to me. Unfortunately, Jayavan had a meeting with the Angel Council, while Brian had pack business to attend to. I read some stories about werewolves and understood that they were a pack led by an alpha. An alpha is like a leader. He makes all the choices and is responsible for the safety and well-being of his pack. An alpha also has a mate, but Brian didn't press on that matter even when I asked him to explain. Someone gripped my shoulders, making me turn around to see Remy with a big grin on his face. He murmured a few encouraging words as I opened the door, not knowing what to expect. "Make sure the dragons won't eat you," came the demon's snotty remark. I prefer the quiet Eric better. Choosing to ignore his comment, I walked forward, jumping as the door slammed shut. I jumped, turning around, but saw nothing. I could barely see anything since this damn room was so dark. Out of nowhere, I heard a creak of a door. Turning around, my eyes widened as I saw a dark figure standing, but I couldn't see his face since a black cloak covered him. The person turned around and walked into the room, signaling me to follow him. Curiously, I followed him slowly until we entered another dark room, which was just like the main one that I saw the minute I entered. The only difference was that this had baby blue drawings all over it, while the main one didn't. This is your air test. If you know how to control air, then it's one of your elements, the dark-cloaked figure said in a deep voice. I was about to ask him how I could control it, but stopped when he raised his head and looked at me with glowing blue eyes. One minute I was on the ground, and the other I found myself floating in the air. A startled scream left my mouth when some tornado engulfed me. I looked for an escape but found none. Concentrate. Close your eyes and think of the tornado gone. All you've got to do is concentrate. His booming voice advised. It took me a few seconds to close my eyes and think deeply of a way out. I clenched my fists and started sweating as I looked straight into the tornado and tried to make a hole in it. Slowly, I began to see a small opening. Concentrating on it more, it started to get bigger and bigger. A loud thud echoed through the room as I fell. Rubbing my backside, I got up only to see the stranger leaving the room. Hey, why is he leaving? Hey, where are you going? I shouted following him outside, but stopped in my tracks when he disappeared. A light shone underneath the door. Taking hesitant steps forward, I followed the light till my foot neared the edge of the door. A plant was placed on a small table in the middle of the room. I looked around and saw drawings similar to the one in the first room. They were a mix of green and brown. The drawings on the wall represent Earth. Earth usually stands for soil and nature. You can do many things with the earth elements, such as changing soil into rocks or making plants grow. I looked at the man who was touching the colored drawings. Unlike the other person that I saw, he was wearing normal clothes. A black button-up t-shirt and black pants. He turned around, letting me see his face. He had blazing blue eyes, shoulder-length blonde hair, and was standing tall, probably 6'1". To pass this test, you have to turn the soil into rock. He pointed to the table that had a glass on it. Concentration is the key. I will not tell you what to do because if you're a real earthbender, then you'll know what to do. He finished his statement with this. If I were a real earthbender, then I'd know what to do, but the problem was I didn't know what to do. I just have to try then. I looked at the glass of soil and imagined it crumpling into a rock. Nothing happened. I tried again, this time glaring at the glass, but like the first time, and yet again, nothing happened. Frustrated, I gritted my teeth and tried once again, this time closing my eyes and thinking of it turning into a rock. Imagine yourself lifting a huge rock. I pictured myself in a huge green field looking at a huge rock in front of me. I bent down and took it in my arms, trying to lift it. Putting so much effort into lifting it, the work finally paid off. Feeling physically exhausted, I dropped the rock and opened my eyes only to find myself staring at the broken glass. What the? Looking down at the floor, I gasped when I saw what I had accomplished. Finally, after all this work, I eventually passed this. A smile made its way to my face. Looking up to talk to the person that was here, I frowned when I saw no one was here. Great. I thought of rolling my eyes. He just disappeared as the first man did. I got out of the room knowing that I should open another door. There were 2 doors, one on the left side and the other on the right. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch the tiger by the toe. If he hollers, let him go. Yes, I know it's stupid, but I had to do it. I just couldn't choose. My finger landed on the left door. I shrugged and walked in its direction. Opening the door, I went in and gasped at the beautiful waterfall that I saw in front of me. Unlike the other 2 dark rooms, this one was full of light and energy. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Everything in this room was so relaxing. The sound of the waterfall calmed my nerves. The smell of the roses was so refreshing. The amount of wind around me was so incredible. I opened my eyes and sighed. I wish I could stay here the entire day. Water can be so relaxing. It brings you to life. Makes you relax. The sound of it is like a symphony, but it can also be deadly. I turned around when I heard a feminine voice speak. I gasped when I looked at her. She looked like a lady in her early 30s. She had very light, silky blonde hair that reached her waist. Big baby blue eyes made her look like an angel. She had a petite but pointed nose, red full lips, and flawless white skin, reminding me of Snow White. Mesmerized by her beauty, I couldn't help but stare at her. When I noticed her lips twitching, trying not to break into a smile, I looked away, embarrassed. Her hand touched my cheek, making me look at her. Her gaze was so intense, but at the same time soft. A big smile was on her face as she let her hand fall. Turning around, she walked a few meters away. "Tell me, child, see the waterfall right there?" she asked me, her back still facing me. "Yes. I want you to stop the water flowing. Freeze it in place." I swallowed nervously. Did I hear her correctly? How can she expect me to freeze water? She's not serious, right? Let me see if you are a waterbender. Her sweet, soft voice turned hollow. "Make it stop," she ordered. I nodded quickly, then faced the waterfall. How does she expect me to stop it? Raise your hands, child, open your hands and imagine yourself pulling the current towards you. When you do that, freeze yourself. Your brain. Don't think of anything else except for the water frozen. I did as she told me. Extending my arms forward, I closed my eyes. I started pulling the current toward me. I bent my fingers and pulled them backwards. I did that for at least a minute till I felt energy pulsing through my veins. Don't think of anything else except for the water frozen. I did what she said. I didn't think of anything except the water. Opening one eyelid, I was stunned to see that the water was frozen in place, not moving. I kept staring at the scene for a while and finally broke out of my trance when I remembered that the woman was still here with me. I looked in her direction and saw her walking out of the room, but she frantically stopped and turned toward me. "Well done, child." She had a slight smile on her face as if she knew something that I didn't. I raised my eyebrows in suspicion. Why does everyone hide things from me? First the guys and now her. I shook my head and continued. I still have one room left. Opening the last door, expecting everything to happen. It was like a battlefield, but with flames. Fire is the hardest element. It's very rare for someone to control an element such as fire, a man said. He was wearing a big black hoodie, hiding his face. That's all that I have to say. I'm not here to create a chit-chat. His voice was so deep, yet it reminded me of Eric's. Create a flame. That was all he said. He didn't give me any advice. Nothing. Creating a flame was very hard. It took me 10 minutes to make a very tiny flame. Anyone would have laughed at me, but all the man did was nod and get out of the room without another word. I closed my eyes, sighing softly as a breeze of wind blew, making the fine oak trees surrounding me rustle. Hearing the magnificent sound of waves made my body relax. The bright sun itself, hitting my delicate skin, reminded me of the good times I spent at home. The best part was the sun sending different rays of colors before it hid itself beneath the sea. Sitting here on the high cliff facing the sea was pure bliss. It's one of the few places that nature left for us after we humans destroyed its beauty. I closed my notebook with a smile on my face. After finishing the tests, Remy and I spent some time talking. After a while, he told me that he needed to go because something urgent had come up. So here I am on this cliff I found while wandering around. The sun has already set and it's starting to get dark. I got up and leaned against the tree. Many thoughts were running through my head, mainly revolving around the tests. I just stood there for some time till I noticed that it got really dark. I bet the guys were going crazy wondering where I was. So here you are, a voice I directly recognized said. I turned around only to find him standing in all his glory, leaning against a tree with a smirk on his face. Him. Eric. Chapter 12. I swallowed hard as I saw him standing there. Despite the tiredness that hung in his silver eyes, they still held a devilish flame that appeared indistinguishable. Checking me out. Are we now, Vivian? He teased, slipping his hands into the pockets of his jeans as we began to walk closer. Yeah, right, you wish. I tried to make my voice sound strong, but mentally cursed myself when it broke at the end. He didn't seem fazed by what I said. He was a prince after all and accustomed to women falling for him, which only seemed to fuel his already inflated ego. Doesn't seem convincing. That agonizing smirk of his got bigger when I didn't answer him. I averted my eyes as he walked in a circular motion around me like an animal stalking its prey. His eyes went black, making him look even more dangerous than before. Why are you here? I asked, my voice fading as I let my sentence hang. Eric stopped walking and looked at me with a shocked expression, but quickly covered it up. The guys and your uncle were worried since you've been gone for a while. He paused. So I started searching for you and voila. Here you are, he answered, but there seemed to be something else on his mind that he wasn't telling me. Oh. Silence fell between us. Eric turned toward the ocean and closed his eyes. I was shocked to see his face relaxed. He looked so different right now, so at ease and calm. It was another Eric, and it was nice to see him in this blissful state. Do you have any siblings, Eric? Out of nowhere, that question popped into my mind. Eric's eyes shot open as his face grew hard, and he nodded. Yeah, a brother. That was all he said. I could tell from his harsh tone and tense form that he had said all he was willing to. How did you do in the test? He asked quickly, moving away from the previous topic. Despite his efforts, it was clear from the way Eric chewed the inside of his lip that he was anxious. I was pretty good. Aside from the scary-looking person that I met, I think I passed all of the exams. I shuddered when I remembered the first room that I came across. The person that was in there was terrifying. Eric raised his eyebrows in a look of astonishment. For a while, he stared at me with his silver eyes until a small smile crept onto his face. Congrats. That was all he said before closing his eyes against the ocean breeze, and we once again fell into silence. Questions began running through my head. Why? Why the sudden change of attitude? From the minute I stepped into this school, he had been all but rude to me, so why? The questions kept on repeating themselves in my head, growing louder and louder by the minute. Why? My voice croaked as my eyes landed on his face. His eyes popped open, and he raised a questioning eyebrow. What do you mean by that? He replied. He didn't turn around, but kept on looking forward toward the sea. He was playing dumb. He knew what I was talking about. You know what I mean, Eric, I replied, taking a few steps closer until I stood next to him. Why the sudden attitude adjustment? One minute you seemed to hate me, and the next, my voice trailed off. I didn't even know how to describe how he was acting. It was just different. I changed. He turned to me, eyes narrowed in deep thought. Sighing, Eric shook his head, which caused his shaggy hair to fall onto his eyes. That's because he stopped abruptly, debating on whether to continue his sentence. Deciding against it, Eric looked away. Never mind. With that, he turned on his heels and walked away. I stared at the ground, trying to make sense of what he had said. The hesitance in his voice made it clear he didn't want me to know why he's acting strange. All the questions from before ran through my head as I began following after him. We entered the school building and started walking up the stairs. The walk to my uncle's office was silent. Even after I had caught up with him, neither of us uttered a single word. Eric was tense. I could tell from the rigidity of his shoulders. As we got closer to my uncle's office, loud noises could be heard coming from within that transitioned into hushed voices when we approached. Opening the door to the office, I was greeted with my uncle's worried face. When he saw me, he directly relaxed and took a deep breath. "Where have you been?" he asked, words dripping with anger. "I've been in the forest," I answered. My uncle sighed as he got out of his chair to stand next to me. I had been expecting him to yell at me, but was surprised when his finger softly touched my cheek. As I looked up in confusion to meet his eyes, I saw that they were full of fatherly love. "Don't ever do that again, Vivian. I was about to close the school grounds to look for you. You could have been kidnapped for all we know. You are a princess now, a target for many people." His hand fell, and I nodded guiltily. The worry in my uncle's eyes made me realize how panicked he must have been. Sliding my hands into my jean pockets, I felt my shoulders hunch with shame. As I meekly looked around the room, I saw Remy, Brian, Claudina, and Giovanni each sitting on different chairs, wearing big smiles. Rather than a smile, however, Giovanni wore a look of irritation. All of a sudden, I heard a loud squeal erupt from Claudina's lips. She leapt across the room towards me. Eyes bright with excitement and joy, Claudina planted a kiss on my left cheek. With her hands squeezing my shoulders zealously, I could only look at Claudina with amusement as she started rambling. Was she okay? Brian must have noticed my expression and began explaining Claudina's behavior. "Look here, V," he stated, pointing his finger at me. "There are 2 reasons why Claudina is acting this way." He stated, 1, she's drunk. He paused, checking his nails before continuing. 2, she turned less. Claudina's hand made contact with Brian's mouth, making him howl in pain. I couldn't help it anymore and burst into fits of laughter when I saw Brian's face branded with Claudina's handprint. Remy and Eric joined in, and surprisingly, my uncle cracked a smile. We all listened as Brian and Claudina had a heated conversation. "I'm what?" she demanded, putting her hands on her hips as she glared down at him with a furious expression. I put both of my hands on my face and shook my head, trying to control my laughter. Brian looked like a deer caught in headlights, while Claudina resembled a mother scolding her kid. "You're the most amazing, incredible, lovely, and wonderful girl I've ever known." Brian shot a grin in Claudina's direction, making her smile. "I know, right?" She turned to me and squealed yet again. "Vivian, guess what?" she asked with a huge smile on her face. "What?" I faked enthusiasm and waited for her to continue. "You've passed." Giovanni's hand landed on her mouth, stopping her from what she was about to say. Her uncle is going to explain that. He gave me a smile, which I was sure was fake, but I let it slide. I was definitely going to talk with Giovanni after we left my uncle's office. His bizarre behavior and feigned happiness set me on edge. I'm sure that he's annoyed by something I have done, but I can't spot it. Yesterday, he was acting fine, and I had no idea what could have happened to make him so moody. "Vivian," my uncle spoke, "to our surprise, you've managed to pass all the tests." My eyes widened as I listened to what he said. Having all of the 4 elements belonging to one person is unheard of. That alone makes you special, Vivian. Tomorrow, you will meet your trainers and start practicing. You will take private self-defense classes the day after tomorrow. He informed, smiling proudly. You may go now, but Eric, please stay. He said, looking directly at Eric with a neutral face. Everyone immediately got up to leave and reached the door before I could. Eric, remember what I told you. That was the last thing I heard as I had closed the door behind me. As I began the long walk back to my dorm, I couldn't help wondering. What did they talk about? Chapter 13. Vivian's POV. Sila mama e buono. Yes, Mom, everything is good. Giovanni smiled slightly as his mother rambled on about how much she missed him. Mi manchi troppo, non ti preoccupare, mi prenderò cura di me stesso. I miss you too, don't worry, I will take care of myself. He put his hand on his hip with an annoyed expression on his face. Mama, sarò bene. Fermata donandovi un attacco di cuore. Mama, I'll be fine. Stop giving yourself a heart attack. Although I understood nothing of what he was saying, I was sure that his mom was worried sick about him. True, especially when he's Mommy's little boy, Remy gushed, putting his hands below his chin with a sickly sweet smile on his face. Giovanni turned to glare at him, but his glare quickly faded away when his mom screamed through the phone. Responder vi madre Gigi. Answer your mother, Gigi. Brian, who was drinking a cup of orange juice, spat it into Remy's face. I choked on my laughter as Remy wiped the juice from his face with disgust. Brian turned serious as he took a white napkin that lay on the table in front of us and slowly started to clean his mouth. Ahem, as I was saying, Natalie Portman would definitely suit Remy since she's got one hell of a body to satisfy his needs and cravings. Moreover, Brian didn't get to finish what he was about to say as Remy jumped on him, making them both land on the floor. You're dead, hotshot, Remy growled on top of Brian, who had a small smile on his face. What? Do you prefer Jennifer Aniston? I picked the best of the best. He shrieked, then put his hands up in surrender. But hey dude, if you like older women then that's fine with. I doubled over with laughter, grabbing a nearby pillow and hiding my face beneath it. My laughter died down when I heard someone's nose crack. I pulled the pillow away from my face, looking at who punched whom, to see Brian's nose bleeding. Brian was glaring at Remy, his darkening green eyes making Remy jump off him. You're dead, man, he threatened before running after Remy out of the room. I cringed when I heard something crash and rolled my eyes at the sound of Brian cussing. Eric, who was sitting in front of me, chuckled, and to my surprise, it turned into full laughter. When he noticed me staring at him, he regained his composure and turned serious once more, though a small smile remained on his face. Giovanni sighed as he hit the end call button and slumped onto the sofa. Ugh, those two can be so annoying sometimes, he groaned, rubbing his temples. Why? Did your mom hear what happened? I joked, placing the pillow next to me. My eyes widened when I saw Giovanni glaring at me. She didn't. I exclaimed, trying so hard not to laugh like Eric, who was trying to cover his laughter with loud coughs. Giovanni rolled his eyes and leaned forward, running a hand through his hair. She did. He replied, his voice turning into a high-pitched girly tone. I glared at him, crossing my arms. I do not sound like that. Actually, you do. Eric smirked, looking at me through thick eyelashes. Giovanni high-fived him with a big grin on his face. I rolled my eyes and got up from the sofa, heading for the patio. I smiled as I saw an affectionate mother bird tending to her chicks. Without warning, she began to heave and regurgitated into her young chicks' mouths. I shook my head, not wanting to think about it. I closed my eyes, thinking of the old days when my mom used to cook me food. Mommy, what are you doing? I stared at my mom with my big Vivian eyes. Her sight landed on me as she smiled and leaned down till she was at my level. Well, baby girl, I'm making lasagna. Why are you asking? She asked, a grin spreading on her face. I put my finger under my chin and made a face while looking at the bulb above me. I don't know. I shrugged, playing with my black hair. Okay, Mom replied, a small smile playing along her face as she continued cooking the lasagna noodles. I played with my fingers, curiosity burning within me. I started looking around the kitchen for no reason till I couldn't help it anymore. I stood next to Mom and nudged her. "Can I help you?" Her smile turned into a laugh. "Of course you can, baby girl." She held me up and sat me on the kitchen counter. "Here you go. Stir the noodles and I'll make the sauce, okay?" I nodded and moved the noodles. I laughed when I remembered. At the end of the day, both of us were covered with tomato sauce because I couldn't resist waving the spoon in the air. "You got sauce on your nose, Mommy." I giggled, pointing to Mom's nose as she started to wipe her face. She put the tissue to her nose and wiped the tomato sauce off. I giggled and shook my head, pointing to another area. I did that several times till my mom caught up with what I was doing and chased me around the house. "Why, you little," I laughed out loud and tried to get out of her grip as she started tickling me. "Mommy." "Haha, stop," I begged, thrashing around as loud giggles escaped my mouth. Well, what is happening here?" My dad was standing next to the kitchen door. Mom let me go the minute she heard his voice, so I ran and hid behind my dad. She had sauce on her face, so I told her where they were, then she started tickling me. I giggled, gripping my dad's leg. He turned around and patted me on the head. "I noticed that. She still has a small spot on her face." He pointed out, winking, before making his way to Mom and standing in front of her with a grin. Mom crossed her arms, a smirk on her face. "Oh, really? And where is it?" "Right here, let me wipe it away." Daddy leaned forward and kissed my mom on her lips, wiping the red sauce off her lips. I groaned, putting both of my small hands on my eyes. Why do they always kiss? It's gross. I chuckled as I thought of how disgusted I was by their kiss. I was 5 back then. That's why I was such an innocent little girl who covered her eyes whenever her parents kissed. A tear escaped my eyes as I thought of that memory. Mom and Dad really loved each other. You could see it in their eyes. I missed those moments where Dad would joke around, and Mom and I would laugh, even though his jokes weren't funny. "What are you doing here?" I quickly wiped the tear away and turned around to see Jayavan standing a few feet away from me. "Nothing, just enjoying the view," I replied with ease. Jayavan nodded, believing what I said, and stood next to me. "You're right. It's amazing out here," he said, and I nodded in agreement. "What was your mother telling you?" I asked, looking at Jayavan curiously. "She said that she misses me and wished that I was there." "Did what mothers do best, make you feel guilty about not calling them every day?" Jayavan laughed a little, and then silence filled the air. I wanted to ask him why he was acting cold towards me yesterday, but bit my tongue instead so as not to ruin the moment. Jayavan scooted closer to me till our arms were touching. I bit my lip and kept my gaze forward. Jayavan wanted to say something, but his phone started beeping. He took his phone out of his pocket and read the message. Sighing, he put it back in his pocket and looked at me with apologetic eyes. I smiled and nodded, knowing that he should go. "I'm sorry for yesterday, I didn't mean to act distant. I was just a little bit mad." He pressed his solid chest against my back, and I couldn't help shuddering in delight as I felt his breath tickling my hair. "And don't forget that tomorrow's your first day training." Suddenly, his presence was gone. I exhaled a breath of relief and touched my cheeks, which were now flaming red. I caught sight of someone leaning against a tree not too far away. My eyes widened as I realized it was Eric. He was glaring at the spot where Jayavan had just stood. As soon as he saw me looking, he quickly darted away, leaving me staring at the place he was in. Unknown POV. "That's impossible. It can't be happening." I bellowed, slamming my fist onto the big wooden table. All of my assistants flinched from the noise that the slam caused. My fists clenched as I thought of what my right-hand man told me. A witch, a descendant of the White Throne, has all 4 elements. No one in all of supernatural history has ever had 4 elements in one person. My anger grew as I thought of the prophecy. One girl, a witch, will hold all 5 elements and save this world from its evil. Maxwell, I called my right-hand man, the man that I trusted most in this castle. "Yes, my lord. Bring me information about this girl." I need everything you can find on my table within the next 24 hours, I ordered, not bothering to look at him. I motioned to all of my assistants to get out of the room and watched them cringe with fearful expressions. Once every person was out, I slammed my fist once again on the table and ran a hand through my dark hair. I would not let that happen. I would not get defeated by a witch. She needed to be taken care of, wiped off the earth. I wouldn't rest until she was, even if it were the last thing I did. Chapter 14. Vivian's POV. Walking down the hallway, I hummed as Jennifer Lopez's Follow the Leader blared through my earphones. Brian was next to me, too busy texting his sister back home on his BlackBerry. He was wearing a plain white shirt with dark blue ripped jeans and black Converse. His hair was messy, making him look like he had just woken up from bed. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw everyone looking at us with curious eyes. I paid them no mind as their staring continued. Them looking at me, to be exact, was a little nerve-wracking. I never wanted to be in the spotlight since it makes me uncomfortable, which is what I am right now. It'll always be like that, you know. My eyes landed on Brian, who was still texting, and boy, was he fast. Everyone will stare at you, look up to you, and you'll always be the center of attention. He continued, still not looking at me. So stop feeling uneasy. He finally looked at me with a small smile. I nodded and took a deep breath as I thought of what he just said. I will always be the center of attention. Yay, note the sarcasm. We finally reached the field surrounding the school and walked ahead. Today I'm starting my first day of training and I'm nervous as hell. Yesterday, I kept having nightmares of losing control over my power and kept waking up in the middle of the night, breathing heavily and sweating. You there? My eyes landed on Brian, who was waving his hand in front of my face. Yeah, sorry, I was just thinking about something. His eyes shone with mischievousness as a smirk planted on his face. Thinking of someone who has black hair and silver eyes? He started with a teasing smile. I scowled and put my hands on my hips, pointing my index finger towards Brian. No. He chuckled as we continued strolling to the training field. And why is that? He asked, fluttering his eyelashes, reminding me of girly girls. Because he's bad. I mentally slapped myself. God, I was such a stupid girl. Bad, really? Brian's eyes shot upward in surprise. Bad? Brian looked like he would burst into fits of laughter any second. Oh, just let it go. I huffed, fixing my shirt. I really shouldn't have worn it. Brian chuckled and shook his head, amusement written on his face. I heard him murmur, suit yourself, but decided to let it go. We reached the training field and were surprised to see all 3 trainers standing at the far end. The lady that helped me get through my water test had a slight smile on her face. She was wearing a baby blue V-neck dress with flats. Her bright blonde hair was hanging loose and her eyes sparkled with excitement. I recognized the man next to her from my soil test, but what amazed me was that both the lady in blue and the man looked alike. The other man to his right had bright brown eyes and glowing blue eyes. He looked to be in his mid-40s. I knew directly that he was my trainer for the air element. I frowned when I didn't see my 4th trainer, my fire trainer. Don't worry, he'll come, Brian whispered. My frown deepened when I saw Brian trying to hide his smile. I tilted my head to the side, looking at Brian with questioning eyes. Brian looked away, shaking his head with a slight smile on his face. There are a lot of surprises left for you. A voice repeated in my head. I shook my head, trying to forget what I heard, and focused on the trainers that were coming my way. Brian and I started moving in their direction. With each step, I became more nervous. Hello, Vivian. I assume you remember us. The woman smiled warmly at me. I nodded as a reply and shot her a smile of my own. Well, I'm Elise, she introduced herself, extending her hand for me to shake. This is my brother Vincent, and the man to his right is Andrew. I said my hellos to both Vincent and Andrew, and they replied with a hello of their own. Okay then, let's go straight to business. Elise clapped her hands together. I sat on the ground, taking a few calming breaths. Sheesh, did they have to push me that far? My first training was with Andrew, my air trainer. I'm actually surprised to say that air was the easiest of all 3 elements. All I did was use my imagination and, as Andrew said, unleash the power that's in me. As for Vincent, my earth trainer, things didn't go so well. I faced a lot of difficulty with trying to make a huge hole in the ground, but with Vincent by my side, it got a little easier, a little. Water was good. I did everything Elise told me to and succeeded, except drenching her in water. Well, that's another story. You see, she asked me to use my power to summon water and make a big circle using it. Everything went fine until Brian started cussing aloud, making me drop all the water on Elise. Elise, Vincent, and Andrew left a while ago, saying that I did well, except for Elise, who gave me a piece of her mind. I swear that woman is crazy. This stupid blackberry just won't work, Brian groaned, throwing his blackberry on the ground. Wait a second, so you're telling me that the reason why I lost control over water was because your blackberry wasn't working? I asked, standing up, disbelief evident on my features. Brian only nodded as he started to pace back and forth. I want to get the new iPhone. It's way better than this phone. He whined, picking up his BlackBerry from the ground and glaring at it. Or maybe the new Motorola. That would be so awesome. He grinned, looking at me with excited eyes. Then why don't you get one? Well, this is the 50th phone that I wrecked and my parents warned me that they won't bring me another if I ruin this. He replied, sounding defeated. I shook my head in disbelief and chuckled. That boy is unbelievable. Hey, do you know why my fire trainer didn't come yet? I asked to change the subject. No, he paused, looking like a deer caught in headlights. I mean your trainer should come soon. He replied, giving me a smile that was full of nervousness. Am I missing something? Brian looked behind me, and suddenly his features relaxed. Hey, Eric. Hi. Eric's musical voice filled my ear. He greeted me with a smile, and I waved hello. All of us chatted for a while. That's until Brian and Eric started talking about boxing, making it my cue to tune out. And that's Jayavan right over there, Brian declared while standing next to me. I suddenly felt Eric's hand pressing against my lower back, making me turn rigid. I looked up at him, trying to comprehend what he was doing, but I was shocked when I saw that his face was neutral. I found myself staring at Jayavan and another guy coming this way. Jayavan was wearing a button-up white t-shirt and black pants. He had his hair combed backwards, making him look more like an executive. The other person, who looked in his early 20s, had emo-styled blonde hair and big black eyes, big plump rosy lips, and an amazing jawline. He was wearing a sleeveless bright blue shirt and a pair of white sweatpants, making him look even more attractive than he already was. Hi guys. Jayavan greeted with a smile. I smiled back and said my hello, waiting for him to introduce the new guy behind him. The guy who was staring at Eric had a huge smirk on his face. Guys, this is Perry, Jayavan introduced. Vivian, from now on, Perry is going to be your new personal trainer. As you know, a princess should be trained well so she can go through everything, and Perry right here is going to help you. Jayavan finished with a grin on his face. Brian was the first one to greet Perry, and then it was my turn. Nice to meet you, Perry. I extended my hand, but instead of him shaking it, he took it in his and kissed it. Pleasure to meet you, my lady, he said, looking up at me. I blushed, avoiding his gaze and retracting my hand. The atmosphere turned uncomfortable when Eric and Perry's eyes locked. Perry smirked, and Eric's fists clenched. I looked at Jayavan and Brian, trying to understand what was going on, but they looked as lost as I was. Hello, cousin. Chapter 15. Vivian's POV. My jaw dropped as I heard what Perry just said. Cousin? Jayavan and Brian's reactions were the same. They both had a dumbstruck look on their faces. I took a step to the right and looked at Eric, and boy, was he mad. His jaw was clenched, his fists were balled up, and his eyes were full of anger. I'm going to admit, Eric looked so intimidating right now. Something bad is going to happen, I feel it. What are you doing here? He bit out, anger seeping through his words. Perry seemed unfazed by the danger that Eric's words held and kept smirking. What do you think I'm doing? I came here to train Princess Vivian, Perry replied in a mocking tone. My brows shot up. Perry was in a lot of trouble. Eric looked even angrier, his eyes turned black, and all of a sudden, a fist connected with Perry's jaw. I may be your cousin, but I am still your prince and soon-to-be king. You won't talk to me in such a manner, he growled, lowering his hand to the side as Perry spat out blood. I looked at Brian and Giovanni and was surprised to see that they were staring at the scene, as if Eric had reacted as he should and given Perry what he deserved. Perry glared at Eric, rubbing his now sore spot. No wonder Uncle sent you here, always fighting with your brother. Perry shook his head with a sly smirk on his face. Eric was about to choke Perry, but thankfully Brian interfered. He stood in front of Eric, blocking his way. Let it go, Eric. You can deal with him later, but not now. Eric's eyes landed on me, but they quickly wandered somewhere else. He fixed his shirt and glared at Perry, running a hand through his hair, and finally nodded. I wonder how you put up with him, Perry pointed out. He's a self-confessed jerk who thinks that everything revolves around him. Anyways, before you and I start training, I want to get to know you. He winked. Maybe we can have a something in the future. He wiggled his eyebrows. I can't believe, after everything that's happened, Perry was acting so normal. My eyes quickly landed on Eric, who was growling lowly. Never going to happen. Over my dead body. Came the first and second replies from Eric and Giovanni. Brian cracked a grin and started chuckling. Perry had a massive smirk on his face, while I stood in my place, surprised by the answers they both gave. Giovanni and Eric looked at each other, well, more like glared. Eric huffed, turning around and walking away. In contrast, Giovanni stared at the ground for a minute as if contemplating what to do before shaking his head and walking in the opposite direction. A few seconds passed silently until Brian decided to break the ice. Want to go to a cafe? He suggested. Both Perry and I agreed. Come on then, I know an awesome cafe a few miles away. All of us followed Brian and hopped into his 2012 Ford Explorer XLT, me seated in the back while the two guys were in the front. I wondered what was going on in Eric and Giovanni's minds and why they reacted in such a way. Let me guess, there's a hot waitress there? Perry said, looking at Brian with a smirk. Welcome to the family, bro. I covered my eyes with my hand and groaned. Great, as if Brian wasn't enough. Now came Perry. I rolled my eyes as Brian and Perry drooled over the blonde waitress. Boys will always be boys. I'm going to ask her on a date, Perry stated wickedly as a smile played on his face. Brian didn't seem to hear anything since he was still looking at the waitress, who, I guess, was serving table number 5. I slapped Brian on the chest, making him wake up from his little fantasy. What was that for? He scowled, rubbing his chest lightly. I rolled my eyes, but didn't bother answering him. Anyways, you seem to have 2 admirers, princess. Perry grinned from ear to ear as he put his chin on his palm. No, I don't, I muttered, looking away. Vivian, did you notice how Eric went into protective mode all over you when he saw me? Perry proclaimed. Or when Giovanni glared at Eric when his hand was on your back, Brian added. I sat in deliberation. Perry and Brian noticed my discomfort with the subject and started talking about cars. I tapped my fingers on the table and looked at my lap, thinking of what both of them just said. Eric would never look at me in such a way, but I wasn't sure about Giovanni. But what if he thinks of you like that? A voice murmured in my head. I closed my eyes, trying to clear everything that was going on in my head. After an hour, all of us decided to leave, and in a few minutes, we were back at our dorm. The car ride was silent. No one talked, just listened to classical music. Once we reached the school, Perry went to his dorm. He explained that my uncle gave him a private dorm on the other side of the academy. When we entered our dorm, Brian sat in the living room with Remy and Giovanni, while I went to my bedroom to take a nice, long nap. Tell me about yourselves, I said. Right now, all of us are sitting around the kitchen table. I was actually surprised when Perry joined us. Turns out Brian invited him. At first, Eric wasn't happy, but I think he changed his mind since he was joking around with Perry. All the guys turned their attention to me, and silence hung in the air. Why are you asking us that? Remy asked, leaning forward. Because I've been here with you guys for a while and know nothing about you. I shrugged, replying with ease. Well, I'll start, Giovanni stated. My full name is Giovanni Bertoldo de Luca. Bertoldo means a bright ruler. That's why my mom chose it. I'm from Italian origins. My favorite color is gold, and I have a sister that annoys the hell out of me. I wanted to say duh for his last statement, but kept my mouth shut. Oh, and Claudina says hi. She told me to tell you that she's sorry for not telling you that she's going to the angel kingdom. He added, making me raise an eyebrow. I'm going to make sure to give her a piece of my mind when she comes back. Now it was Remy's turn. My name is Remy Niccolo, no middle name, thank God. I don't even want to think what my mom would have chosen if my dad told her not to pick a middle name. Anyways, I'm Greek, my favorite color is red. I play the guitar, love to sing, and play basketball. That's all. He gave me a grin, making me laugh. He looked so nerdy when he did that. Brian smirked and started talking. Oh dear. Well, I'm American, duh. I sounded so girly right now, he scowled. I'm handsome and I know it. He sent me a wink, and I rolled my eyes. My little sister who's 10 is called Janelle. My brother Jonah is 15. Don't even ask about the names. I don't even know why my parents named them Janelle and Jonah. He shook his head. It's like Jack and Jill, well that's what I call them. He smirked. Perry's turn came next. Well, I'm better looking than Brian and always will be. Girls swoon when they see me. Everyone wants to meet me. I love boxing and rapping. I noticed, I said dryly, making the guys chuckle. Finally, it was Eric's turn. I play the piano, have an addiction to classic and old music, and want to study law when I grow up even if I'm going to be king. That caught my attention. He loves the law. Why law? For certain reasons, he replied, not making eye contact. That was my sign to stay silent. Everyone started talking about cars and wrestling while Eric stayed silent. Hey Vivian, when are you going to be training with your fire trainer? Brian asked, mouth full of food. First, swallow then talk, I snapped, disgusted. Second, today I'm going to go training, I answered. Eric stood up and left the kitchen. I winced when I heard the slam of the front door. Geez, why the sudden change in attitude? What's up with him? Perry asked. No idea, I answered, shaking my head. An hour passed, and I thought that it was the best time to go to the field where I'll be meeting my fire trainer. I left the dorm, walking down the hallways, but stopped dead in my tracks when I heard a girl's giggle. How about we go to my room, Prince Eric? The girl giggled, making my eyes go wide. Eric? I took a step forward and saw a girl practically rubbing herself on Eric, who was smirking. Not now, Dana, I've got something to do. Maybe later tonight? The girl giggled, then nodded. Sure, she purred, playing with her bright brown hair. Her figure screamed promiscuity. I crossed my arms and glared at Eric. I coughed, making them both look at me, the girl with a smirk on her face and a wide-eyed Eric. The girl let go of Eric, stepped to the side, and walked away, not before waving. I started walking, not giving Eric a second glance. And where do you think you're going? His deep, attractive voice was heard. Training, I replied, still walking. I heard him chuckle and mutter something that sounded like, if you only knew who your trainer is, but I paid him no mind. Why did he say that? Does he know who my trainer is? But the biggest question was, why did I react like that when I saw the girl all over him? Was I jealous? No, I would never get jealous over that. I shook my head and put my hands in my pockets. I couldn't help but remember those silver eyes and $1 million smile. I stopped dead in my tracks. I couldn't be falling for Eric, could I? Chapter 16. Eric's POV. What was yesterday about? And don't bother lying, Brian told me everything. I gritted my teeth to stop myself from snapping out an insult in response to the comment that had just been directed at me and looked away from Remy's knowing gaze. Brian's tongue needed to be cut off, and soon, because the dude could not keep his trap shut. But at least someone was enjoying this, since Remy had been bugging me about it from the minute we left the academy. I knew he was having a blast talking about the subject, and I had to take a deep breath to calm down before I could speak. I knew it was no use acting as though I didn't know what he was talking about, but I wasn't going to let that stop me. What are you talking about? My voice remained neutral as I responded, and I mentally applauded myself. I watched Remy subtly to try to see his reaction, and from the corner of my eye, caught him rolling his eyes. You know exactly what I'm talking about, Airy. And there goes the nickname. Again. I leaned against a nearby tree and sighed exasperatedly. I don't know what's happening, Remington. I hate what she is. Hell, I despise what she is, yet I can't help but feel protective of her. Yesterday was a mistake. I know I shouldn't have done that, especially with me being who I am, but it was a reflex. I ran a hand through my thick hair in frustration. A million questions were running through my mind at once, all battling for dominance to be the most important, only to be forgotten as soon as another one came along seconds later. Do what you think is right, Eric. I can't help you any more than that. Remy put his hands in his pockets and looked at the now cloudy sky, looking as though his thoughts were drifting off to somewhere else. I was about to pull him back into the conversation when he suddenly spoke again. But if what I'm thinking is correct, then don't break her heart. Vivian's been through hell, and she doesn't need any more shit from anyone, he added, looking at me straight. A few minutes passed silently as I thought about what Remy had said. Who had put Vivian through hell? And why did Remy think I would break her heart, or even be able to? It's not like that kind of emotion crap was anything to do with me. But what if I was able to? And what if I did? These questions all plagued my mind until Remy noticed my worried face. You like her, don't you? A sly smile was plastered on Remy's face, and the sing-song quality to his voice when he said those words told me he was enjoying every second of watching me squirm. Damn, he is never going to let me live this down. No, of course not. Why would I? That's just us silly. I denied, shaking my head furiously. Take a deep breath, Eric. Don't lose your composure. But it was too late. Besides, I should know better than to even try lying to Remy. He and I had been friends since kindergarten because both of our parents had been friends for a long time and had liked pairing us together whenever possible. This meant we had spent a lot of time together and couldn't lie to one another very often. But that didn't really matter anyway, since Remy knew all of my secrets and I knew all of his. He chuckled, as he had already figured everything out, and turned around. Suit yourself. Now come on, you've got someone to train. His sing-song voice once again annoyed me, but this time I was calmer and more prepared for his immature behavior, so I glared daggers at him. Speaking of kindergarten, do you still have the photos from when we were young? He asked, a cheesy smirk on his face. Oh, how much I want to slap that smirk off his face. And he bloody well knew it. I want to see you when you were chubby, Eric. Which, by the way, reminds me of something I've been meaning to ask you for years. What did your parents feed you when you were young? Because let me tell ya, it didn't work out very well for you. I knew he was making fun of me to get a rise from the laughter that could be seen in his eyes. It made them shine mischievously, causing my younger self to learn in just a few short years that this was the Remy to stay away from. Didn't I tell you not to read my mind? I snapped, trying to change the topic to, well, anything but this. I hope he doesn't ask my mother where the pictures are. I would be doomed. As soon as the thought entered my brain, I wanted to slap myself. I had just walked into such an easy trap again. Remy laughed aloud, thoroughly entertained by my stupidity, making me curse under my breath. It's not my fault that you don't put your guard up. One more time. If I heard that tone of voice one more time, I was going to do something I was going to regret. I don't know how we had managed to stay friends for this long, especially at times like this, when all I wanted to do was hurt someone. Or just a certain someone would do. I rolled my eyes to show Remy I wasn't impressed by his childishness and started walking in the direction of the field that I could see Vivian sitting under a tree. She had a phone in her hand and was laughing. This sight almost made me want to laugh, too, though I was just as content simply watching her laugh from afar. She just looked so happy. Eric. I chided myself. Stop being a stalker. Don't you know that's when the girls run away? Like in the opposite direction screaming? As I continued my internal monologue, I noticed her lips saying the word Jayavan, causing my eyes to grow cold. Jayavan was doing this on purpose. I just knew it. I don't know what was making me want to keep Vivian all to myself, but it was almost driving me insane thinking of her liking some other guy. I mean, it wasn't like I was a werewolf that had only one mate for my entire lifetime or anything. But whatever it was, it made me want to not only keep her heart safe, but it also gave me this urge to keep her close to me. And even though I didn't know what it was, I was going to listen to it and get rid of any competition that stood in my way. If war was what he wanted, then war was what he was going to get. Vivian's POV. I said goodbye to Jayavan and slipped my phone into my pocket. He had said he was bored and wanted to talk to someone, and I was the only one that came to mind. I didn't know whether to feel honored by this or not. I'm sure he had other friends, so maybe he was lying and trying to make me feel special. All these doubts rushed through my head, and I almost wanted to slap myself for overanalyzing things. It was a simple phone call, we cracked some jokes, and finally, he said that he wanted to go the end. I played with my fingers, trying to think of a new topic, and frowned. I needed to go to a nail salon because my nails required some serious fixing. This made me shake my head and laugh. Before becoming a witch, these little things used to be one of the most significant problems in my life. Between getting my hair done, having my nails buffed, and booking my monthly spa treatment, I pampered myself like a princess. And now here I was, not having done my nails in so long that I was almost ashamed to look at them. I sighed wistfully at what I would give for just some plain, old relaxing time. This line of thought proved to be a sufficient distraction, as, when I looked up, I heard footsteps approaching. My eyes first landed on Remy, who had a faint smile on his face, as though hearing something pleasing. I wished for a second that I could read minds too, but changed that thought when I realized how intrusive I would feel. And what if someone was being mean in their head? I would have to hear it too and not say anything. This suddenly made me glad I couldn't read minds. Remy was wearing a red V-necked shirt that hugged his chiseled body, with a pair of black shorts that reached his knees. I subtly admired him before remembering my damn mind shield, slamming it into place. Phew, that had been a close one. How embarrassing would that have been? Black Ray-Bans covered his eyes, so I couldn't make out if he had heard or not, but he didn't notice his facial expression change, so I think I was clear. However, my reaction to Remy was nothing compared to my reaction to Eric. My jaw practically hit the ground when I saw him, casually strolling in my direction. His face was blank, showing no emotions whatsoever, and for some reason, this made me feel extremely sad. He was wearing a black Lacoste t-shirt that perfectly showed off his sculpted chest and bulging muscles. He was wearing Ray-Bans identical to those Remy wore. To say I practically drooled when I saw him would be an understatement, because I think I even let out a dreamlike sigh. What can I say? He looked amazing. Hey! Remy's voice snapped me out of my trance, and I looked at him to see him smirking. Crap. I guess I should also learn to keep my mind shield in place even when I get distracted by fantasies involving men called Eric. Whoops. Damn mind-reading vampires. I got up, dusting the dirt off my jeans and smiled sheepishly at Remy. Good luck living this one down, Vivian. Hi guys, I said, fixing my shirt and trying my hardest not to look at Eric. I failed miserably. However, just as our eyes locked, Eric looked away, clearly avoiding my stare. What's up with him? I wanted to ask this question aloud, but knew I was too much of a chicken to do that, deciding to ignore it for now. I looked behind them to see if my trainer had arrived. He wasn't late, well, not yet, but I wanted to start as soon as possible, as my nerves had already begun to set in. It was a mixture of both excited anticipation and fear that I wouldn't be able to do it in front of my trainer and mess up. I sighed, running a hand through my hair when I saw no one. Do you know when my trainer is going to come? Remy smiled so wide that it looked like he had just won the lottery. That's never good. He's right next to me. My eyes widened. What? No. Eric can't be my trainer. Imagine how embarrassing things will be, especially if my fear comes true and I can't do any of it again. He's my crush after all. Yesterday, I kept thinking about this over and over again. My head was going to explode from how confused I was, so I finally cleared my head and went through everything I was thinking and feeling. Therefore, as much as I hate to say this, and never would out loud, to anyone I like Eric. There. It was out in the open now. Well, only to me, but that's all that matters. However, Remy smiling from ear to ear and looking like a damn cheetah made me realize it wasn't only out in the open to me. One sneaky vampire had heard it too. Oh well, I guess it was too late to take back what I had said in the privacy of my mind. Yeah, right, privacy was a foreign concept around Remy. I mentally rolled my eyes, secretly glad he was content with my declaration, and decided that was enough chit-chat for one day. My eyes wandered to Eric, who took off his Ray-Bans and put them in his jeans. Come on, time to train, he said, a devilish look on his face. Things are not going to end well. It's too hard. I whined, crossing my arms. Eric and I have been training for 30 minutes now. That's it. But it felt like 100 years. We had been arguing the entire time, and it was getting on his nerves. Yeah, well, it was starting to get on mine too. Remy had been sitting under a tree, watching us bicker with an amused look on his face, until Eric got fed up with his snarky comments and told him to leave. And that's precisely what Remy did, but not without shooting off another funny joke about Eric's childhood. Right now, Eric was teaching me how to do a firestorm. At the beginning, it sounded so easy, but boy was I wrong. Eric first taught me how to position my hands. He told me that both of my arms should be extended upwards, and then I should turn around in circles, my arms going lower and lower each second, an equal distance from my body. I have to do that many times so that the firestorm can grow bigger and bigger. And yes, as I said, it had sounded easy. But it made me dizzy enough to want to throw up and required so much energy and strength I didn't have in my arm muscles. They already were screaming in pain from the amount of time I had had to hold them in the air in a fixed position, and it was not worth this much torture just to make a stupid firestorm. Eric's face could have made any girl run away screaming bloody murder, but I held my ground and pinned him with my best, I'm not doing it face. Enough was enough. The only reason I had even stayed this long was that his handsome face always managed to distract me, but with him so angry, it defeated the point. Everything for you is so hard. This is life, deal with it, he exploded, the veins of his face popping. Wow, he really was angry. An absolute genius statement that one, Vivian, I added mentally. Now, stop being a crybaby and let's try to work on this again, he demanded, running a hand through his hair. It seemed to be a habit neither of us could break, and this almost made me smile, until the current situation and the words he had just spoken came back to me. I glared at him through thick eyelashes and put my hands on my hips. I'm not a crybaby, I protested, making Eric chuckle humorlessly. Suit yourself, lollipop. I gritted my teeth, holding back my tongue as it wouldn't have been pretty, I'll tell you that. Oh, I wanted to kick his ass so much right now. Try it one more time, he ordered, crossing his arms with an angry look on his face. I shook my head repeatedly. I'm done. I've been trying and trying, but it just won't work. No. Eric's eyebrow twitched, and it looked like he was having an inner battle on whether he should kill me on the spot or shoot fireballs in my direction. Vivian, I'm going to say this once. If you don't do what I'm asking, I'm going to throw you in the underground dungeons and chain you up. No food, no water, and mice and rats will be your best and only friends. Got it? He raised an eyebrow, daring me to defy him. I nodded, but rolled my eyes when he turned around. I didn't know if he would actually do it, but I guess it was too big a risk to take. Mice and rats. Freaked. Me. Out. But I would die before Eric found out about that little secret. I did as he told me once again. I stood in the proper stance. I kept on turning around, concentrating on the energy running through my veins. I took deep breaths. But this time something was different, because unlike all the other times, I felt heat rush through my body and everything went hot around me. I opened my eyes and stood still as I looked at the minor firestorm surrounding me. Yes, I did it. I smiled as I saw what I had accomplished. And it was all by myself. Well, mostly, since Eric only helped a little. As I felt my success flow through me, I got the urge to achieve more. An even bigger firestorm. I wanted to show Eric that I could do it, and not just a small, base-sized one. I closed my eyes and concentrated on the fire surrounding me and imagined it going higher and higher until it surrounded me. "Vivian, that's enough." Eric's voice rang through the field, but I didn't listen to him. I felt the firestorm get stronger and higher every second passing by, and the energy that I felt in my body was terrific. I took a step back, though, when another force hit me. I tried controlling it, but it was too strong. I lost control over the storm and opened my eyes, only to find myself staring at two silver orbs. "When I tell you stop, you stop. What the hell is wrong with you, Vivian? You are going to burn down the whole forest," he yelled harshly, making me wince. I looked down at my feet, anger boiling in my blood. Anger too strong to hold in. And so I didn't. "It's because of you. You made me feel like I was so weak and can't do anything. I wanted to prove you wrong, to let you know that I can do it. But here you are shouting at me." I screamed, but my voice cracked at the end of the sentence. I felt hot tears threatening to spill, but blinked them away, not wanting to look like the crybaby he accused me of being earlier. I wouldn't give him the satisfaction. Eric's face softened, all traces of anger gone. "You know, I never meant to make you feel weak." I shook my head, still angry with him, and took a deep breath. "I'm done for today," I stated, turning around. I clenched my fists and started running in the school's direction. However, I was so wrapped up in my thoughts that I didn't notice that there was a big puddle of mud ahead of me until I accidentally slipped on it. I closed my eyes, waiting for the pain to come, but it never did. I opened my eyes and gasped softly when I saw Eric's face inches from mine, staring at me. There was a light behind his eyes that had been there earlier, when he had stopped my firestorm, but this time it was different. There was no firestorm raging out of control. There was only us. A tingle ran down my spine at the word us. Was there an US? Right now, there was, and I wanted to capture it, remember it, because it doesn't get any better than this. We kept looking at each other, not wanting to shatter this moment, until Eric finally shifted his gaze to my lips. My heart began to thump uncontrollably as the moment I had been dreaming about began unfolding into reality. My own eyes trailed down his handsome face until they rested on his lips, his full, kissable lips. I felt him leaning closer and closer until our foreheads brushed together lightly. I closed my eyes and instinctively leaned closer until our lips met. Chapter 17. Vivian's POV. His lips felt like heaven, so soft and sweet that it was beyond anything I could have ever imagined. I wrapped my hands around his neck, feeling jolts of electricity plunging through my entire body, from where my lips were connected to his, right down to my toes. But as the intensity of the kiss increased, Eric wanted more. He demanded entrance, but I decided to tease him a little bit and kept my mouth shut, wanting to see what he would do next. And being Eric, he quickly grew impatient with my games and gently bit my lower lip, playing dirty in my books. It didn't hurt, but surprised, I gasped, playing right into Eric's hands, and he took the opportunity to explore my mouth intimately. The tingly feeling grew between us, almost surrounding us in an unbreakable bubble where it felt like nothing else mattered and no one but us could ever enter. Our tongues battled for dominance, but of course Eric won. My hands slid up to his hair, gripping it tightly as the strands tried to slip through my fingers. He wrapped his arms around my waist and pulled me up so we were standing. Both of us parted, almost at once it seemed, gasping for air. Eric's lips were strawberry red, making them look even more edible than before, and I had to stop myself from pulling him into my arms and continuing what we had started. But as the rational part of my brain started working again, my eyes widened and I froze, trying to figure out what had happened. I just kissed Eric. One part of me wanted to celebrate and let myself be happy for once, while the other part was angry. That shouldn't have happened, I tried to argue. But I didn't want to believe that. What will happen now? Will things become awkward between us? Will he think that it was a mistake? I looked at Eric, who was wearing the same shocked expression, and tried not to feel the heartbreak that I was. His face said it all. He obviously thought that it was a mistake, plain and simple. Grudgingly, I remembered what happened earlier today, between Eric and that girl, and once again tried to argue with myself that it was for the best, even if it didn't feel like it at the moment. My brain was telling me to say it was a mistake, but my heart was screaming for me to kiss him again. But I just couldn't follow my heart. I took a step backwards and stared at him with a stern expression. "I'm sorry, Eric. I didn't mean to do that, it was a mistake." I apologized, waiting for his reply. From the outside, I looked so calm and collected that it must have been impossible for him to see that. On the inside, I was screaming at myself. Eric's face suddenly went hard, making me wonder what he was thinking right now. I knew, though, that it couldn't be anything nice, and I braced myself for what he was about to say, as the very look on his face caused my protective instincts to rise full force. But my relationship with Eric was never one to be predictable, and what came out of his mouth next surprised me. Why was it a mistake? Both of us enjoyed it. He argued, frustration clear on his features. Because we're different. You're a demon, Eric, and I'm a witch. We're supposed to hate each other, remember? I slapped a hand over my mouth. That wasn't supposed to come out like that. I don't care about that. Vivian, tell me, what did you feel when we kissed? He asked, looking at me intently. I wanted to say that it made me feel amazing, energetic, comfortable, fantastic, incredible, and so many other emotions that I felt as though I could burst. But I said the opposite. I had to. Nothing. Both of us went silent after that, not knowing what to say or do next. You're lying. I looked up to reply to his statement as convincingly as I could, considering I was actually lying, and realized that Eric had moved to stand right in front of me. As a knee-jerk reaction, however, I jumped back in surprise, almost falling over the mud beneath my feet, as I had the first time. Eric, noticing my reaction, reached out his hands to steady me automatically, and I looked up to thank him once again. The words never got past my lips, though, as my gaze traveled up his face, and I found his eyes boring into my soul. His eyes held so many emotions that I couldn't understand all of them in such a glance, but the one overshadowing them all was that of confusion. I wanted to comfort him so severely and explain why I was saying all of this, but we just wouldn't work out. And then, the most incredible emotion we would both be feeling would be pain. Be strong, Vivian. I shook my head and took a step back, pulling his hands off me. No, I am not lying. You either take my word for it or you don't, but this isn't going to happen again. I stated, trying my hardest to make my voice sound strong too. Stop denying it, Vivian. Just stop it, Eric, please, just stop. I cursed myself as my voice cracked at the end. How could I act like this wasn't affecting me when my voice gave me away so easily? What we did was wrong. I just want to forget about it. I stated, walking past Eric. I felt disappointed when Eric didn't try to stop me. Because, even though he had tried to argue that it wasn't a mistake, I felt like he didn't care if he was letting us go that easily. No, there was no us, and my silly daydreams during that kiss were just that, silly and daydreams. I remembered the movies that I used to watch, where the couple would have a massive fight, but in the end, the guy tries to stop her, and then does something ridiculously cheesy, like telling her he loves her for the first time. But I would give anything to be that cheesy couple today. I should know better than to think my life is a fairy tale. I entered the academy and started walking up the halls. On the way to my dorm, people kept staring at me, and I wanted to scream. I wanted to scream out loud at how upset I was, and I wanted to scream at the rude people that had never been taught any manners. Oh, enough of it already. You know I'm a princess, so why are you looking at me like that? But I didn't and couldn't, since I had to be the so-called nice, darling princess to everyone. Bullshit. I rolled my eyes, ignoring the whispers, and started walking up the stairs. I gritted my teeth. Damn him for being hot. Damn him for being a demon. Damn him for even existing in this world. Arg. Damn Eric for playing with my emotions. Damn him for kissing me. I felt like my head was going to explode. But you were the one that kissed him first. I rolled my eyes. Well, he's to blame too. I only kissed him because I wasn't thinking straight. An annoying voice in my head kept on singing liar, liar, pants on fire, but I ignored it and entered my dorm. I took off my jacket and threw it on the couch, running a hand through my hair. Finally, some peace. I didn't know what to feel. My thoughts were all over the place, and I needed to sort through them before I went mad. I sat down on the couch and released a deep sigh, my head in my hands. Didn't I do this? Go over everything I was feeling? Because it sure didn't seem like it, given the emotions pulling me in different directions. Should I be happy about the kiss? Upset about what I had to say after it? Or angry that Eric let me walk away? Frustrated that Eric hadn't realized why I had to say that and not realizing it was all a lie? You're really stupid, you know that? I turned around when I heard Remy's voice. He was leaning against the windowsill in the red shirt he had been wearing when I had last seen him during my training. What? What the hell was he talking about? Is this about what had happened between Eric and me earlier? I had a sneaky little feeling it was. Wearily, I got off the couch and went over to where Remy was standing. I saw everything, Vivian. He stated, clenching his fists and not looking at me. I saw how you kissed him and made him feel like you actually cared about him. Then you left him alone, staring into space and looking miserable. Remy, it's not what you think. He stared at me, an unreadable expression taking over his face. Then what is it, Vivian? You kissed him and left, he exclaimed. I know you've been through a lot, but Eric has too. Vivian, if you aren't ready for whatever the hell happened out there, then just tell Eric that. He said, staring into my eyes. I understood that Remy was worried about what happened, and he should be, since Eric is his best friend. But he understood things wrong. Eric may have seemed a bit cold at first, Vivian, but trust me when I say this. He's a very sweet guy at heart. He stated in a calm voice, making me smile slightly. Remy was too sweet for his own good. Any other guy in his place would have started shouting, but he explained what he thought and was now giving me the chance to do the same. Any girl that ended up with Remy would be lucky. Unfortunately for me, though, I have my sights set on a particular unattainable demon. Do you really think I'm that kind of girl, Remy? I would never do that to anyone. The reason I said that is because I'm not sure if it'll work out between us. I'm scared. He's a demon and I'm a witch, I said softly. I know you aren't that type of girl. You're sweet, caring, and lovable. You're different from all the other girls I've met, but as his best friend, I have to make sure that you won't play Eric. But I hardly think you will. He sent me a small smile. I didn't know what to feel about what Remy had said. If I didn't want a relationship with someone, I wouldn't just run away, I would tell them. But I guess what I did wasn't any better. I first kissed Eric, then told him it was a mistake, and then said that I hadn't felt anything. I wasn't that kind of girl, I was worse. Well, I have some work to do, so if you'll excuse me, my lady, he said, walking out the door, but not before sending me a wink. Damn prick. I sighed, shaking my head and went to my room. I threw myself on the bed and stared at the ceiling, thousands of thoughts running through my head. I groaned and slapped my forehead. I'm such a dumb girl. You seem troubled. I looked to my left and saw Brian leaning against the wall, his arms crossed. There's something called knocking, you know. I snapped. Brian cocked an eyebrow in reply, smirking. I'm a unique person, V. I have my own rules, he said cockily. I rolled my eyes. Well, that's Brian and his ego for you. Anyways, I'm hungry. What an interesting change of subject. However, Brian couldn't have planned it any better if he tried, because at that exact moment, his stomach rumbled. Brian's face transformed to show his cheeky grin, and I tried not to let my bad mood from earlier drag me down. But I don't think I quite succeeded, as I sent him a dry look over my shoulder. He quickly noticed this and raised his hands in surrender. What? I'm hungry. This hot piece of meat needs something to eat to attract all them ladies. The usual wink followed this obnoxious comment, and before I even had time to come up with a witty remark in return, I was pulled out of my bed. My warm, comfortable bed where I wanted to stay and not have to face Eric or anyone else for that matter, anytime soon. Brian was a force to be reckoned with, though, and he sent me a grin before continuing to strut down the hall, of course, with me being pushed along the entire way. Come on, I want to eat. My finger. I jumped up from my seat in fright and looked over at Brian. Vivian, kiss the boo-boo. He held up his finger that was bleeding and pouted, his face somehow still managing to look attractive, even when he was acting like a 5-year-old. Rolling my eyes, I walked in Brian's direction to go see the magical cut that I was sure was another act he was putting on. He seemed to be full of them today, just when I was in the mood for it. Not. Since Brian was hungry, we decided to make pizza and a salad to go with it. I took on the task of making the pizza, whilst Brian was in charge of putting together the salad. That suddenly seemed like a bad idea though, as I thought about the sharp knife he would be using. That could only end badly, seeing as he couldn't act serious for more than 2 seconds, I thought, rolling my eyes at his foolishness. I looked at Brian's finger, then at him with a scowl. Seriously? Ketchup? I asked, raising my eyebrows. It was worth a shot. He grinned, taking a bunch of cucumbers and cutting them. Anyways, how was training? Wonderful, I dryly replied. So I take it that Eric was hard on you? He said, chuckling. Wait, you knew about Eric? I demanded, putting both of my hands on my hips. Brian looked like a deer caught in the headlights, and I smirked at the idea of him being scared of me. Yeah, that's right, you better be scared. Well, yeah, but I wasn't allowed to tell you, he said, giving me an apologetic smile. Before I could answer, someone barged into the room and squealed loudly enough for Brian to cover his ears quickly. Vivian. Well, that's Claudina, all right. I turned around, smiling, and before I knew it, both of us were practically hugging the life out of one another. I missed you. Claudina pulled away, a big smile on her face. Haha, me too. From the moment we sat down, Claudina started talking about what happened to her while visiting her parents. Out of all of her blabbering, though, the only thing that caught my attention was Claudina talking about 2 hot twins that she met at the castle. Vivian, he is so hot. She fanned herself and put on her dreamy face, as she liked to call it. But I knew she was exaggerating, so I decided to tease her a little bit. Really? Well, I want to meet him, I said, a small smile on my face. I can't wait to see her reaction to this one. He's mine, she said, pointing a finger at me. But you can always date his super sexy brother. I mean, I think hotness runs in the family. I put my elbow on the table and listened to Claudina chatter about their hotness and what they looked like, nodding occasionally so she could tell that I was listening. The one that Claudina described as one hot piece of ass was called Jameson, and his brother was Jonah, the just as hot one that I was allowed to date. According to Claudina, Jameson had big green eyes and shaggy brown hair, while his brother had puppy dog brown eyes and short brown hair. I wanted to laugh at Claudina. She sounded like a clingy girlfriend, saying that Jameson is hers, but I knew that she was only joking. Well, kind of. She probably really did think he was hers. Oh, and you should see their bodies, she exclaimed. Cut. Brian put his hand between us. That's enough, Claudina. Claudina scowled, shooting him a dirty look, but sighed happily and stood up. I'm going to take a shower. See you later, Vivian. I shook my head, a smile on my face. Claudina can be crazy at times, but at least I wasn't like that. Well, that was interesting. A voice stated from behind Brian and me. We both turned around and grinned when we saw Jayavan, leaning against the door Claudina had just left through. Yep, my sister is kinda crazy. I shook my head. Claudina just gets carried away sometimes. Kinda crazy? She's a maniac. Last time, she was about to crash my car. Brian cried out, making both Jayavan and me laugh. Anyways, Vivian, I need to talk to you about something, alone. Jayavan said, looking at Brian as he spoke, who rolled his eyes. Fine, fine. He held up his hands. Oh, and no funny business, you two. He pointed at both of us, eyes full of humor as he watched my reaction to his silly antics. I tried, successfully, to hide it from him, and my face burned up as I glared at Brian, who only chuckled as he walked out of the room. I swear, someday, I will kick him so hard that he won't be able to walk for a week. Well, there's a ball coming up soon in the Witch Kingdom, to celebrate your presence. At the ball, your uncle will introduce you as the official princess and heir of the Witch Kingdom. I stood there, shocked. I didn't know how to reply to that. I didn't know what to think. Oh gosh. That means I have to wear a dress. Yeah, good going, Vivian. That's the thing you should be most worried about. And a princess should have someone to escort her. I knew what was coming next. So, I was wondering if I could be the one to do that. He finished, looking at me with hopeful eyes. My brain kept screaming no, but I didn't listen. Of course. Jayavan smiled. Phew, I thought someone else had already beaten me to it, he said, wiping the sweat off his forehead. I knew who he was referring to. Eric. But I wouldn't let myself think about that until I was locked up in my room again, and I didn't have to keep up appearances as a princess. Jayavan took my hand in his and gave it a little squeeze, unaware of the emotional instability within me right now. I have to go now. I will see you later. Bye. I replied and smiled slightly, hoping he didn't see through it, and waited until he walked out before letting my pathetic attempt at a smile drop. I turned around, putting my hands on the kitchen table, and took deep breaths in and out. What have I done? Chapter 18. Eric's POV. Bang. I slammed my hand on the wooden desk in front of me, my emotions boiling over. Damn, I'm such an idiot. I ran a hand through my hair, pacing back and forth over the worn-down, dull gray carpet. How ironic, I thought to myself. That matches my mood perfectly. I was standing in an unoccupied office, but I didn't remember how I ended up here. All I remembered was running as fast as I could to try to escape what had just happened. A voice in my head nagged at me, telling me I was acting like a madman, like a little boy with a crush that had just been rejected and couldn't handle it, but I knew I wasn't being silly. I wasn't acting like an immature brat. Vivian was. When I first saw her looking at me strangely, I figured she was just intrigued by the idea of me being the demon prince. But when she started to act differently towards me compared to the way she worked with the rest of the guys, I thought she might have a crush on me. And of course, at first, I was shocked by the idea of it. I mean, all along I'd been nothing but mean to her, and she repaid me by having a crush on me. However, after thinking about it for a few days, I became even surer that she actually liked me. So understandably, I don't know what to feel now. After thinking that she liked me all this time, to be crushed like this has me doubting everything. Everything that I thought was a subtle hint showing me her true feelings may have all been in my head. What if it was all a ploy? What if? No, I told myself resolutely. She likes me, and I like her. No more thinking about it until I get a chance to talk to her again properly. I looked around the vacant office to distract myself from my roundabout thoughts, taking in every inch and trying to work out what it had been used for before. The office was an ordinary one, with a desk in the middle of the room and several chairs surrounding it. The scent of pine seemed to fill the air, though it wasn't strong, and therefore hinted that this was the type of wood the desk was made from. I knew it to be very sturdy from the excess amount of strength I had applied earlier, and could only imagine it was of considerable value. I continued my account of the room and saw 2 black leather sofas pushed against the far wall. In addition to these, a big but empty wooden cupboard seemed to take up much of the wall that wasn't filled with large windows. I sighed and shook my head. Bullshit. I sat on the sofa with my head in my hands, thinking about what happened yesterday, even though I was trying not to. Why? Why did she ignore the fact that she likes me? Why did she say that it was a big mistake? I knew that she was lying when she told me she felt nothing when we kissed. Her face said it all, even though she tried to hide it, and if I weren't so shocked, I would have tried to argue with her longer. Something must have happened for her to say that, and I was going to figure out what. But, of course, the one question that kept going through my head in the meantime was why. Maybe it's because of Jayavan. I gritted my teeth. No, Vivian doesn't like Jayavan like that. He's just a brother to her. But then again, what kind of judge am I? Maybe she really did see a spark between them, because she didn't see one between us, but I did. I thought she liked me, and look where that got me. No. Eric, stop doing this to yourself. I knew I was right, and she did feel the same way, but I couldn't stop myself from second-guessing it. I mean, when someone reacted that badly to something, how was my ego not meant to take personal insult? It was like being told you weren't good enough for someone, and not surprisingly, it didn't feel very nice. I heard heavy footsteps coming towards the room and stopped in front of the door. I sighed in exasperation. I could never get away from people I didn't want to see. The door suddenly burst open, making me jump, before I blew out a breath of relief after seeing that it was just Perry. "Ah, there you are." He grinned, walking in my direction. He was in his usual cocky mood, thinking that he was the king of the world. Idiot. Why so stressed, cousin? I rolled my eyes. I swear, sometimes I feel like choking Perry. And right now, I don't think I'm in the mood to be able to deal with anything he has to say. "None of your damn business," I replied harshly. He mimicked me and rolled his eyes, getting on my nerves so badly in just 30 seconds that I wanted to snap. "Angry too," he pointed out, clearly enjoying my discomfort. "Something to do with a lady called Vivian?" he asked, waiting for my answer. "Get out of here, Perry. I'm not going to explain myself to you," I replied, looking at him dead in the eyes. Perry didn't look fazed by what I said and instead sat in front of me with a look of determination. "So you're going to give up, just like that? Where's the Eric that I know, the one that never gives up? And who the hell told you that I'm going to give up?" I smirked and Perry laughed. "I know that look, Eric." "Huh, what are you going to do?" he asked, eyes full of anxiousness. I shrugged, standing up and fixing my shirt. "You'll see." I grinned, walking out of the office, hearing Perry's half-hearted laugh ringing in my ears. I have the perfect plan to get Vivian. Vivian's POV. I tapped my fingers against the table and counted the seconds until class ended. It was the last period of the day, and after it, I could go and meet Claudina. She and I had agreed to meet outside of the school and go to her dorm to have some girl time, as she called it. I wasn't the type of girl that overly enjoyed that kind of thing, but maybe it would give my head a break, thinking about someone else's problems instead of mine. I groaned silently as a thought popped into my head that I had forgotten. Today, after school, I was scheduled to train with Perry, and if last time was anything to go by, I knew it would be both frustrating and fatiguing. How could I be so stupid and forget that I already had plans? I put a hand on my forehead and sighed in regret. I guess the trip to Claudina's dorm would have to wait until later. The bell finally rang, and everyone stood up, collecting their stuff off the desk and shoving it into bags. Some were rushing to get somewhere, anywhere, more exciting, whilst others dragged behind, as though dreading what they had to face next. And I understood what they were feeling if they had to head to detention now. I just wanted to get out of this cement prison. However, just as this idea flitted across my mind, so did the image of Claudina's face as I broke my unfortunate news to her, and suddenly, the concept of detention didn't look so bad. I got up quickly, though, putting the notebook that I'd been doodling on for the past 60 minutes in my bag, and ran out of class, not wanting to make Claudina wait. "Vivian!" I heard Claudina's voice holler. I turned around and smiled when I saw her walking in my direction, a smile lifting the corners of her mouth. This wasn't the first thing that I noticed, however. Instead, it was her bright neon green t-shirt, paired with a pair of red jeans. And yes, she did look like a giant walking, talking elf. As she continued walking towards me, I noticed her catching the eyes of other students around her, and to be honest, I didn't blame them. I mean, she was practically glowing. She had her golden locks pulled up in a bun, making her look even more beautiful than her wacky outfit did, and that was a pretty hard feat to accomplish. "And look who's glowing today," I teased, winking in her direction when she was finally within hearing distance. "I know, right?" she giggled. And before I even had a chance to respond to her comment, she was off and away, talking about how a guy named Maximus started flirting with her. I didn't know what had made Claudina this boy crazy, but sometimes it astonished me how often they were on the front of her mind. I expected her to have grown out of it by now, but hopefully, she just had a bit more growing to do. However, even though I always told myself that Claudina was just unique, my assumption was proven to be a bit too right when she told me that she actually knocked the guy out cold. She knocked the guy out cold because he flirted with her. "Are you serious, Claudina?" I said through my laughter, not knowing whether to feel glad my friend could stand up for herself or to feel sorry for the poor guy, Maximus. Claudina had a proud look on her face, as she had just accomplished something, and immediately my thoughts went towards the latter of the two options. Poor guy, probably never even saw it coming, I thought with a shake of my head. Yup. I'm glad that all the personal training I did finally came in handy. So, ready to go? She grinned, looking like a 5-year-old. My own smile vanished when I remembered Perry and what I would have to say next. I started playing with my fingers, not knowing how to say this to Claudina, but not wanting to disappoint her either. The look on her face told me how much she was looking forward to this, and her being, well, I know she will go crazy at the idea of being ditched. Well about that. I trailed off, not knowing what to say or how to phrase it so that it wouldn't sound as bad. Why do I have a feeling that what you'll say next will turn me into a madwoman? She sent me a fake, sickly sweet smile that I knew she used only when she was trying to hide her real rage. I rolled my eyes at her childish act and wanted to make a snarky comment, but I was still afraid that my life would be over in a matter of minutes. I have training today with someone, I explained, waiting for her reaction, knowing that this could end in any way. Is he sexy? She stated bluntly. I rolled my eyes at her typical Claudina response, only caring about sexiness when it came to guys, but I released a deep sigh of relief. That could have gone a lot worse. And as I thought about Perry, I realized how easily I would get off if I said yes. And I wouldn't even be lying. I mean, he is well built, and my jaw practically fell to the ground when I first saw him, so yeah, he is pretty attractive. I nodded, and Claudina's expression immediately cleared, making me want to do a happy dance, but I managed, barely, to constrain myself. Okay then, let's go see Mr. Hot Stuff. She entwined her arm with mine, and we started walking to the gym, where my training was to take place. Hi, Princess, Perry greeted, walking our way. He wore a tight, sleeveless, V-necked gray shirt with a pair of red shorts, and I almost laughed aloud at the ridiculous image of him and Claudina in matching outfits, wishing he had worn a green t-shirt too. His hair was ruffled and untamed, looking like he had just woken up and rolled out of bed to come here, without checking his appearance first, and I sighed in jealousy. How dare men be able to look that good, first of all? And, secondly, without even doing anything. I heard Claudina murmur, total hottie, making me roll my eyes, but again be relieved that he met her high standards. However, once Perry stood in front of us, his eyes went directly to Claudina's, and I began to have a bad feeling about this. Maybe I should have just said no and faced her wrath. Alone. Away from Perry. But it was too late for that now, as Perry had started the conversation. Damn, no getting away now. And who do we have here? He smirked, checking Claudina out from head to toe. Player. His eyes stopped to linger on particular, assets, and I stopped myself from clicking my fingers in front of his face and saying, my eyes are up here, buddy, as I knew that Claudina would hate me forever for it. Apparently, it was part of the girl code to not go out of your way to embarrass another girl in front of a cute guy. And yes, I had learned that lesson the hard way and had it drilled into me ever since. And just as I predicted, Claudina didn't notice and instead giggled and extended her hand as though he were a perfect gentleman. Hello, I'm Princess Claudina from the Angel Kingdom. It's a pleasure to meet you. Perry smirked and took Claudina's hand in his, but instead of shaking it, he kissed it. Wow, didn't see that one coming, Mr. Smooth Guy, I thought triumphantly. The smirk plastered across my face practically broadcast the sarcasm running through my mind, and I noticed Perry quickly turn his attention back to Claudina so that she, too, wouldn't see it. The pleasure is all mine, Princess Claudina. I am Perry Hemsworth from the Demon Kingdom. Claudina drew back her hand and smiled. So cute, I squeaked, but flinched when I realized how awful I sounded. I didn't want them to think I was serious, and knowing Claudina, she would automatically assume I was just complimenting her. Yeah, that doesn't say anything about her ego. I thought wryly. Are you two lovesick puppies done now? I demanded, putting a hand on my hip. Yeah, Vivian, very smart. Why couldn't you tell Claudina that you're going to come here on your own in the first place? Then all of this would have been avoided. Both Claudina and Perry looked in my direction, Claudina glaring while Perry had a big smirk on his face. Oh no, I was going to be getting it from Claudina about this later. Great. Jealous much? Perry asked, raising an eyebrow. I scoffed. You wish. Perry pulled out a pair of boxing gloves from a cupboard leaning against a nearby wall and threw them in my direction. Yep, finally some training. I shook my head in disgust as I did realize, yes, how sad my life had become. Before school had ended, I hated the idea of having to do something so strenuous. But now I needed something to get all the built-up irritation from watching the two of them flirt continuously out of my body, or I was going to blow up at somebody. And boy, did I feel bad for whoever that person was going to be. Put these on. I caught both gloves between my hands and stared at them. Is he expecting me to box with him? Because that really wasn't happening unless I wanted to be beaten to a pulp, which, funnily enough, I didn't. However, knowing that all these bloody males were so cryptic and never just answered your questions when you asked them something, I slipped the gloves on and waited for him to tell me. I tightened the laces with my teeth and looked down at my hands, wondering if I would be able to fight. I mean, hey, don't get me wrong, I'm not a complete girly girl, but even I know my weaknesses. So fighting against guys that are taller, stronger, and much heavier than me is one of them, I'm pretty sure. Follow me, he said, walking forward. I followed him and stopped when he stood behind a punching bag. I want you to beat the bag, he explained. Go on. He crossed his arms, making his bulging muscles flex, intimidating me beyond recognition. I looked down at my hands and then back up at the bag. I repeated this once, twice, 3 times. I took a deep breath. I pulled my hand back and punched the bag so half-heartedly it barely moved. In fact, I think I missed it moving. I must have looked away when it happened or something. Yeah, sure, whatever you say, Vivian. The voice in my head snickered. You can do better than that, Vivian. My second punch was more brutal. Weak, so weak, and here I thought you'd surprise me. Whack, whack, whack. Harder, Vivian. Think about anything that angers you. Unleash all your anger on the punching bag. Well, I have plenty of that, where even to start? My past, I thought. Whack, whack. Perry had to lean all of his weight against the bag to stop it from swinging, and it just riled up my determination even more as I became aware of what I was capable of. Until that moment, I hadn't realized that I was angry at my past. But I guess there really is a silver lining to every cloud, because right now it's providing me with the drive I need to center my energy. Crying over my parents. Whack, whack. Every time I think of them, tears start to spill. Being bullied at school. Whack, whack. No one knows how hard it is to be called a freak. I punched the bag until I could no longer lift my arms, even though I tried, still feeling the stirrings of anger inside of me. So it wasn't until I stopped, gasping for breath, that I realized I was crying and so exhausted that I didn't even want to move. I felt the gloves being unlaced and pulled from my hands, but could only barely make out Perry's face in the blur of tears running down my face. He pulled me into his chest, drawing soothing circles on my back as I continued crying over so many things I didn't know which to deal with first. It's okay, princess, he said, trying to calm my nerves down. After he had somewhat succeeded in this, he pulled away, wiping the tears off my face and taking a step back to give me a little bit of space. Feeling better? Perry questioned after I had had a moment to regain my breath a little bit. I nodded in response and knew that I just needed some time to understand the raw flow of emotion that had coursed through me. It was unlike anything I had ever felt before, and I didn't even realize so much was hidden beneath the surface until I was provoked to find out. I felt a hand on my shoulder, and I turned around to see Claudina with a sad smile on her face. Are you okay, Vi? She asked me, her tone laced with sorrow after witnessing the depth of my despair. I once again wished that I hadn't allowed her to come with me, not wanting her to feel guilty or think that I was miserable all the time. Because really, I wasn't. I didn't hate my life, nor did I wish that it was any different to what it was now. Only when I was forced to think deeply about the past did I even notice the slightest bit of resentment I harbored. And just like that, With a snap of my fingers, it became so all-consuming that I knew I had to get it out of me before it ate me up inside. It wasn't healthy not to let such desolate feelings out, and that was my chance to do so without hurting anyone or anything. I nodded with a small smile, becoming more confident as I stood there. Yes, I was perfectly fine. I was great, in fact. I did that on purpose, you know. My head whipped in Perry's direction, who was smiling all-knowingly. From the moment I saw you, I noticed the anger in your eyes, so I wanted you to let it all out on the poor punching bag. I looked at Perry with a big smile on my face, grateful that he both noticed it and offered me an opportunity to release it. And as cliché as it sounded, I really did feel like a big weight had been lifted off my shoulders. I could breathe easy for a while. Thank you. I feel much better right now. Relieved, I said, making Perry nod. Shall we proceed? Yep, I replied, puffing the pee. I gotta say, Perry is one hell of a hunk, Claudina gushed, as soon as we had our first moment of privacy. Looks like someone has a crush on Perry, I teased in a sing-song voice, humor in my eyes. Oh, shut up. Claudina pushed me playfully whilst laughing, and the fact that she didn't deny the statement didn't go unnoticed by me, that's for sure. And who was I to judge Perry and say he wasn't good enough for Claudina, because he really had helped me, and without me asking him to. So if she wanted my help getting to know him better, and he felt the same way, I owed him the favor. After the breakdown I had with the punching bag, Perry decided to focus on body fitness. We ran for half an hour, wrestled against each other, leaving me with a few bruises, and then he taught me some basic steps to defend myself. I was beyond tired at this stage and wanted nothing more than to crawl up the stairs and to bed, but before Claudina and I could escape the gym, Perry told me that my uncle wanted to see me. Claudina and I were making our way to my uncle's office now, as we had our little conversation, Claudina whispering even though Perry was nowhere in sight. He said that he couldn't accompany us because he had some work to do, which was fine by me, but Claudina's downcast face portrayed that her thoughts weren't likewise. Arg, I can't believe that I actually forgot about Uncle Conrad. I hadn't seen him in a whole week, so he had slipped my mind for the time being. Now, though, he was at the front of my mind again. I knocked softly on his door before walking in when he commanded. He was staring at a bunch of papers spread before him, looking deep in thought. My brain sneakily took advantage of his momentary distraction, and I walked behind his desk to kiss his cheek, making him jump and snap out of his thoughts. I worked to keep in my bubble of laughter at the expression on his face when he had been startled and instead smiled, saying hello. When he saw me, he gave me a weak smile in return and ushered me to sit on the chair in front of his desk. We all said our hellos and talked for a bit, not leaving Claudina out of the discussion, of course, until my uncle brought up the one discussion I still had anguished feelings about. So we are having a ball on Sunday, in the Witch Kingdom, which is only a few days away now, as I'm sure you're aware. Tomorrow, you and Claudina will meet me here in the morning, as I have arranged for both of you to go explore the Witch Kingdom. The reason I have invited Claudina to come with you, Vivian, is that firstly, I don't want you to feel lonely. I know it has been hard on you, and I wish you would keep your true friends close so you have someone you can trust. The second is to provide you with encouragement and support, as tomorrow may prove to be a tiresome day. You will learn everything that a princess should do and all that her duty involves, from keeping her head held up high and sitting at a 90-degree angle to the critical political factors behind making decisions about the kingdom. It will be a lot to take in for any person, no matter their age, and I want to help you as best I can. He finished, looking at me with a smile. I couldn't find the right words to say, with so many different thoughts and feelings running through me, so I only nodded in response. My uncle seemed pleased by this and ushered us out of his office, as he still had a lot of work to get through. On the trip up to my dorm, Claudina and I remained silent. I think she noticed my discomfort with the princess subject, and knowing me as she did, she squeezed my hand and didn't say a word. By V. Claudina waved, and I smiled, hoping the dramatic events of the day hadn't scared her away for too long. But Claudina was resilient, sometimes annoyingly so I knew she would come back tomorrow, whether I wanted her there or not. I opened the door to my room and was surprised to find that no one was in there. This made me sigh with relief, as it had been a long day, and my eyes closed of their own accord whenever they got the chance. I went to the kitchen to pour myself a cup of water, thirsty after my training, when I heard someone talking on the phone. Yeah, as in a date. So, what do you say, Laura? Are you up for a good night out together? My ears immediately tuned into the conversation, recognizing it was Eric by the smooth texture of his voice, a voice that sent shivers up my spine every time I heard it. My jaw dropped as my brain slowly processed what I had just heard, almost not wanting to believe it. A date? Okay then, be ready tomorrow. Bye. He ended the call and stayed standing where he was, not noticing I had come into the room yet. I clenched my fists. Is he serious? Is he going out with a girl after he kissed me yesterday? I barged into the room, knowing I looked royally pissed off, but I couldn't help myself. And there he was, looking handsome as ever, with his tight black shirt and a pair of ripped denim jeans hugging his masculine figure, looking as though he was expecting my arrival. I shook this paranoid thought from my head, knowing that the jealousy must have been clouding my judgment and rational thought. Actually, I knew it was. Are you serious? You're going out with a girl after you kissed me. I yelled, outraged. Guess what Eric did? He smirked. That jerk actually smirked. Why? Want to be in her place? He asked, putting both of his hands behind his back. I stared at him in disbelief, not understanding how he could be so calm and collected. However, what I said next made me want to kick myself. Huh, me in her place? No. And I'm actually going on a date with Jayavan tomorrow. Of course. I just had to make myself look stupid. As I stated this out loud, I realized how hypocritical I was, being outraged that Eric was taking someone else out on a date, when I was already doing the same thing. And I had done it first. Shit, I was making things worse for myself. I wanted to slap myself. Splendid, so it's settled, we'll go on a double date. I stood there, frozen in shock, as his words failed to translate. What? He got up from his seat and walked in my direction until he was standing in front of me. Can't wait for tomorrow, dear Vivian. Oh, and by the way, you look sexy as hell, he whispered, pressing his lips against my ear, his voice making me shiver. I blushed crimson as I wondered if I had missed his eyes leave mine, but I was sure I hadn't noticed him glancing at my clothes. I was about to retort with something along these lines when he suddenly vanished. I pulled myself up to sit on the kitchen counter and slapped myself on the forehead, not knowing how I could be in such a similar position so soon. I'm such an idiot. What will I tell Jayavan now? Ugh, I'm such an idiot. What the hell had I gotten myself into? Chapter 19. Vivian's POV. I groaned and covered my eyes when someone opened the curtains. Rise and shine, sleeping beauty. Her voice was full of excitement. Gosh, why did she wake me up? Go away, I murmured sleepily. 1 second I was on the bed, and the other I was on the ground. I fell with a noof, and my brain tried to register what happened. I can't believe she actually did that. What the hell, Claudina? I yelled, getting up. I was expecting her to look a little guilty, but Claudina had a big smile on her face. I think she was trying not to laugh. Putting a hand on my forehead, I closed my eyes, trying to make the dizziness fade. Claudina's laughter filled the room, making me look at her with a questioning gaze. Great. So she comes into my room, wakes me up, throws me out of bed, and then laughs. Awesome, right? Hell to the no. What are you laughing at? I demanded, putting my hands on my hips. Her gaze was directed just above my forehead, and her shoulders were shaking, giving me the impression she was silently laughing. I was not in the mood for this. Nice bird nest you have on your head. That was all it took for her to burst into another fit of laughter. I threw my hands up, frustrated, and walked to the bathroom, rolling my eyes as Claudina continued her series of laughter. God, she sounds like the Wicked Witch of the West right now. I looked in the mirror, and my jaw opened wide. I looked horrible. My hair was sticking out everywhere, and I looked like I hadn't slept in days. I took a quick shower, brushed my teeth, and got dressed in a plain white sleeveless shirt and dark denim jeans. Claudina was still in my room when I got out, doing what she does best, staring at herself in the mirror. Remind me again how I became best friends with this girl? We're practically opposites. No, I take that back, we're opposites. She turned around to look at me and started. Her eyes grew wide, and I internally sighed, knowing she was about to blow. What in the name of God are you wearing? Came her ear-piercing scream. I think my eardrums just exploded. I looked at my clothes and wondered what the heck was wrong with them. Did you forget that today we're going to the Witch Kingdom? She asked with a raised eyebrow. I slapped myself on the forehead and wondered how I could forget that. Oh, and not to mention that you're going on a double date tonight, she added slyly. My eyes landed on a smirking Claudina. She had her eyes crossed, and there was laughter dancing in her eyes. How did she know? How did you know that? My voice echoed through the room. I was pretty sure I did not tell her, yet. Well, Laura, aka Eric's date, she quoted date, is spreading the news. She said, no, this can't be happening. I didn't ask Jayavan if he wanted to go yet. As if reading my mind, Claudina spoke again. I advise you to talk to Jayavan about the date since he's still asleep. She pointed out. I blew a breath of relief, opened my walk-in closet, and put on the first pair of tennis shoes I found. Once I walked out, I found Claudina sitting on the bed with an iPhone in her hand. I'm going to be right back, just a sec. I went out of my room and walked to Jayavan's. I stared at the door in front of me and took a deep breath. You can do this, Vivian. Just knock on the door and tell Jayavan everything. Oh, so he'll say yes when he knows that I'm only using him to make Eric jealous. I shook my head and took a step backwards. There's a big possibility that Jayavan will say no. Ugh, I don't know what to do. I wailed in my head. After a couple of minutes of thinking about what to do, I took a deep breath and knocked on his door. I tapped my foot nervously and waited. Jayavan didn't open the door, so I knocked again. Ugh, what do you people want? He shouted, though his voice was husky. It was obvious he was asleep and didn't want to be disturbed. Tough. I decided to open his door, seeing as he wasn't going to answer it any time soon. The second I opened the door, his mail scent hit me. I looked at his room, taking it all in, and smiled. I was impressed. Well, at least he has a normal room, unlike someone here. Ahem, Brian. His room was a mixture of brown, beige, and white. Curtains were beige with long, thin brown lines, while his walls were a plain white, unlike his bed. His bedspread was a dark chocolate brown with beige and glitter lines. My eyes quickly landed on Jayavan, who had his head under a pillow and his arm crushing it. I couldn't help but ogle his muscles. Damn, that boy is fit. Jayavan? I murmured lowly. Go away. He grumbled, his head still under the pillow. I smiled at that. He sounded cute. I took a few steps away from the door and stood next to his bed. Jayavan, I said, this time louder, but he didn't move an inch. I guess they're right when they say you can't wake a guy from his sleep. Gio, I demanded, shaking him. I heard him sigh, and finally, he rolled onto his back, his eyes staring into mine. My eyes wandered from his eyes to the rest of his body. He wasn't wearing a shirt, making his muscles bulge. My jaw practically dropped, and the only word that I was thinking of was, damn. He wasn't wearing a shirt, making his rock-hard chest stand out in all of its glory. Well, to think of it, I'm not sure if he was even wearing anything. Done checking me out? My eyes snapped to his face. He had a wide smirk on his face, and his eyes shone with laughter. My face flushed crimson as I tried to look at any place other than his glorious body. I wasn't very successful, and my face reddened further at the sight presented to me. So, you decided to come here and wake me up at, he looked at the clock, 9 in the morning, why? He yawned, rubbing his eyes. I didn't answer straight away and looked at the ground. Gosh, what shall I say now? Hey Jayavan, get ready tonight 'cause we're going on a double date. I think not. Well, you see, I trailed off. I looked up when I heard him moving, and guess what? He was only in his boxers. How in the name of Johnny Depp will I concentrate with him being half, well, 3/4 naked? Yeah, he asked as he went into his walk-in closet. I took a deep breath, collected all of my courage, and started speaking. Come on, Vivian, you can do it. You see, I am going on a double date tonight, so I wanted to ask you if you want to be my date. It felt like hours with me standing over there waiting for his reply, but what I didn't expect was him saying the following. Sure. My jaw practically dropped in shock. Sure. Is he serious? What? I asked, disbelief clear in my voice. Jayavan came out of the closet, pulling a light blue shirt over his head. I said sure, just tell me when. He said, running a hand through his hair. Tonight. I replied after I regained my composure from that shock. Jayavan raised his eyebrows, looking surprised. Tonight? I nodded, hoping that he wouldn't say no. Oh gosh, but what will happen if he says no? I would be doomed forever. Eric would know that all of this is a lie. Okay. He nodded, scratching his neck. I took that as my cue to leave, but not before saying a low thank you. Once I was out, I blew out a breath of relief. Who wants to do a buggy dance with me? I rolled my eyes at my stupidity and continued walking to my room, only to find Miss Claudina holding a pair of white skinny jeans with a matching purple tank top. Changed now. After changing, we went to my uncle's office. There, my uncle explained that when I go to the Witch Kingdom, I will be a normal person and no one will know who I am, since he has not yet introduced me as the heir to the throne. Of course, he assigned 3 bodyguards that follow me, but they were dressed in normal clothes, so no one could suspect a thing. When I saw the kingdom, I stood staring at it in awe. It was beautiful. The houses reminded me of the ones that were in the 1900s. In between each and every house was a small garden full of different types of flowers, from tulips to lilies. Even the streets reminded me of those in the 1900s, cobbled streets. Claudina showed me each and every inch of the kingdom, and she stopped by a shop, telling me to stay in the car so she could get something. She came out of the shop with a bag in her hands, and of course, by the end of the tour, I was exhausted. It was 6 in the afternoon when we came back. Claudina seemed excited about something since she dragged me to her room. Okay. She clapped her hands, smiling. Time to get you ready for the date. She pulled out the makeup set and squealed excitedly. I, however, felt as if I were heading to my doom. Help me. Chapter 20. Claudina surprised me by pulling a dress out of her back pocket. It was a beautiful bronze strapless dress that reached my mid-thigh. Of course, Claudina didn't settle for just that. She had even bought me matching heels. After that, she sat me on the chair of torture, started decorating my face with makeup, and straightened my hair. Viola, Claudina exclaimed, throwing her hands up. She had a huge smile on her face. Claudina wanted me to be surprised by the way I looked, so she sat me in the middle of the room where I couldn't look at myself in the mirror. I was so curious and afraid at the same time, thinking about how I would end up looking. I mean, I didn't want her to turn me into a doll. So here I am, staring at myself in the mirror, not knowing the girl who was staring back. She looked nothing like me. The plain Vivian that I once knew looked like a beauty queen. My lips were a cherry red, making them look fuller. My eyes had a very pretty bronze color on them with a mixture of beige and black, making them look like professionals did them. I noticed that my nails were polished to a bronze color too. My cheeks were a very soft rosy pink, and finally, my hair was perfectly straightened and reached my waist. Oh my gosh. I wanted to hug Claudina right now. This was amazing. I turned around and looked at her, grinning. I know, you love me. I'm amazing, she exclaimed with a proud smile. I looked at myself one last time before I stared at the clock. It was 5 minutes to 7. Gosh, Jayavan would be here any second now. Someone knocked on the door, making me look at Claudina. Knock them dead, tiger, she winked. I squealed in shock when she started pushing me towards the door. I was even more surprised when she opened the door and pushed me forward, making me bump into Jayavan's firm chest. I took a step backwards and looked up only to see Jayavan staring down at me with a big grin on his face. I took in his appearance. He was wearing an elegant black tuxedo, white shirt, and a black tie, and let me say that he looked dashing. You look amazing, Vivian. His velvet voice was all I could hear. I blushed, looking down, and murmured a thank you. I didn't really know what to do after that. Tell him he looked good? Or maybe talk about something. I didn't know, and that was why I felt so nervous. I mean, I had never been on a date before. Okay, look here, hotshot. I turned around. Claudina had both hands on her hips, and she was glaring at Jayavan. 1. No funny business. 2. If you break her heart, I'm going to break your nose. 3. If she comes here sad, then you have an appointment with Mr. Knife. Got that? I wanted to laugh so hard because of the icy glares they were shooting at each other. However, it wasn't the right place or the right time. I thought Jayavan was going to fire a reply back, but he didn't. Instead, he took my hand, flashed a smile to Claudina, which was dazzling, and led me down the hall, muttering Pazzo. He then turned to me and gave me a small smile, which I returned. Sorry about my sister. I giggled at that. He was too sweet, apologizing for his sister's actions. Don't worry, I'm used to Claudina acting like that, I replied, shaking my head. I still wondered how Jayavan survived his sister all of these years. She must have driven him insane. After that, we walked in silence. Even though Jayavan was next to me, I couldn't help but think of Eric. What would he look like? Where was he at the moment? A squeaky laugh snapped me out of my trance, and I looked in front of me to see Eric, looking as handsome as ever, and a girl, whom I assumed was Laura, looking as provocative as ever. She was wearing a red dress, if that was even considered a dress, since it was quite revealing, and 6-inch heels. Her face was absolutely covered with makeup, making her look even bolder. I stared at her in distaste, but she only seemed to smirk back. That little witch. I gritted my teeth and rolled my eyes. Well, Eric sure knows what girls to pick. The minute his eyes landed on me, I felt my knees go weak. He looked amazing in his gray tux, and I felt my heart pound. Ah, and they finally came, His Majesty said with a big grin on his face. Of course, didn't want to make you wait any longer, Jayavan replied with a grin of his own. Eric's smile faded and was replaced by a frown. This way. He nodded and turned around, walking, of course, his personal shadow hot on his heels. I was surprised to see a black limo outside the academy. A person wearing a black suit opened the limo door, but not before bowing to Eric and Jayavan, murmuring, Your Majesties. All of us entered the limo, and I ignored Laura's very annoying squeals. I was this close to kicking her out if she squealed again. The limo from inside was so big, the seats were black leather, and of course, it had tinted windows. All through the ride, Laura kept on talking about, well, God knows what. I wasn't even listening to her. There was no need to hear her endless stories. All too soon, the limo stopped. The driver got out of the limo and opened the door. Eric was the first one to exit the car, followed by Miss Popular, who left Jayavan and me. Of course, Jayavan, being the gentleman, got out of the car first and offered his hand. He helped me out of the limo once I put my hand in his. Thank you, I said, smiling at him. No problem. I looked ahead, and the only thing I saw was Bon Appetit, a French restaurant. The limo was the only car parked. It looked like no one else was here. We were greeted by a female waitress who introduced herself as Holly. We were led to a table in the middle of the restaurant. I'll leave you for a while, then I'll come back to take your orders, she said, but before she left, she curtsied. I looked around the restaurant and saw no one. Eric must have noticed my confusion, so he told me that he booked the restaurant for all 4 of us. What about the press? Wouldn't they know? Jayavan was the one to ask, but before Eric could answer, Laura squealed. Darn her. My eardrum practically exploded. Why didn't anyone tell me that the press will be here? She exclaimed, fixing her hair. I suppressed the urge to roll my eyes and looked at Eric, who surprisingly looked annoyed himself. They won't be here. I made sure of that, he pointed out, looking at Laura. The girl looked at Eric and pouted. I took the menu and started looking through it. It was hard to choose a dish, but I finally settled on garganelli pasta. Eric ordered prosciutto cotto, which is cooked ham with sausages on the side, and surprisingly, Jayavan ordered the same thing. He said it was delicious. Of course, Laura wanted a vegetarian salad, saying that she was on a diet. Holly, our waitress, wrote everything down and walked away. So I sat there, listening to Laura explaining her day. Oh, how I wish that alligator had chased her off. I turned my head, annoyed, when Laura started leaning heavily against Eric. And guess what? That jerk didn't even try to stop her. Get a room, guys. I don't want my innocent eyes to get ruined, I snapped, rolling my eyes. Laura turned to glare at me, while Eric only smirked. Maybe we should, he said, looking at me. My eyes widened. The nerve of him. Before I could reply, Holly came with our food. My mouth watered at the sight of the pasta. Yummy! I hummed in delight when I tasted my pasta. So good. I sensed someone's intense gaze on me, so I looked up and saw Eric staring at me, intense emotion in his eyes. Jayavan and I started talking about the academy, his life, all the kingdoms, and the list goes on. Laura was talking to Eric, but I don't think that he was listening to her. Excuse me, I'm going to go to the bathroom, I said, getting up. Eric was God knows where. He said that he needed to make a call. I looked at myself in the mirror. Why did Eric have to do that? Flirt with her? Didn't he know how I feel? You're not the one to say that, Vivian. You're the one who pushed him away. I sighed. I guess that's right, and I realized how much of an idiot I was. I was too into the whole enemy thing that I let it get in my way. I wanted him to give me a second chance, but I guess that it's too late right now. I checked myself one last time and got out of the bathroom only to be pushed against a wall. I let out a shocked squeak, trying to push this person away from me, but stopped when I saw who it was. Eric. My body was pressed against his, and I felt a weird sensation running through me. You look amazing tonight, he whispered, his warm breath against my ear. Eric, I said, trying to push him off, but he didn't even budge. You smell like cherries. He whispered near my ear, making me gasp. Oh gosh, what is he doing to me? He leaned close to my jawline. I closed my eyes, savoring the sensations that were running through my body. My breathing stopped when his lips were centimeters away from mine. Just a few centimeters away. I wanted to kiss those lips so hard. Eric turned around and started walking away, a smirk on his face. That son of a gun, he did that on purpose. I took a few deep breaths to calm myself and walked out. Thank you, Gio, for the amazing date. No problem, I had a good time too. Right now, we were standing in front of my door, Jayavan standing in front of me. He looked like he was fighting himself, like he was in a dilemma. No one spoke a word for a few seconds, so I decided to make it less awkward and open the door to my room. Anyways, like I said, thank you. Before I could enter my room, Jayavan caught my arm, turned me around, and pressed his lips onto mine. I put my hands on his chest and pushed him away. His eyes flashed hurt, but he quickly covered it. I'm sorry. I closed the door and touched my lips. When his lips touched mine, it didn't feel right. I didn't feel butterflies in the pit of my stomach. It wasn't like when Eric kissed me. God, Vivian, just get over him already. I sighed and went to the bathroom. The only thing that could calm my nerves was a long, nice, hot shower. Why hello there. I let out a small scream and covered my mouth. What the hell? What are you doing here? I hissed, frowning. Eric was leaning against a wall with his arms crossed. He started walking in my direction, his eyes burning with intensity. With each step he took forward, I stepped backwards. He looked like a predator stalking its prey. My back finally hit the wall, which gave Eric a bonus point. He had his hands on either side of my face, his lips getting closer to mine with each second passing. His lips were finally pressed against mine, making me let out a soft gasp. I don't know what came over me. I pulled him closer, kissing him back. His lips were so soft against mine. Unlike the first time we kissed, this time it was more demanding, more intense. I wanted more. So much more of him, but he pulled away, a small smile playing on his face. I'm going to make you fall in love with me, Vivian. Mark my words, he said, his lips still close to mine. I was about to kiss him again, but all of a sudden, he wasn't there. I sat on my bed and blushed when I replayed what just happened. That night, I slept with a big smile on my face. Chapter 21. Eric's POV. I stared at the ground as Linkin Park's Burn It Down blared through my earphones. I had been sitting in my room for over an hour thinking about yesterday's date. Vivian just had to wear that tight bronze dress. I swear, that woman wanted to kill me. It had been hard trying to control myself. But thinking of her reminded me of that poor excuse of a prince, Jayavan. Yeah, some might say that I was being hard on the guy and that he hadn't done anything wrong, but he was with Vivian, my girl. Technically, she wasn't my girl yet, but she is going to be soon. But what if she said no? I brushed that thought away. Nah, I wouldn't bet on that. I mean, who could resist my $1,000,000 smile? No other woman would miss the opportunity of being with a prince, a handsome prince that is. And speaking of being with a prince, oh man, last night had been a complete disaster. That girl hadn't been able to keep quiet. Why did I ask her to go out? Easy to make Vivian jealous. And did that work out the way you wanted? No, not exactly. I wanted her to kiss me in front of Jayavan so I could show him who's the man, but unfortunately, she hadn't. My thoughts went to how Vivian had looked last night. Her soft skin that I wanted to caress so badly. Those full red lips that I wanted to kiss. And those slender, long legs. Okay, Eric, that's enough. I don't want to hear anything related to you and Vivian, got that? My eyes went to Remy, and I smirked. Poor guy looked as pale as ever, and hearing my thoughts made him look even worse. Well, you're going to hear a lot of those if you keep on reading my mind. I put my earphones away and smiled, which made him flinch. Did I look that bad when I smiled? Nope, not a chance. Women paid money so they could see my face. Remy rolled his eyes inside. You better drop that ego of yours if you want to win Vivian's heart, he pointed out. Not happening, man. The idiot shrugged incoherently and looked down. What was up with him? He was acting strangely lately. He wasn't himself. Then ask him what the hell he is thinking of, for crying out loud. Right. I should. So, what's wrong? What do you mean? I rolled my eyes, got up, and stared down at him. 1. You've been acting strange. 2. I understand you're pale, but not this much. No offense, man, but you look like a heartbroken puppy. It was now his turn to glare. Take that back, Eric. I knew he was being serious, but I wanted to play with him. I bit back a grin and crossed my arms. No, I was expecting Remy to at least reply, but all he did was sigh and rub his temples. Okay, something was definitely wrong. The normal Remy would have growled and started chasing me around, wanting my head on a platter, but this. Spit it out, Remington. I know something is out of place, so you better talk or I'll make you. I glared at him. If he didn't talk, he would have another thing coming at him. Well, I met a girl. I shook my head, chuckling. Was he kidding me? All of this for a girl. I seriously thought that one of his family members had died. Are you serious? My voice echoed through the room. I wanted to laugh, but the sharp look I got from Remy told me otherwise. Okay, sorry. You can talk now. I tried to keep my voice serious but failed, terribly. Remy ignored my comment and rubbed his neck. You see, I was at Starbucks yesterday with Brian. He dared me to flirt with a cherry-haired chick. Long story short, I ended up being slapped. I couldn't help but laugh. I wish I was there to see you getting slapped by a girl. Another wave of laughter hit me. From the corner of my eye, I could see Rem rolling his eyes. Are you done with your laughing festival yet? He demanded, annoyance clear on his features. Yes, I am. I coughed, trying to hide my laughter, but the smile was still on my face. So what did you do, after that chick made your pride go downhill? I snickered. Haha, not funny, Eric. He played with his skull-shaped pendant. For a few minutes, neither of us said a thing. But there's something in this girl that intrigues me, maybe her deep sea blue eyes. He rubbed his chin while he was looking at the ground. Or maybe it's the fact that she slapped you and didn't regret it. I shrugged. Shut up. He snapped. I stared at him, amused. That girl had him wrapped around her finger already. I shook my head, chuckling. Come on. Where to? I looked back at Remy with a smirk on my face. I want to meet the girl. Vivian's POV later on that day. I glared at Claudina from the corner of my eye, but she was too busy talking on her phone. Sighing, I stared at the ground, defeated. I guess there is no way out of this. I looked around Claudina's dorm, neat and tidy as usual. Each of us was standing on a white circular podium, so the dressmaker could take our measurements. I raised my arm so the dressmaker could take my measurements. She already took measurements for my hips, bust, and waist. It was really embarrassing for someone to take measure of your, chest. The reason behind this was tomorrow's ball. Of course, Claudina went nuts saying that it's too early, and the rumbling went on. I, on the other hand, was cursing my uncle for even making a ball in the first place. Mom says that she'll be in the Witch Kingdom tomorrow. Claudina's voice snapped me out of my reverie. I stared at her in confusion. Huh? A grin quickly spread on her face. Princess, can you please stay still? The dressmaker who was taking her measurements asked. I caught a little hint of frustration in her voice and chuckled. Claudina rolled her eyes, but did as she was asked. While I was talking to my mom, she said in a sing-song tone. I raised an eyebrow, telling her to continue. And she told me before she continued, someone opened the door abruptly, which caused us to stare at the person at the door. Has anyone seen the keys of my car? Eric's voice echoed throughout the room. He was standing there, his shirt in his hands, making his abs visible. His hair was wet, indicating that he had just had a shower. His blue jeans hung low on his hips, and I tried my hardest to keep my eyes away. All eyes were on Eric. Every maid in the room was staring at him. An unfamiliar feeling ran over me. Was it jealousy? I didn't realize that I was staring at Eric until Claudina nudged me. I shook my head and looked at her with an apologetic smile on my face. Sorry, was in my own world. I noticed, she muttered dryly, then looked at Eric. Can't you possibly wear a shirt? Claudina asked, her eyes trailing over his body. No, not really. He smirked. Princess, these are the fabrics. The dress designer, or as she told us to call her, Annie, had 5 of the most beautiful fabrics I had ever seen in her hands. I don't know what to choose, I muttered, looking at them, still mesmerized by their beauty. I advise you to go with the Vivian silk. It will look good on you. Goosebumps rose along my arms and legs as Eric whispered in my ear while he stood close behind me. And it would show off that beautiful body of yours, he murmured lowly so no one would hear him. His warm breath sent shivers down my spine. I agree with Prince Eric, Vivian. The color of this dress will look amazing on you. Claudina was smirking as she looked at Eric and me. I glared at her, warning her not to open her mouth, and surprisingly, she didn't. Well, that's odd, but the oddest thing was that she called him Prince. I had never heard Claudina call any of the guys by their title. Sensing my confusion, Eric began to explain. She has to call me by my title in front of people out of respect. When you are officially announced as a princess, then all of us will start calling you Princess Vivian. And he did it again, made chills run down my spine. I gasped when he wrapped his hand around my waist. Thank God no one was looking. Eric, what are you doing? I demanded, my voice low. What do you think I'm doing? Came his smart reply. I rolled my eyes and tried to take his hand off of me, but he only held me tighter. Eric, let go. What if someone sees us? I don't care. I mean, you will be with me in the end, Vivian. I narrowed my eyes. Will be with me? I pulled away from him, walking in Claudina's direction. The nerve of him. When Claudina saw my flushed face, she raised her eyebrows, but I just shook my head. Eric walked out of the room, his footsteps fading with each step he took, and I blew out a breath of relief. Even if I was mad at him, I couldn't help but smile. I wondered how I was going to survive tomorrow. Chapter 22. Vivian's POV. Come on, Vivian. Brian yelled outside the door. Coming. I let my hair hang loose and opened the door. Finally, he exclaimed, running a hand through his hair. I glared but kept my mouth shut. I wasn't in the mood to get into an argument with Brian right now. Yes, today was the day, the ball. Oh gosh, just thinking about it made me freak out. I don't want to go. Okay, I know I sounded like a whining brat, but I couldn't help it. What if they don't like me? What if they don't accept me as their princess? Or worse, what if they decide that I'm not worthy? What if? Stop worrying yourself, Vivian. Everything's going to be alright. My eyes went to Brian, who seemed excited. But what if? No ifs. You're going to the ball, be presented as the princess of the witch world, and everyone will love you. End of story. I grumbled, but didn't respond. Easy for him to say. He had been a prince his whole life and was used to these kinds of things. I, on the other hand, wasn't. No one understood that I didn't want to be the outcast anymore. But who said I will be? Technically, no one did, but I was afraid that they wouldn't like me. We finally exited the school, where 5 bodyguards accompanied us to the black limo parked ahead. Eric, Jayavan, Remy, and Claudina were probably in there. The driver opened the door, and I slipped inside first. Just as I thought, the guys were here. None of them was dressed in a tux but in casual clothes, like Claudina and me. My uncle explained to us that both Claudina and I must go to the castle and dress there. He also said that there were going to be makeup and hair artists waiting for us there, and that there was no room for mistakes. Everything had to be perfect. The boys didn't have to come, of course, but they insisted, saying that they had nothing else to do. Of course, my uncle disagreed, but the guys finally convinced him. Nervous? I looked at Claudina and nodded. She gave me a small smile and patted me on the arm. Don't be, everything's going to be fine. I inwardly sighed. And here it was again. Everything will be fine. Claudina, like me, was wearing a mid-thigh-length summer dress, but the only difference was the color. Hers was yellow, and mine was a beautiful shade of sky blue. So Remy, who's the lucky girl that's going to be your escort? Brian asked, and I hid a smile. Brian was such a tease. Why couldn't he leave poor Remy alone? I knew why Brian asked Remy that. He wanted to open up the conversation about the girl Remy had met at Starbucks. Shut up. Oh, come on, I was just asking. Brian cried out. All of us chuckled, except for Remy, of course. Remy and I visited Starbucks yesterday too. He was lucky because the girl was there. This time Eric spoke. And what happened? Brian raised an eyebrow. Turns out, her name is Chloe, and to his luck, she's a vampire too. Eric pointed at Remy, who shook his head. Wait, she was a vampire, and she had insulted her prince? Before I could say anything, Claudina butted in. I want to meet her. Excitement laced her voice. Both Brian and I burst into fits of laughter when we saw Remy's face. It was priceless. He looked like he had just been slapped. No, you won't. And why wouldn't I? Are you insane? You will scare her away, he said. I will not. Claudina argued. Yeah, right. Remy rolled his eyes and made himself comfortable. I bit my lip and looked at Brian. I frowned when I saw him deep in thought, really deep in thought. He must have noticed me staring since he turned his head and looked at me straight in the eyes. Okay. He sighed and leaned backwards in his seat. I raised my eyebrow, waiting for him to continue. I just wanted to tell you not to be too surprised if we talk so formally with you. He started. We're not going to call you only Vivian, but Princess Vivian. I cringed at that. It still sounded so weird. And don't bring up anything about what happens with us, starting from that girl that slapped Remy. All of us laughed. You stop bringing that up. Remy looked like he was about to murder someone. Brian grinned, but shook his head. I bet he was having a fun time annoying Remy. Poor guy. All of us settled into silence. I asked Claudina about Perry since I hadn't seen him. She said that he had some errands to run, but that he would arrive at the castle soon. Apart from that, she told me that the ball was going to start the minute the clock ticked 8, meaning that it was going to start in 4 hours. When the limo stopped, I knew that we had reached the castle. I was literally jumping in my seat from excitement. Yeah, since Claudina didn't bring me here when we took a tour, this was the first time I would see the castle. The driver opened the door, and I was the second one to get out after Claudina. And as you guessed, my jaw dropped. The castle was huge. Good going, Vivian. That's why they are called castles. I rolled my eyes inwardly at myself and focused on the beautiful scenery in front of me. The castle was 3 stories high, the 3rd floor being the attic. It had large, high windows that resembled those of the Middle Ages. The 2 gold double doors at the entrance gave the castle a little touch of modern style. A person approached us, bowed, and asked us to follow him inside. If I had thought the outside of the castle was gorgeous, then the interior was glamorous. I took it all in as the man who introduced himself as Stan gave Claudina and me a tour while the guys were led to their rooms. Awesome way to run away, I thought dryly. First, Stan showed us the large foyer which opens to the grand reception hall. Double columns and a single grand sweeping stairway rang the grand reception rotunda. On the right, there was the ballroom where the ball was obviously going to take place. I wanted to see it, but the boys disagreed and told me that it was a surprise. There was also the main dining room connected to the sitting room. This dining room was opened in the back, leading to a covered terrace with stairs that led outside. There was a guest lounge too, with a small bar. As for the bedrooms, there were 6, with walk-in closets and en-suite bathrooms, located on the right side of the rotunda. One suite had a parlor and a covered balcony. By the end of the tour, I was exhausted, and my feet hurt fiercely, but that wasn't all. I was ready to give up when Stan informed me that what he had just shown us was just a small part of the castle. A pea part of the castle? I stuttered in shock. Yes, princess. Now, you only have 3 hours to get ready. Would you mind if I escort you ladies to your room, princess? Stan asked, and I smiled. Please do. I nodded, and both Claudina and I followed him. Well, that's weird. Claudina's been quiet the whole ride. Are you all right? I asked, concerned. Claudina turned and looked at me with a smile, though it looked fake. Yes, that was her only answer. I raised an eyebrow but didn't question her further. She looked really bothered, so I'll ask her later. Here are your chambers, princess. Stan opened a big wooden door to our right and stepped aside, letting us enter. More than 10 people were waiting for us there. I looked at Claudina with wide eyes, but she only smiled sympathetically and said not to worry. 2 women in their late 30s held me by both hands and walked me to the steam room. I caught Claudina trailing behind them with a slight smile on her face. I sat on a small cushioned sofa, trying to comprehend what was happening. Vivian, I want you to take off the dress, Claudina whispered. I stared at her in confusion. What, why? And then I saw it, the waxing station. Here is the dress, princess. She held up the dress, and I stared at it in amazement. It was beautiful. The Vivian silk ran along the floor in a mesmerizing trail. The bodice was garnished with diamonds and rubies in the pattern of roses. The same rose pattern was imprinted on the silk in a strip down the middle of the dress. I was speechless. Never in my entire life have I seen a dress as beautiful as this. This is amazing. I took the dress from her hand and ran my hand over the very soft silk. Very glad you like it, princess. The dressmaker smiled genuinely, both of her dimples showing. I returned her smile with one of my own and thanked her. Okay then, let's get our makeup and hair done. Claudina looked at the clock and gasped, oh my gosh, there's only 1 hour left. The makeup artist got to work while my hairdresser, who introduced himself as Mike, began curling my hair. Less than an hour left till I was going to be introduced as an official princess. You look gorgeous. Claudina gushed, playing with my hair. I giggled and thanked her. For the first time, I actually felt beautiful. My hair was professionally curled and hung freely. My eyes were painted with black eyeliner. The dark eyeshadow that had a hint of ivory made my eyes pop even more. The lip gloss made my lips sparkle, thus giving them a beautiful shade of pink. My dress hugged my body perfectly, highlighting my curves. The 5-inch purple high heels added to its beauty. You look amazing as well. And that was the truth. The elegant golden dress that Claudina was wearing was beautiful. The golden dress caught the light perfectly, and the train danced like a golden river when Claudina walked. The diamond-encrusted bodice shimmered and sparkled, and a sash sat on her delicate shoulders. Oh, shut up. She rolled her eyes. Claudina was about to say something when someone opened the door. It was Giovanni. Claudina, princess, the guests have. Giovanni's eyes went wide when he saw me. From the corner of my eye, I saw Claudina smirk, and I blushed. Giovanni shook his head. The guests arrived, so we have to go down. He stood up to his full height. He was wearing a black tuxedo with a gray waistcoat and a gray tie, in addition to a gray napkin that was tucked neatly into his pocket. I nodded and followed him out of the chamber. My lips were trembling. I was so nervous. Come on, Vivian. You can do this. Giovanni and I walked down the staircase, Claudina tagging behind, and we finally reached the grand reception. The entrance was open, allowing everyone to walk in. Claudina giggled, making both Giovanni and me look at her. She finally went crazy. Jameson. My eyes went to a large, brunette man with forest green eyes. He was wearing a black tux with a white tie. He was standing in front of Claudina, placing a small kiss on the back of her hand. So this is the guy that Claudina spent an hour talking about. I looked ahead of me and stared at Giovanni, who was looking down at me. He smiled. Ready? Ready as I'll ever be. I nodded and tucked my arm under his. We entered through the door into the breathtaking ballroom. Large windows let light stream in from both sides of the room. 2 huge chandeliers hung from the intricately designed ceiling. The walls were white with gold details and linings. A grand piano sat in the corner of the room, playing beautiful classical music. Once we entered the ballroom, all eyes were set on us. Men were looking at me with admiration, while women were glaring at me. They'll love you, Claudina's words rang in my ears. Well, they sure do, from the glares women are sending me. I spotted the guys talking with a bunch of beautiful women. Brian was the first one to notice us and was soon followed by the guys. All of them were looking at me with admiration, making my cheeks heat up. Gosh, why is everyone staring at me like that? When we reached them, the ladies curtsied. I smiled at the guys and murmured a hello. Annoyance flared inside of me when I noticed a blonde woman practically throwing herself at Eric. She was trying to get his attention, but Eric was too busy looking at me. The way he was watching me made my cheeks heat up, but that only made him smirk. He was wearing a black suit and waistcoat with a pink and black striped tie. Pink? Well, that's new. I looked at Brian and Remy too. Brian was wearing a black suit and waistcoat and a brown striped tie, while Remy was wearing a black suit with a satin collar trim and tie. All of the guys complimented me, and I thanked them. Of course, with them being princes, many people came and started talking with them. Hell, they started talking to me, too. Half an hour passed, and I was talking to 3 women, all from different kingdoms. All of a sudden, everyone became quiet, including the guys and me. Please welcome the Queen and King of the Werewolf Kingdom. A man's voice boomed. I looked at Brian and saw him grinning. Both the king and queen walked down the big stairway. Bronze statues stood at the bottom, holding up candles that lit up the whole staircase. When they reached the bottom of the stairs, the crowd parted and bowed. Both of them walked to the end of the ballroom, where 7 royal chairs were placed. The same thing happened with the king and queen of the Angel Kingdom and Vampire Kingdom. When Eric's parents walked down the staircase, I noticed Eric glaring at his father. Huh? Why is he glaring? I was about to ask him that when the voice boomed. Please welcome the king of the Witch Kingdom. I grinned when I saw my uncle. He looked very handsome with the white tux and beige waistcoat and the tie he was wearing. Once my uncle sat, the music started playing. Many couples walked to the middle of the ballroom and started dancing. That went on for about half an hour until my uncle stood up. The crowd stopped dancing and went silent. He cleared his throat. As you all know, we have all gathered for a reason. It is known how my brother, King Louis, died, but what no one knew was that he left an heir to the throne. People gasped and started to whisper. My uncle stepped down and began walking toward us. I could hear my heart pounding. I became nervous, knowing that the moment was here. Claudina took my hand and squeezed it before letting it go and stepping back. Silence. My uncle bellowed, and again, the crowd stood still without a word. He was now standing next to me. Our heir is right here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the heir to the throne, Princess Vivian White. His voice rang through the room. A bunch of people started clapping, and soon, the whole ballroom erupted with applause. I blew out a breath of relief and smiled at them. My uncle gave me a one-sided hug, then returned to his seat, and the music started once again. All too soon, I was bombarded with people. What elements can you control? Have you known you're a princess all along? Who designed your dress? Who did your hair? You look wonderful. And that went on for about an hour. I excused myself, telling the women that I needed some fresh air. I turned around and walked out to the garden. I took in a deep breath and smiled. Well, that went well. I leaned against a big ash tree and stared at the large lake in front of me with my arms crossed. A gust of wind blew, making my hair drift all over the place. Overwhelmed? I jumped, startled when I heard his voice, but smiled. Eric. Kind of. They seem to love you. He walked forward till our chests touched. I noticed. I replied with a small smile, but suddenly remembered yesterday and took a few steps back. I'm still mad at you, I pointed out, looking anywhere but him. I gasped when I felt his warm breath near my ear. And why is that? I tried my hardest not to shiver when he kissed the place under my earlobe. Compose yourself, Vivian. You know why. He started kissing down my neck. And what if I don't? He whispered. I was about to reply when I saw someone behind Eric. Oh no. My jaw dropped. The only thing I could say was his name. Jayavan. Chapter 23. Vivian's POV. Jayavan. But Eric didn't hear me. He kept on kissing my neck, holding me possessively close to him. Jayavan was staring at me with unreadable eyes, but sadness was clearly written on his features. I put my hands on Eric's chest and pushed him away. He stumbled backwards and looked at me confused. He soon noticed me staring at someone behind him, making him turn around. Oh my gosh, what have I done? I completely forgot that Jayavan was my escort for tonight. Guilt took over me as he looked at the floor with clenched fists. I took a step forward, trying to make my way to Jayavan, but his cold glare restrained me from doing so. So you've been with him all along, right? I flinched. His voice was rough, cold, and hollow. I stared at the ground, too ashamed, not knowing how to answer. Answer me, he yelled. I looked at him and bit my lip when I saw that his jaw was rigid. She can answer you whenever she wants, Eric said, his voice low and dangerous. My eyes quickly wandered to him. He was tense, glaring at Jayavan. Jayavan's eyes snapped to Eric. You're in no place to talk, Eric, he snarled. My eyes went wide when Jayavan swore. He was really angry. He never swore. This is all my fault. This is all my fault. Jayavan, I surprised myself when his name escaped my lips. Both of their attention turned to me, and I swallowed hard. I can be with whoever I want, and besides, I am not dating you, Jayavan. You aren't my boyfriend. You cannot come here and start yelling at me demanding answers when you have no right to. I picked Eric, and I'm glad I did. I knew I was going to regret this tomorrow. Eric is so going to use this against me. Then what about the date that we went on? And you saying yes to escorting me? He demanded, his voice rising. I stared at him, and yet again, not knowing how to answer. What should I tell him? I can't just say, oh hey, I just did that to make Eric jealous. From the corner of my eye, I saw Eric freeze. Please God, please tell me he didn't put the pieces together. He turned his head sideways, a smirk playing on his lips with a mischievous glint in his eyes. If someone close asked you if they can escort you, would you say no, Jayavan? It was Eric who spoke this time. Jayavan didn't reply. He just stared at Eric with an unreadable expression. Did Vivian tell you that the double date was a friendly date? She looked bored. That's why I asked her if she would like to come with us too. But I didn't want her to feel like a third wheel, so I told her to ask any of you guys out, and she picked you. My jaw practically hit the floor. Eric was sticking up for me. I mentally smiled. Even though that sounded like a lame excuse to get me out of this situation, it was really sweet of him. I hardly believed that it was a friendly date. He looked at me. Had fun playing with my heart? His voice got higher. I bet you did. And you. He turned his attention to Eric and did the last thing I expected him to. He took a swing at Eric, but luckily Eric moved sideways. Jayavan kept on throwing punches at him, but Eric avoided them by either ducking or moving away from Jayavan's reach. The thing that surprised me the most was Eric not returning the hits. He looked calm, moving away from Jayavan, but that kept on making Jayavan more nervous and angry. This is entirely my fault. If I hadn't opened my big mouth, then none of this would have happened. Why aren't you fighting back, huh? Too scared. Jayavan growled. You're not yourself right now, Jayavan. Your heart is broken and confused. You don't know what you're doing. Jayavan's fist collided with Eric's jaw. I gasped, putting a hand over my mouth. Eric stumbled a few steps backwards and wiped the blood off his mouth with his sleeve, and the strangest thing happened. Eric's hair grew longer to reach his shoulders, and his eyes turned black. "You dare hit me?" he roared, and I flinched. This was the first time I had seen Eric like that, and it scared the hell out of me. This was not the Eric I knew. He looked so different and so frightening. "Stop it, please stop." My voice was low, but I knew that they heard me. "Do you know how hard it is to see two people you care about fighting in front of you?" "Yeah, it's pretty hard." I took a couple of steps forward until I was a few centimeters away from them. "Eric, calm down," I murmured softly. His back was tense, and his fists were clenched. I'd better get him out of here before Jayavan opens his mouth and provokes Eric. I turned my attention back to Jayavan. He looked so sad, but at the same time angry. And it's all my fault. I couldn't find the right words. "I'm sorry." I stared at him, praying that he would accept my apology, though deep down I knew he wouldn't. "Don't worry, I'm used to it," he spat out and stalked away. I blinked back my tears. I kept replaying what he said to me. "Don't worry, I'm used to it." His words cut deep into my heart. What did he mean by that? A tear fell down my face. I'm pretty sure my friendship with Gio is now gone. I wiped the tear. Now is not the time to cry, Vivian. Things will get better. But when? I thought to myself. Jayavan will never speak to me again after this. I sighed and walked to Eric. "Are you okay?" I put my hand on his arm. "Yeah, but my demon is going crazy wanting blood." His blood. He looked at me, his eyes returning to normal. "Wait, so that was your demon back there?" He nodded. I was trying to control him, but he was having none of it. He sighed, rubbing his temples. "Come on, we have to go back there." I nodded and followed him back to the ballroom. "Well, Claudina can drive you crazy sometimes." The blonde-haired queen laughed lightly, a big smile on her face. I laughed, if only she knew. Claudina doesn't only drive a person mad, she makes him go into hysterics till he needs a mental hospital. Claudina was standing next to me, a small smile forming on her face as she listened to her mother. Well, to say the least, they looked very alike. The same hair, eyes, and smile. The difference between them was that Celia, Claudina's mom, was very calm while Claudina was a spitfire. Talia, the queen of werewolves, also joined us. We talked for a while before Queen Celia excused herself and was accompanied by a butler to escort her to her chamber. Soon, Queen Talia did the same, saying that she needed some sleep since it was a tiring day. The Queen of Vampires only stopped to congratulate me while the Queen of Demons sent me a small smile before following her husband to their chamber. And here I was, standing next to Claudina while watching couples dancing. I went still when I noticed a hand on my lower back. "Hello, beautiful." I let out a sigh of relief when I saw that it was Eric. He was about to say something else when someone behind us coughed, making us turn around. "Sorry for interrupting, Your Highness, but His Majesty requested your attendance," a black-haired man stated, looking at Eric. The first thing I noticed was Eric clenching his fists. He nodded stiffly, then turned to me. He smiled apologetically before following the man. I wonder what his father wants him for. Eric's POV. "Ah, hello, son. Take a seat." He ushered me into the dark chamber. I stiffly walked into the room and sat in front of him, waiting for him to talk. "As you know, there's a prophecy about a girl that will save the world from all evil." I knew where he was going. "We can't let the prophecy come true because it may lead to the destruction of the demon kingdom since we are associated with the demons of death." Darn it. The demons of death are simply the most bloodthirsty and dangerous creatures of all time. They are a part of the demon kingdom. The reason why my father didn't ban them from our land was that he wanted power. Son of a gun. "Go straight to the point, father," I spat. "Watch your tongue, boy," he bellowed. It took all of my might not to knock him out cold. I hate that excuse of a father. He turned my life into a living nightmare. He turned the life of my mother into a living nightmare, but I'm going to make sure he pays for it. "Yes, father." He smirked, satisfied. "There's a big possibility that the girl is the princess of the Witch Kingdom, the one that Conrad introduced today." I kept my expression neutral. He waited for me to say something, but continued on when he saw that I wouldn't say anything. And I've heard you've been training her. At that, my ears perked. How did he know? We must keep a close eye on her. You must keep a close eye on her. The future of your country depends on it. He stood up and walked in the direction of the door. What if she isn't the girl in the prophecy? We leave her alone. And what if she is? I closed my eyes, afraid of his answer. We kill her. Chapter 24. 3 weeks later. Vivian's POV. I took a deep breath and attacked Perry again. Well, in this case, tried to. He easily held my fist in his hand and twisted it. I let out a yelp and swung the other one, but he easily caught it too. What's up with this guy? Can't he go easy on me for once? You disappoint me. I thought you knew better than that. He'd scared, and I rolled my eyes. Typical Perry, trying to provoke you with his words so you would get angry and show your best. And who told you I don't? I surprised him by sending a high kick to his chest, making him stumble backwards. We kept on doing that for a while, trying to make the other opponent surrender, but neither of us did. I was panting by the time both of us stopped to catch our breath. Perry, are you gonna let a girl take you down? I smirked. Brian was having a fantastic time watching me kick Perry, sorry, but... Oh yeah, I forgot. Eric, Brian, and Remy were sitting on the floor. Well, Remy and Bri were, but Eric was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. Oh gosh, he's been staring at me for the past hour, sometimes with a smirk on his face and other times with a scowl. Guess he hated to see Perry above me. Shut up, Bri, or I'm the one who'll take you down. Perry shouted. I heard the boys saying though. Wait, if Perry and Brian get into an argument, then I can get the hell out of here. Now all I have to do is think of something to spike the fire up. Is that a threat, Ward? You tell me, Davis. I chuckled at that. Perry and Brian remind me of little children, always fighting and bickering. I knew they were joking around like they always do, so nothing was serious. She can do better. I narrowed my eyes at Eric. He was standing there, arms crossed, looking devilish as ever. Oh, really? I took a few steps forward till we were nose to nose. Yes, really. He smirked, making me narrow my eyes. Then how about I prove that? I smiled at him and swung my fist. Eric quickly ducked and tried to avoid my swings. I heard hooting in the background and mentally rolled my eyes. They were such kids. Eric and I kept on fighting each other, and that, my friends, is how I ended up gasping for air with Eric on top of me. I still think you can do better. I tried to look anywhere but him. I bet he had a massive smirk on his face, enjoying the victory, but boy, was I wrong. Eric kissed me on the lips in front of everyone. My mouth hung open in shock. Did he actually do that? Close your mouth, baby doll. You might catch flies. This time, he got up and offered me his hand. I took it and got up, still shocked from the incident. It was then, when I heard a squeal, that I snapped out of my trance. Oh gosh, Claudina is so going to tease me for this. You two are so cute together. She clapped her hands. I blushed, looking down. Well, Eric and I aren't a couple, as Claudina thinks we are. I don't even know why she feels that we're a couple. Shut up, I murmured, brushing past her. I took my towel and put it on my face. When I get out of here, I am going straight to the shower. I stink. Look at her blush. The devil herself gushed. I glared at her, but she just continued laughing. I pouted. Guess I wasn't that scary after all. It had been 3 weeks. 3 weeks since the ball happened. 3 weeks since being presented as a princess, and 3 weeks since Jayavan stopped talking to me. Yeah, you got it. He stopped talking to me. Thinking about it makes me feel sad. I feel like everything was my fault. I ruined my friendship with Gio with my own hands. Of course, Jayavan not talking to me made the guys curious, so I told them what happened. They, on the other hand, told me that Jayavan was being dramatic. To my surprise, Claudina said the same. Well, on the bright side, Eric and I have been getting really close. We went out on a date last Friday, and I couldn't be happier about it. Eric whistled lowly. Are you trying to make the guys out there steal you away from me? He was looking at me from head to toe, making my cheeks heat up. I looked down at myself. I was casual, wearing a low-cut, bright blue shirt and a pair of skinny, ripped jeans. I looked at Eric and smirked. Look who's talking. He threw his head back and laughed. I stared at him with a smile on my face. I was kind of amazed and shocked too. I mean, this is the first time I heard Eric's laugh. His beautiful, beautiful laugh. What? Huh. I mentally slapped myself. Awesome way to make a fool out of yourself, Vivian. Why are you staring at me like that? He asked. Nothing. Eric shrugged and took my hand. Woohoo! I turned around and grinned at Eric. All of the bowling pins were knocked down except for one. You're good, but I'm better. He told me cockily, and I inwardly rolled my eyes. Fine, let's see what a hotshot can do. Oh Lord, did I just call Eric hotshot? I watched as Eric swung his hand backwards, making his muscles flex, and threw the ball. He didn't wait and see if he knocked the pins down. He turned around and walked to me. Strike, I heard the voice say. Eric was smirking by the time he was in front of me. Told you I was better. I was about to reply when he took my face in his hands and kissed me. I was about to deepen the kiss when Eric pulled away. Not here. All of us are going to go to the diner. Want to tag along? Brian was the one who asked. Oh yeah, and I forgot to tell you. I met Brian's family and, well, let's just say that his siblings are crazy. Even though they're royalty, both Jonah and Janelle act the total opposite of it. But they're funny as hell. Very true. You sit with those two for a couple of minutes, and you'll find yourself laughing your head off. As for the king and queen, they were really kind and sweet. Nah, I just ate, Eric said. Brian shrugged and looked at me. Should I go? I looked at Eric and sighed. You guys go and have fun, I'll stay here. I smiled at Brian, who was nodding. Okay, see you later, Brian called out and was soon followed by the rest of the guys. Eric, where are we going? I whined. We've been walking for about half an hour in these woods, and my legs are killing me. Yeah, I'm not an athletic kind of person. It's a surprise. He spared me a glance, a hint of a smile on his face, but kept on walking. Where are we going? I don't know. All I could see were trees, the sky, and the dirt. We kept on walking for another 5 minutes, neither of us saying a word. Here we are. My jaw dropped. We were in a beautiful meadow. The ground was evergreen, and the trees were dense, tall, reminding me of old memories. The glimmer of light was filtering everything, and anything that descended from it seemed heavenly. I took a step forward, still in a daze of my surroundings. For what seemed like forever, I stood there staring at it in awe. What do you think? I looked at Eric. Eric, this is... wow, I don't even know what to say. I was out of words. Never in my entire life have I seen something as beautiful as this. Yeah, I come here all the time when I'm stressed or angry. I knew where he was coming from. Being here gives you a sense of relaxation. Both of us stayed silent after that. I closed my eyes, enjoying the calmness. Gosh, I wish I could stay here. You know, in the last couple of days, I've been having this feeling I started opening my eyes. What feeling? He stood behind me, wrapping his arms around my waist. That something bad is going to happen. I blew out a nervous breath. Eric went stiff for a moment before relaxing. Don't worry, if something did happen, then I'll be there to protect you. I put my hands on his and smiled. If something did happen, Eric will be there for me. Chapter 25. Eric's POV. I glared at my father as he continued talking. It was the same nonsense over and over again. The girl, the prophecy, you get what I mean. The thing that really annoyed me was him talking about Vivian like she was a monster. She's like all witches, a monster. It took all my might not to snort. A monster? Reminds me of someone I know. The thing that fascinated me the most was his hatred and venom toward Vivian. My king, if you don't mind me asking, how can we stop her? One of my father's followers asked. Killing her is our only choice. My ears perked at his response. But wouldn't that cause a war? I interrupted. The minute I spoke, all eyes were on me. They were probably surprised that I said. Why? Because I rarely talk when my father is in the same room, yelling, on the other hand, was another thing. So be it. He answered, recovering from his shock. But your majesty. Are you opposing me, Silas? My father growled at his right-hand man. "No, your majesty." I watched, amused, as Silas shook his head and shrank back in his seat. I rubbed my temples. This can't be happening, it just can't. Us going into war with the Witch Kingdom meant losing Vivian's trust and heart. Am I ready to go through that? I asked myself. No, I'm not. I wasn't going to lose her just because my jerk of a father decided to kill her. But what am I going to do? I inwardly groaned. That was the main problem, I didn't know what to do. Are you sure that she's the one? My voice echoed throughout the room. Once again, all eyes were on me. I inwardly rolled my eyes. What was up with these people? We have reliable resources which have confirmed that Vivian White is the girl from the prophecy. Silas answered me, his tone clipped and professional. And what do your reliable resources say? I knew that it was a bad move saying that since I was mocking him, but I couldn't help it. I could feel my father's intense gaze on me, but I didn't look at him. He can go to hell for all I care. The girl can control fire, water, earth, and air, all 4 elements, which is unheard of. That's not all. In the past weeks, she has been getting stronger and more powerful, which adds to the danger for our side. He stated, looking at my father and me. I nodded but didn't answer. We will talk about this later. You are all dismissed. I was the first one to get up and walk towards the door. I was hoping to avoid the confrontation with my father. Eric, may I have a few words with you? His voice was rather demanding. I turned around and crossed my arms defiantly. You can, but not now. With that, I turned around and left the conference room, feeling my father shooting daggers at my back. I walked through the halls until I stood in front of the familiar hard maple door. Opening the door, my eyes landed on a figure lying on the bed. My eyes softened as I was instantly reminded of the awful memories of the past. Hesitantly, I took slow steps towards the bed, afraid of waking her up. She seemed slightly pale. Her lips were parted as she breathed heavily. I sat on the side of the bed and pushed the wet strands of hair away from her forehead. I sat like that for a whole hour observing her, nothing but love in my eyes. Eric? She murmured, opening her dazed eyes slowly. I'm right here, Mom, right here. I smiled as her sad eyes shone with that caring glint that I always loved. Vivian's POV. What time is it? I asked, rubbing my neck. We had been in this limo for about an hour and still hadn't reached our destination. Oh, and did I mention that I was bored? Yeah, that's what happens when you're in a limo with Miss Chitchat by your side. Some might ask me why I would be bored when I had Claudina by my side. Well, the answer was easy. She only talked about one thing. Boys. Boys, boys, stupid boys. She and her dreams of Harry Styles and Francisco Lachowski were getting on my nerves. I just wanted to scream my lungs out. I get that you want to date them, but refrained from doing so. You're boring, Vivian. I snorted at that. Look who was talking. It's not my fault that I'm not interested. I tried reasoning, but Claudina was having none of that. That's not an excuse. When your best friend is talking with you, you listen to her. She scolded, and I rolled my eyes. Why did I ask her to come with me? I thought dryly. We were on our way to an orphanage as my uncle instructed. Being a princess and an heir to the throne came with many responsibilities. Visiting orphanages was one of them. I was nervous. I mean, I had never been around kids before, so this would be the first time I would be doing this. I can't wait to see those little buggers. Claudina squealed with excitement, lacing her words. Talk about being nervous. You like kids? Of course I do. Who doesn't like cute little chipmunks? She gushed, smiling. I shook my head, chuckling. Claudina is. Claudina. But it makes me sad to think that they have no parents. I looked away. Her words brought tears to my eyes, but I blinked them away. To be honest, it hurt. Living without your parents hurts. Claudina obviously noticed the pained expression on my face, so she reached out for my hand and squeezed it gently. I'm sorry. I stared at my lap and smiled. It's okay. And that was how our ride continued in silence. It was kind of creepy. I mean, I was used to Claudina chatting away and filling the silence, but right now, her being quiet was so weird. Awkward in a way, too. It was when the car had stopped that I knew we had reached the orphanage. Your visit here is very appreciated, princesses. Marina genuinely smiled. It's our pleasure, Marina. Claudina was the one to reply. I didn't reply since I was too busy playing with the 2.5-year-old angel in my arms. What's this? I raised a finger. 1. She exclaimed and mimicked me by raising her finger. And this. Do. I chuckled. This girl was too cute for her own good. And this. Tree. This time, I let out a full laugh. To my surprise, little Isla started giggling and laughing as well. Her blonde curls bounced as her black eyes shone with delight. Afterwards, as the other kids in the orphanage listened to Claudina read them the story of Little Red Riding Hood, I sat in a chair with Isla on my lap, listening to the story. The entire time, Isla's little fingers were wrapped around my hand. My smile dropped. I just couldn't comprehend how anyone could leave this child at an orphanage's door. Yeah, Marina told me that. She said that one day she woke up hearing a baby cry and found little Isla in a box in front of the door. How could her parents do that to her? Leave a small, helpless child like that? I don't know how anyone can let go of an adorable child like her. I know I wouldn't. I looked down at Isla and smiled when I saw how interested she was in the story. I noticed a flash from a distance, but paid it no mind. Dawn, go. Isla tugged on my shirt, begging me with her sad eyes. I have to, but would you like it if I come again? She nodded enthusiastically, her face breaking into a wide, happy grin. Okay then. I kissed the top of her head and handed her to Marina. Gosh, I just met the kid, and she already got me wrapped around her finger. Bye, cutie. I'll see you soon. I whispered in her ear, making her giggle. I mentally groaned. If she keeps doing that, I'm not sure I can go. Bye-bye. She waved, showing me her toothy grin. Bye. I hummed as Warzone by The Wanted played through my earphones. It was an old song, but I couldn't help pressing the replay button over and over again. I throw my armor down and leave the battleground for the final time now. I know, I'm running from a Warzone. Maximus's voice was just too good. But anyway, I needed to talk to my uncle to find out what duties I would have tomorrow. I mentally groaned, and girls envy me because I'm a princess, I thought dryly. Ugh. I hate her. I stopped dead in my tracks as I took my earphones off. I walked closer to where the voice led, and guess who it was? Laura. Remember her? Yeah, she was the girl who went on a double date with us. I can't believe Prince Eric is going out with her. What does she have that I don't? I mean, I'm prettier. Come on. She played with her hair. She was wearing a pair of very short shorts and a pink cut top. I narrowed my eyes at her. What did I have that she didn't? Brains. I mentally sniggered. Well, what could I do? Fake people were always going to be fake, right? And she doesn't even deserve to be a princess. Look at her. I think it's the time to make a big entrance. Excuse me. I took a big step forward and glared at her. Cover your eyes, children, things might get nasty. Chapter 26. Laura turned around, her face going pale. Yeah, you weren't expecting that, were you? Hello, Vivian. She plastered a fake smile on her face, which I didn't return. Both of her copycats bowed their heads and shied away. I heard everything, Laura, so what is this about? I crossed my arms, standing to my full height in front of her. It took her a few seconds to speak since she was too busy thinking about me getting murdered by her own hands. You stole Eric away from me. She screeched, making me raise my eyebrows. Stole Eric away from her? What is she talking about? Some might laugh at my question, but I seriously couldn't think of anything else to say. Laura only seemed to turn even redder by my confusion. Eric and I were dating before you came, but you just had to ruin everything and stay here. She clenched her fists, eyes twitching. You and him were dating? My voice echoed through the hall. If Laura and Eric were dating, then what if? What if he still has feelings for her? Fear crept into me. What if it turned out to be true? Yes, we were, but then you came, she spat, venom lacing her words. Her lips formed a smirk as she crossed her arms. But don't worry, I will have Eric back. It was my turn to clench my fists. Something inside of me flared. Have Eric back? Eric wasn't interested in you in the first place, you witch. He was doing that out of pity. I took a step forward, bringing us nose to nose. Really? Then why did he ask me out? Keep calm, Vivian, don't kill her, yet. Because he wanted to make me jealous. Laura's eyebrows shot up. If he wanted to make you jealous, why did he call me? He could have called any other girl, she said. I hated to admit this, but she was right. Why had he called her? Her specifically. Whatever, Laura. But be sure, Eric will never be yours, 'cause he has his eyes on another girl. Therefore, if you want war, then so be it. I didn't want to waste my time on a senseless person like her, so I turned on my heels and walked in the opposite direction. I know Eric more than you do, princess, she spat. I know that he will come running back to me at the end. After all, he will never be satisfied with a girl like you. I mean, look at you, so pale and fragile. My walking came to a halt. She said what? I turned around, fury clouding my vision. My body was on fire, and I could feel my fire powers surfacing. Laura's face turned from pleased to dread. You little witch. I started shooting fireballs at her. She started screaming as she tried to dodge the balls of fire. I heard heavy footsteps coming this way and became aware of a presence behind me, but paid it no mind. I was too angry to care if I was drawing a crowd. Laura would pay for talking to me like that. 1 second, Laura was standing a few feet away from me, and another, she was thrown against a wall with a forceful thud. Was I satisfied with that? No. I extended my arm, fisting my hand while glaring daggers at Laura. She put her hands on her neck, gasping for breath. Vivian, stop now. A distant voice yelled, but I didn't stop. It wasn't until a potent force knocked me off my feet, making my back collide with the wall, that I released my hold on Laura. I put my hand on my forehead, trying to make the dizziness fade. I looked up, blinking rapidly, seeing my uncle standing a few feet away from me with all of the guys behind him. I'm in big trouble. My uncle's face was red, full of fury, and his fists were clenched. The guys, however, had a satisfied smirk on their faces, except for Jayavan, who had a neutral expression on his face, and Eric, who looked surprised. Eric, please help Laura. My uncle instructed. Eric did as my uncle said. He walked to Laura, passing me an apologetic look, and kneeled in front of Laura, helping her up. Thank you for helping me, Prince Eric, she said, dramatically, might I add. Vivian, my office. No. Uncle Conrad growled. I got up, fixing my shirt, and inwardly grumbled. Great, just great. Could this day get any worse? That was hot. My head shot up, and I found myself staring into Brian's green orbs. My scowl immediately turned into a grin. I know, right? Brian wrapped an arm around me and escorted me to my uncle's office. Well, she deserved that. I heard the whole conversation, and let's just say that I wanted to kick her butt. Both Brian and I stopped walking. I quickly turned around, a big smile on my face, and hugged Perry. Before he could hug me back, I pulled away and slapped his chest. Ow, what was that for? He scowled, rubbing his chest. I haven't seen you in forever. Where have you been? I felt like a mother scolding her little kid. I heard Brian choking on his laughter. You shut up. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind later, I threw behind my shoulder, but did that make Brian's laughter come to a stop? No. He actually began laughing harder. What the? I turned around, glaring daggers at Brian. What's so funny? I snapped, but Brian just shook his head. Rolling my eyes, I turned my attention back to Perry. So? First, we have to go to your uncle's office before he blows up, then we'll talk. I nodded. Perry was probably right. I didn't want to know what my uncle would do if we made him wait even more. You cannot go attacking students, Vivian. It is unacceptable. Do you know what would happen if the press knew about this? He yelled, making me shrink back in my seat. Here I was, in my uncle's office, getting yelled at for beating that girl's, and trust me, being in my place now didn't feel so good. My uncle had been ranting the same lines over and over again for the last 15 minutes. Do you know what would happen if anyone found out about this? You're a princess. You can't go on and attack people just like that. The thing was, my uncle didn't even let me explain what happened between Laura and me. He just jumped to conclusions because we had issues between us. But to think of it, even if he asked me the reason behind my attacking her, I couldn't just tell him that we were fighting over Eric. It would be embarrassing. Are you listening to me, Vivian? This is serious. Uncle Conrad's voice snapped me out of my thoughts. I nodded, looking at him. He sighed, running his hand through his blonde hair. Darling, please understand. Uncle Conrad, I understand. I know you're saying this because you care for me. I sent him a carefree smile in the hope of brightening up his mood. And it worked. He wrapped an arm around my shoulders and kissed me at the top of my head. You remind me of your father. Stubborn and hot-headed. He chuckled, pulling away. I smiled half-heartedly and stood up. It was time for me to go. The guys were waiting for me outside. See you later, Uncle. He sat behind his desk and nodded. Vivian, before you go. I stopped dead in my tracks and turned around. Never mind, now is not the right time. I heard him sigh. I frowned but nodded and left the office. What did my uncle want to say? So what happened in there? Perry asked. Well, you know, my uncle said that it was wrong to attack Laura like that since I'm a princess. I made quotation marks with my fingers around the word princess. So he didn't tell you, ow. Brian punched Perry on the arm. Shut up, you dipstick. Brian hissed lowly, making me narrow my eyes. Tell me what? Both of them remained silent. Perry looked at the ground, shuffling from one foot to another, while Brian looked anywhere but at my face. Something was definitely up. Guys, tell me what? I pressed. Your uncle has called an emergency meeting the other day. A lot of kidnapping and killing has been happening in the Witch Kingdom. My dad was talking to your uncle the other day. They've been suspecting that the demons are behind this entire chaos, Brian explained. My eyes widened. Demons? Yes, demons, and if this continues and it turns out that Eric's father is behind all of this, there's a big possibility that witches and demons will fall into war all over again, he said. Everything went silent after that. If Eric's father is behind everything then, what if Eric knew about this? No, it can't be true. Eric would never do something like that. Freaking jerk, you know she loves Eric. Why did you say that? Perry whispered under his breath, his head down. Well, excuse me for telling the truth. Brian replied. Perry coughed, making me look at him. You look troubled, we'll give you some time alone. He gave me a small smile before walking away, Brian by his side. Could Eric have known this all along? I refuse to believe that. But what if it turns out to be true? I'd have to ask him first. I didn't want to conclude that. I sighed. Having trouble with your boyfriend? I turned around and was surprised to see Jayavan standing there. Before I could reply, Jayavan started talking again. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised since Eric is a stupid prick. I narrowed my eyes and stood up. Eric is not a prick, Gio. I looked at the ground, remembering what happened that night. Are you still mad at me? I asked. From the corner of my eye, I saw him shrug. No, not really. I mean, yeah, I was mad at first, but I got over it. I'm not that dumb to hold grudges against someone who is as important as my sister. I inwardly smiled. That was really sweet of him. And I'm really sorry. I was hurt, mad, and stupid. He sighed. I searched his eyes for any hint of lies, but grinned when I found none. I took a few steps forward and hugged him. I pulled away and rubbed my neck. Well, considering that I was. My phone's beeping interrupted me. I glanced down at it and saw that I had received a message. Just a sec. The number wasn't showing, however, I still opened the message. Still think he's yours? And below was a picture that made my heart ache. Eric, in a lip lock with Laura. Chapter 27. Vivian's POV. Oh wow, Jayavan said. I can't believe it. I stared at the picture, feeling defeated. He's been lying all along? I said, but it sounded more like a question. People might have said that I was being a drama queen or I was exaggerating, but I had every right to it. I mean, he had me falling head over heels for him, and at the end, he did that to me? Yeah, you heard it right, falling head over heels. I had never thought I would say this, but I was falling in love with Eric. Why didn't I tell him that? Because I'm afraid of rejection. I had watched and heard many things, and I knew that girls fell in love faster than guys. It sucked to be me. I was afraid that he wouldn't feel the same thing. I would look like a fool. Imagine me telling him I love you and him saying, sorry, but I don't feel the same. I'd look like a fool in front of him. But this. Don't judge him yet, Vi. It can be a misunderstanding, Jayavan reasoned. What do you mean a misunderstanding? Look at the picture, he's kissing her. I put my phone in front of his face. Jayavan took the phone from my hands and stared at it. More like she's kissing him, Jayavan said, amused. He handed me the phone. Don't jump to conclusions, Vivian. I know how girls think. Talk to him, tell him what you saw. Maybe this is one of Laura's ways to keep you away from Eric, he said. If I thought of it that way, Jayavan had a point. It might have been one of Laura's schemes. It was then that I remembered the message that was written above the picture. Still think he's yours? This was definitely one of Laura's tricks. Ugh, I'm so stupid. I think it is one of Laura's doings. I sighed, rubbing my forehead. Gosh, I hate that girl. When I got my hands on that witch, I was going to tear her apart. Technically, I can't, but I'm going to make sure to give her a piece of my mind, I thought. After a lot of thinking, I decided to go to Eric and ask him about this picture, with Jayavan's help, of course. I didn't know what I would have done without Jayavan. Maybe I would have done what normal girls did, probably ignore their boyfriend or yell their heads off. I mentally rolled my eyes. Talk about cliché. I furrowed my eyebrows when I heard a commotion coming from the academy. That's weird. I was surprised to see practically half the student body standing outside the academy. What confused me the most was that some of them were holding suitcases. I stood in my place watching the whole scenery in front of me. I heard some students saying their goodbyes and frowned. Why are they leaving? I should ask my uncle about this. The entire way to my uncle's office, I saw the same thing. Students in a rush, holding their suitcases and saying goodbye to each other. That made me even more confused. Your father is behind all of this. I wouldn't be surprised if you were behind this as well. Uncle Conrad roared. The door to his office was slightly ajar, allowing me to see everything that was happening inside. My uncle was standing, his fists clenched, a thunderous expression on his face. A person was standing in front of him, and I instantly knew who it was. Eric. His jaw was clenched, and he had a stern expression on his face. I have nothing to do with any of this. I am nothing like my father. I am not like that monster. Eric growled. Lies. If you had nothing to do with this, then how did your father know that Vivian is the girl in the prophecy? My uncle snarled, his veins popping. I looked at Eric. He had his head hung low. I don't know. His voice was soft, barely audible, and he sounded defeated. You have 3 hours to leave, Eric. If those 3 hours pass and you're still on my grounds, he paused, then you won't like what's going to happen. Silence followed my uncle's words. My breath was caught in my throat. Eric was leaving? Your father declared war, and I will not have my enemy here. Leave. Now. I looked at the ground, trying to understand what was happening. I took a step backwards when I heard footsteps coming my way. I looked up, only to be met by Eric's shocked expression, which directly turned into guilt. I parted my lips, trying to say something, but nothing came out. He sucked in a breath, looking at me with sorrowful eyes, and walked past me, his shoulder lightly bumping into mine. Vivian, start packing your bags. We will return to the kingdom tonight. I heard my uncle say. I wasted no more time barging into the office. What is all of this about? I demanded, looking straight into my uncle's eyes. Not now, Vivian, we'll talk later. No, we will not talk later. I am absolutely fed up with people hiding things from me. No, I want to talk now. I want to know what is happening right now. I crossed my arms. Uncle Conrad glared at me, but I held my ground. I didn't know if I was crossing the limits. He was my uncle after all, but I didn't care. I wanted to know what the hell was going on. We've suspected that Damien, Eric's father, was behind all of the kidnappings that have been happening in our kingdom lately. That was affirmed when we got a letter from him saying that he wants us to hand in the witch princess, you. He directed his gaze at me. And if that didn't happen, then he will declare war. Of course, we didn't agree to that, and yesterday, one of my men informed me that the vixen has been talking with the vampires to join the war. Wait, vampires? But if vampires join the war then, my eyes widened. Then it will be an all-out supernatural war since werewolves and angels will join the war too. He confirmed my thoughts. I stood up, looking at the floor, trying to let everything sink in. But don't worry, that will never happen. This war will be between witches and demons only. This has to end, once and for all. I let out a nervous breath and nodded. I'm going to my room. Don't forget to pack, Vivian. We leave tonight. I nodded, walking out of his office. I looked at him and sighed. I had been standing there for 5 minutes, and he hadn't said a thing, not a single word. Eric, what I heard today, is it true? I swallowed and took a few steps forward. I heard his sharp intake of breath and didn't miss the hesitation in his eyes. Yes, it is. He stood in front of me, looking at me with an unusual expression. Tearing my gaze away from him, I looked at the ground. Vivian, I don't think we should continue on like this. That caught my attention. What do you mean? What's happening between us? A war is going to happen, Vivian, a war. With every word he was saying, I felt pieces of my heart being ripped to shreds. And you want that? I said accusingly. I was confused. Of course not. Why would I? I love you. His eyes widened when he realized what he had just admitted. A big smile appeared on my face. Oh my gosh. Chapter 28. Eric's POV. So, you love her, right? I looked up to see Remy looking down at me with hooded eyes. Yes. I sighed, rubbing my temples. So, what are you going to do? I mean, surely you know that you can never be together after the war, right? I nodded indolently. I knew that we could never get together after this. No need to remind me, Rem. I don't know. Or maybe I do. Eric, no. Remy's voice turned even more serious than before, and I instantly figured out that he had read my mind. It's the only thing I can do, Remington. I love her like I've never loved anyone before, and I am not letting her go. I need to do this. It's the only way. I stood up. What do you mean it's the only way, Eric? There are low. Then please tell me how, 'cause I'll be more than glad to get help. I retorted. Silence echoed through the room, and neither of us said a thing. Think, Eric, think before you make that step, he pleaded, and I shook my head. I already did, was my reply before walking out of the room. Vivian's POV. Conrad, are you sure you can fight the entire demon kingdom, including the death demons, alone? King Thomas, Giovan's father, asked. My eyes wandered from King Thomas's seated form to my uncle's. He was looking at King Thomas with a serious expression, though I could see gratitude in his eyes. Like I've told you a dozen times before, this is our war, Thomas. No one should intrude, came my uncle's reply. I looked down and played with my fingers. I didn't really understand why the other kings wanted to help us with the war. Actually, why did they even want to join the war in the first place? Yes, you heard it right, kings. Not only was Giovan's father here, but Brian's was as well. All of the things that were being discussed were the upcoming war between the demons and witches. Both the King of Angels and the King of Werewolves were trying to convince my uncle that they could join the war alongside the witches. Of course, having all 3 kings over meant being in the secret chamber, so technically, no one from the outside could hear a thing. Most might wonder why a secret chamber. It was because no one knew that the kings were here except for me, Giovan, Brian, and the king's most trusted men. My uncle explained that, since we were at war, no one should know what was happening in the castle. So I just sat there listening to them discuss war without saying a word. Why? Because I didn't want this war to happen in the first place. Everything was working out well until King Damien, Eric's father, decided to start a war because he wanted to wipe me out of existence. That was what Eric had told me anyway. He had told me how King Damien was afraid that I would get rid of the darkness, meaning demons. At least that was what the prophecy said. My foul mood turned a bit better when I thought of Eric. He didn't want the war to happen either. He had even told me about his dad's plans. My mind went to what had happened a week ago, and I instantly smiled. I stood there, staring at him with a slight grin on my face. Oh my gosh, he actually said that he loves me. I took a step forward till we were chest to chest, well, almost. The guy was a giant. I would probably look like a dwarf in front of him. Can you repeat that? I said teasingly. Eric didn't reply. He actually looked away, acting like he didn't know what was happening, but the smile never left my face. It actually widened. I don't know, I think I heard something along the lines of, I like you. Oh yeah, I love you. Or was it I hug you? I put a hand under my chin and pretended to think about it. Eric groaned with a slight annoyance towards himself. Please do tell what you said. I didn't hear it quite right. I tried my hardest not to laugh at his scrunched up face. He looked funny. When he still didn't reply, I sighed dramatically. Eric, I'm waiting, I sang, making him groan again. I was pretty sure he was getting uncomfortable with me teasing him, especially about what he said earlier. Part of me was begging to stop all this teasing and tell him I love you too, but the other part was really enjoying it. Vivian, drop it. He pleaded, looking at me with desperate eyes, but I knew better. Nua, I was never going to drop it. When he saw that I wouldn't let it go, he made a move to leave, but I was faster than him. I shoved myself in his face, smirking. Too bad, big boy, 'cause I love you too. I still remember the expression on his face. It was priceless. He had looked so shocked, but at the same time happy. We had spent the night in his room, talking about what was about to come. It had been after 2 hours when I had stepped out of Eric's dorm, with a smile on my face. Of course, I had been sad that Eric would be leaving. Actually, I had been very sad, but Eric had said that he would try to call me when I was alone, and of course, no one should know since that would be considered traitorous. When I entered my room, I saw Claudina sitting on my bed. She quickly looked up when she heard me coming in and tried to cover the sadness by offering me a smile. I knew what was coming, her saying that she would have to leave and, yeah. I sighed and sat next to her, giving her a smile of my own. I guess you heard right? She squared her legs and sat Indian style. It was only a couple of hours ago that I knew. This sucks. I nearly laughed at the way she described the situation. Yeah, I can. You know I'm gonna miss you, right? She interrupted. I looked at her, softening my gaze. Me too, Claudina. I was surprised when Claudina hugged me, but I returned it. You're like a sister to me, Vivian. I pulled back, getting teary-eyed. I mean, what if? Claudina, stop with the what-ifs. We will call each other every day and talk. It's that simple and that easy. I tried to calm her down before she started with her rant again. She sighed and nodded, murmuring, you're right. Vivian, are you hearing me? I looked up to see my uncle staring at me with a raised eyebrow. Yes. My uncle narrowed his eyes at me, but didn't press the subject. I exited the chamber that the kings were in and walked to mine. The kings had left the castle through a portal, the same way they got here. Since their meeting had been conducted secretly, the kings couldn't have shown themselves here. That had been another reason why I couldn't talk to Giovanni and Brian, because no one could know that they had been here, in the castle. It had been frustrating, actually, having your friends right in front of you and not being able to talk to them, though I think Brian and Giovanni both had an idea of what Eric admitted last week. Brian couldn't wipe that annoying smile off his face. When no one had been looking, he would send a big grin my way and would wiggle his eyebrows at me. Yup, he definitely knew something. As for Giovanni, I had a feeling he knew something. How? When the kings had been leaving through different portals to go back to their kingdom, Giovanni had whispered, glad that everything is working fine between you and Eric. The thing that was on my mind was how? How did they know? No one knew what Eric had said except for me. I didn't even tell Claudina. Vivian. I stopped dead in my tracks and turned around when I heard my uncle's voice. My first instinct was to apologize for what had happened in the meeting, but when I looked at his expression, his soft expression, it confused me. Yes! It was a statement more than a question. Uncle Conrad took a few steps forward until both of us were close. Staring at his eyes, I knew that he wanted to tell me something, but something was holding him back. I don't know how to say this, he paused mid-sentence. My eyes widened. The first thing that came into my mind was the thought of someone dead. I was about to ask him what had happened, but he beat me to it. I'm sorry, Vivian. I furrowed my brows. Sorry? For what? I'm sorry for dragging you into this, the war, everything. My expression softened. It was bound to happen, Uncle Conrad. You cannot change what happened in the past. I gave him a warm smile, trying to lift his mood, and it surprisingly worked. Uncle Conrad hugged me and kissed the top of my head. It reminded me of when I was a little girl. He used to do that. I just don't want you to get hurt, princess. He pulled away, looking down at me with sad eyes. I knew what he was referring to, the war. He didn't want me to get hurt while fighting the demons. I looked down at the ground, trying to think of a way to reply, so the only thing I could do was nod. Well, I couldn't promise him that I wouldn't get hurt because I knew I would. It was a war, and everyone was bound to get hurt. But on the other hand, I had been well trained. I knew how to control my powers, how to surprise the enemy with them, and, most importantly, how to summon them. I walked back up to my chamber. My uncle said that he had a meeting with the witch council. That was why he had to go. I opened the door and slipped into my bedroom. The day passed quickly, and I spent it talking to Claudina on the phone. Like every time I had been talking to her this week, Claudina always told me she was worried sick about me. Ugh, Claudina, I said I was fine. You always tell me that, Vivian, but I can't help but feel worry over you. I rolled my eyes at her. I still didn't really know why she was this worried. I was in a castle surrounded by more than 100 guards for Pete's sake. I told you, Claudina, I'm a big girl. I can take care of myself. That was how both of us spent the day on the phone, Claudina worrying over me and me trying to calm her down. Any other person in my place would have been annoyed, but seeing her so hyper and nervous was kind of entertaining, actually. I nearly fell off my chair when I heard Claudina giggle. We were talking on the phone, and she told me that she would be right back, and then boom, I heard giggling and murmurs. I mean, dear Lord, Claudina, if you wanted to have some bonding time with someone, don't call me. I hung up. I looked down at my phone and saw that I had received a message. A smile quickly made its way to my face when I saw it was Eric. Yes, I did say Eric. Before Eric left the academy, we agreed. Since we can't actually see each other, we had decided that texting or calling each other when no one was around was the best solution. So every day, either I texted or called Eric or Eric did. Eric, you alone? I was quick to reply. Me, yep. Eric, so, how is my baby doll today? Tongue sticking out. I rolled my eyes. That was so cheesy. Me, good. How is my hotshot doing today? Eric, touche, winky face. Me, I know, right? That was how we continued texting, teasing each other and joking with one another until he decided to call me. So Prince Charming finally decided to call. I teased. His chuckle vibrated through the phone, making my heart flutter. You could say that. I could hear the smile in his voice. So, what VE you been up to? He asked. Oh, you know, the usual. Browsing through pictures of hot models. I bit my lip to keep myself from laughing. The line went dead. Eric? Hello. Are you serious? He sounded agitated and jealous. I couldn't help it anymore. I couldn't hold it in, so I did the next best thing. I burst out laughing. Not funny, Vivian. Okay, I'm sorry. Forgive me? I don't know. You sounded like you weren't really sorry. Maybe you could convince me otherwise. I raised my eyebrows. Oh, really? How? I played along, grinning. I can think of a few things that can heal my bruised ego. You're such a kid, Eric. I shook my head, smiling. You didn't think that when you kept on drooling over my abs. He snorted. My face turned crimson. Thank God Eric wasn't here with me to see my beet red face. I so did not. I tried to deny it, but, of course, it didn't work. So you're saying I'm not sexy? I thought you loved me, V. He'd scared, making me roll my eyes. I do love you. That's why I'm actually talking to you. I would like to do more than just talk. His smirk could be heard in his voice. Wish I were there right now to get your mind off those models with my abs, he added, making me shake my head. Being silly as always. I chuckled. And you wouldn't want me any other way. Both of us settled into silence after that. I was blushing as heck and wait, what was he doing anyway? V? He spoke, breaking the silence, but his voice wasn't as playful as before. This time, it was serious. Yes? I have to go, but I want to promise you one thing. He sounded confident. Go on. I'm going to make sure, when this ends, we're going to be together. The line went dead after that. I pulled the phone away from my ear and stared down at it, smiling, but then there was a feeling growing inside of me, warning me that something bad was going to happen. I pulled the dress over my head and fixed my hair. I looked at the clock, and it already read 12 in the afternoon. Heck, that was why I was in such a hurry. Gosh, I didn't know why I woke up so late. Actually, why didn't any of the maids here wake me up? I sighed, rushing out of my chamber and walking down the hall leading to the crown room. With every step I took, the buzzing noise that came from the halls became louder. What is happening? It was when I reached the crown room that I heard the commotion. I took a deep breath and opened the doors, my heart beating wildly, sensing that something is wrong. The first thing I saw was my uncle sitting on the crown chair, and not too far away from him was a person on the floor with blood oozing down his face. The person looked sideways, staring up at me with guilty eyes, and I instantaneously gasped. Eric? Chapter 28. Eric's POV. So, you love her, right? I looked up to see Remy looking down at me with hooded eyes. Yes. I sighed, rubbing my temples. So, what are you going to do? I mean, surely you know that you can never be together after the war, right? I nodded indolently. I knew that we could never get together after this. No need to remind me, Rem. I don't know. Or maybe I do. Eric, no. Remy's voice turned even more serious than before, and I instantly figured out that he had read my mind. It's the only thing I can do, Remington. I love her like I've never loved anyone before, and I am not letting her go. I need to do this. It's the only way. I stood up. What do you mean it's the only way, Eric? There are low. Then please tell me how, because I'll be more than glad to get help, I retorted. Silence echoed through the room, and neither of us said a thing. Think, Eric. Think before you make that step, he pleaded, and I shook my head. I already did, was my reply before walking out of the room. Vivian's POV. Conrad, are you sure you can fight the entire demon kingdom, including the death demons, alone? King Thomas, Jayavon's father, asked. My eyes wandered from King Thomas's seated form to my uncle's. He was looking at King Thomas with a serious expression, though I could see gratitude in his eyes. Like I've told you a dozen times before, this is our war, Thomas. No one should intrude, came my uncle's reply. I looked down and played with my fingers. I didn't really understand why the other kings wanted to help us with the war. Actually, why did they even want to join the war in the first place? Yes, you heard it right, kings. Not only was Jayavon's father here, but Brian's was as well. All of the things that were being discussed were regarding the upcoming war between the demons and witches. Both the King of Angels and the King of Werewolves were trying to convince my uncle that they could join the war alongside the witches. Of course, having all three kings over meant being in the secret chamber, so technically, no one from the outside could hear a thing. Most might wonder why a secret chamber. It was because no one knew that the kings were here except for me, Jayavon, Brian, and the king's most trusted men. My uncle explained that, since we were at war, no one should know what was happening in the castle. So I just sat there listening to them discuss the war without saying a word. Why? Because I didn't want this war to happen in the first place. Everything was working out well until King Damien, Eric's father, decided to start a war because he wanted to wipe me out of existence. That was what Eric had told me anyway. He had told me how King Damien was afraid that I would get rid of the darkness, meaning demons. At least that was what the prophecy said. My foul mood turned a bit better when I thought of Eric. He didn't want the war to happen either. He had even told me about his dad's plans. My mind went to what had happened a week ago, and I instantly smiled. I stood there, staring at him with a slight grin on my face. Oh my gosh, he actually said that he loves me. I took a step forward till we were chest to chest, well, almost. The guy was a giant. I would probably look like a dwarf in front of him. Can you repeat that? I said teasingly. Eric didn't reply. He actually looked away, acting like he didn't know what was happening, but the smile never left my face. It actually widened. I don't know, I think I heard something along the lines of, I like you. Oh yeah, I love you. Or was it I hug you? I put a hand under my chin and pretended to think about it. Eric groaned with a slight annoyance towards himself. Please do tell what you said. I didn't hear it quite right. I tried my hardest not to laugh at his scrunched-up face. He looked funny. When he still didn't reply, I sighed dramatically. Eric, I'm waiting, I sang, making him groan again. I was pretty sure he was getting uncomfortable with me teasing him, especially about what he said earlier. Part of me was begging to stop all this teasing and tell him I love you too, but the other part was really enjoying it. Vivian, drop it. He pleaded, looking at me with desperate eyes, but I knew better. Nua, I was never going to drop it. When he saw that I wouldn't let it go, he made a move to leave, but I was faster than him. I shoved myself in his face, smirking. Too bad, big boy, because I love you too. I still remember the expression on his face. It was priceless. He had looked so shocked, but at the same time happy. We had spent the night in his room, talking about what was about to come. It had been after 2 hours when I had stepped out of Eric's dorm, with a smile on my face. Of course, I had been sad that Eric would be leaving. Actually, I had been very sad, but Eric had said that he would try to call me when I was alone, and of course, no one should know since that would be considered traitorous. When I entered my room, I saw Claudina sitting on my bed. She quickly looked up when she heard me coming in and tried to cover the sadness by offering me a smile. I knew what was coming, her saying that she would have to leave and, yeah. I sighed and sat next to her, giving her a smile of my own. I guess you heard right? She squared her legs and sat cross-legged. It was only a couple of hours ago that I knew. This sucks. I nearly laughed at the way she described the situation. Yeah, I can. You know I'm gonna miss you, right? She interrupted. I looked at her, softening my gaze. Me too, Claudina. I was surprised when Claudina hugged me, but I returned it. You're like a sister to me, Vivian. I pulled back, getting teary-eyed. I mean, what if? Claudina, stop with the what-ifs. We will call each other every day and talk. It's that simple and that easy. I tried to calm her down before she started with her rant again. She sighed and nodded, murmuring, "You're right." Vivian, are you hearing me? I looked up to see my uncle staring at me with a raised eyebrow. Yes. My uncle narrowed his eyes at me, but didn't press the subject. I exited the chamber that the kings were in and walked to mine. The kings had left the castle through a portal, the same way they got here. Since their meeting had been conducted secretly, the kings couldn't have shown themselves here. That had been another reason why I couldn't talk to Giovanni and Brian, because no one could know that they had been here, in the castle. It had been frustrating, actually, having your friends right in front of you and not being able to talk to them. However, I think Brian and Giovanni both had an idea of what Eric admitted last week. Brian couldn't wipe that annoying smile off his face. When no one had been looking, he would send a big grin my way and would wiggle his eyebrows at me. Yup, he definitely knew something. As for Giovanni, I had a feeling he knew something. How? When the kings had been leaving through different portals to go back to their kingdom, Giovanni had whispered, "Glad that everything is working fine between you and Eric." The thing that was on my mind was how? How did they know? No one knew what Eric had said except for me. I didn't even tell Claudina. Vivian. I stopped dead in my tracks and turned around when I heard my uncle's voice. My first instinct was to apologize for what had happened in the meeting, but when I looked at his expression, his soft expression, it confused me. Yes! It was a statement more than a question. Uncle Conrad took a few steps forward until we were close. Staring at his eyes, I knew that he wanted to tell me something, but something was holding him back. I don't know how to say this, he paused mid-sentence. My eyes widened. The first thing that came into my mind was the thought of someone dead. I was about to ask him what had happened, but he beat me to it. I'm sorry, Vivian. I furrowed my brows. Sorry? For what? I'm sorry for dragging you into this, the war, everything. My expression softened. It was bound to happen, Uncle Conrad. You cannot change what happened in the past. I gave him a warm smile, trying to lift his mood, and it surprisingly worked. Uncle Conrad hugged me and kissed the top of my head. It reminded me of when I was a little girl. He used to do that. I just don't want you to get hurt, Princess. He pulled away, looking down at me with sad eyes. I knew what he was referring to, the the war. He didn't want me to get hurt while fighting the demons. I looked down at the ground, trying to think of a way to reply, so the only thing I could do was nod. Well, I couldn't promise him that I wouldn't get hurt because I knew I would. It was a war, and everyone was bound to get hurt. But on the other hand, I had been well trained. I knew how to control my powers, how to surprise the enemy with them, and, most importantly, how to summon them. I walked back up to my chamber. My uncle said that he had a meeting with the witch council. That was why he had to go. I opened the door and slipped into my bedroom. The day passed quickly, and I spent it talking to Claudina on the phone. Like every time I had been talking to her this week, Claudina always told me she was worried sick about me. Ugh, Claudina, I said I was fine. You always tell me that, Vivian, but I can't help but feel worry over you. I rolled my eyes at her. I still didn't really know why she was this worried. I was in a castle surrounded by more than 100 guards for Pete's sake. I told you, Claudina, I'm a big girl. I can take care of myself. That was how both of us spent the day on the phone, Claudina worrying over me and me trying to calm her down. Any other person in my place would have been annoyed, but seeing her so hyper and nervous was entertaining, actually. I nearly fell off my chair when I heard Claudina giggle. We were talking on the phone, and she told me that she would be right back, and then boom, I heard giggling and murmurs. I mean, dear Lord, Claudina, if you wanted to have some bonding time with someone, don't call me. I hung up. I looked down at my phone and saw that I had received a message. A smile quickly made its way to my face when I saw it was Eric. Yes, I did say Eric. Before Eric left the academy, we made an agreement. Since we can't actually see each other, we had decided that texting or calling each other when no one was around was the best solution. So every day, either I texted or called Eric or Eric did. Eric, you alone? I was quick to reply. Me, yep. Eric, so, how is my baby doll today? Tongue sticking out. I rolled my eyes. That was so cheesy. Me, good. How is my hotshot doing today? Eric, touché. Me, I know, right? That was how we continued texting and teasing each other and joking with one another until he decided to call me. So Prince Charming finally decided to call, I teased. His chuckle vibrated through the phone, making my heart flutter. You could say that. I could hear the smile in his voice. So, what VE you been up to? He asked. Oh, you know, the usual. Browsing through pictures of models. I bit my lip to keep myself from laughing. The line went dead. Eric? Hello. Are you serious? He sounded agitated and jealous. I couldn't help it anymore. I couldn't hold it in, so I did the next best thing. I burst out laughing. Not funny, Vivian. Okay, I'm sorry. Forgive me? I don't know. You sounded like you weren't really sorry. Maybe you could convince me otherwise. I raised my eyebrows. Oh, really? How? I played along, grinning. I can think of a few things that can heal my bruised ego. You're such a kid, Eric. I shook my head, smiling. You didn't think that when you kept on drooling over my abs. He snorted. My face turned crimson. Thank God Eric wasn't here with me to see my beet-red face. I so did not. I tried to deny it, but, of course, it didn't work. So you're saying I'm not attractive? I thought you loved me, V. He'd scared, making me roll my eyes. I do love you. That's why I'm actually talking to you. I would like to do more than just talk. His smirk could be heard in his voice. Wish I were there right now to get your mind off those models with my abs, he added, making me shake my head. Being silly as always. I chuckled. And you wouldn't want me any other way. Both of us settled into silence after that. I was blushing like crazy, and wait, what was he doing anyway? V? He spoke, breaking the silence, but his voice wasn't as playful as before. This time it was serious. Yes? I have to go, but I want to promise you one thing. He sounded confident. Go on. I'm going to make sure, when this ends, we're going to be together. The line went dead after that. I pulled the phone away from my ear and stared down at it, smiling, but then there was a feeling growing inside of me, warning me that something bad was going to happen. I pulled the dress over my head and fixed my hair. I looked at the clock, and it already read 12 in the afternoon. Heck, that was why I was in such a hurry. Gosh, I didn't know why I woke up so late. Actually, why didn't any of the maids here wake me up? I sighed, rushing out of my chamber and walking down the hall leading to the crown room. With every step I took, the buzzing noise that came from the halls became louder. What is happening? It was when I reached the crown room that I heard the commotion. I took a deep breath and opened the doors, my heart beating wildly, sensing that something was wrong. The first thing I saw was my uncle sitting on the crown chair, and not too far away from him was a person on the floor with blood on his face. The person looked sideways, staring up at me with guilty eyes, and I instantaneously gasped. Eric? Chapter 29. Vivian's POV. I stood there, frozen in place. I looked down at Eric, not knowing what to do. I was shocked, dumbfounded, and at the same time angry. Angry that Eric was here, angry that he had blood on his face, and angry that my uncle was sitting in his chair doing nothing about this. My heart was pounding so fast that I could hear it beating with every passing second. Eric stood up slowly and took a step back, trying to regain his balance. I finally came back to my senses and ran to where Eric was standing. I cradled his face in my hands and tried my best to wipe the blood from his face with my thumb. When he looked at me, I was hypnotized by his eyes. His eyes were an open book. I could see every emotion he was feeling. I saw a mixture of pain, sadness, and love. I kept staring at him, trying to understand why he was sad. I turned around, anger blurring my vision, and looked at my uncle. What is Eric doing here? I demanded, taking a few steps forward. My uncle seemed surprised by my tone, but tried to hide it by pulling off a neutral mask. He didn't say anything at first, staring at Eric, who had his eyes glued to the floor. Why don't you ask him? It seemed more like a statement than a question, but I didn't do what he said. I stood my ground, fists clenched and brows furrowed. Uncle Conrad waited for me to ask him, and when he finally took the hint that I wouldn't, he started explaining. Very well then, Prince Eric here was caught in my kingdom, more specifically in the forest near the castle. The guards caught him and brought him here, he said. I was about to reply when he held up his finger, signaling me to wait until he finished. After that, he thought he would manage to convince me that he's here because he wants to help us. My uncle scoffed. I looked at Eric, trying to see if what my uncle was saying was true, and the answer was confirmed when Eric looked at me and didn't say a thing. I frowned at that, remembering all those times when Eric told me how badly he wanted to free his people from his father's violent and callous nature. That was why I was pretty sure, actually, I was 100% sure that Eric wasn't lying when he told my uncle that. And you don't believe him? The question slipped from my lips. I cursed myself for how dumb I must have sounded. I mean, of course, my uncle won't believe him. He's the enemy after all. My uncle looked at me as if I were crazy, and I couldn't blame him for that. He was probably thinking, why is my niece defending the demon, our enemy in this war? Of course I don't believe him. His father could have sent him here for all I know, but why was he alone? He mused. We didn't find a trace of any other demon that might have been with him. He put a hand under his chin, looking deep in thought. I told you, I'm here because I have the same motives that you have. I turned sideways and looked at Eric, who was now glaring at my uncle. Before I could say anything, I tried to convince my uncle that what Eric said is true, but my uncle laughed humorlessly. Fine. Let's consider that what you're saying is true. Why couldn't you wait for after the war to turn against your father? Why no? Uncle Conrad stood up and took 2 steps forward until he was a few meters away. Vivian. Eric blurted out. He took a deep breath and continued. I love her, that's why I'm here. I know that by the end of this war, we can never be together if I took my father's side, so I'm here because this is the last chance of us sticking with one another. I looked at him. He looked so confident in himself while saying it, not afraid of anything, which made my heart flutter in joy. A small smile spread across my face as my eyes shone with admiration, but it quickly faded as I thought of what he said. Eric was here because of me. I'm fed up with you lying, Eric. Why would I lie about loving Vivian? I nearly jumped in my place from Eric's outburst. I love Vivian. He said it slowly, like a mother talking to her 5-year-old kid. I want to save my people from my father's rule. Stop being stubborn and believe what I'm saying, Conrad. His words were sharp, and I could see that he was angry as heck. He's not lying. I summoned up all the courage I had to say that. Both my uncle and Eric looked at me. Eric's expression was surprised, but soon changed to relaxed, while my uncle looked furious. The tension in the room was getting unbearable, especially with my uncle glaring at me. Eric and I have been dating. You have been what? My uncle's thunderous voice echoed through the room. I could see veins popping from his forehead, and it made me scared. Seeing my uncle reacting this badly to me just saying that made me think about what his reaction would be if I told him the whole story. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes. Come on, Vivian, you can do this. We have been dating since before the war. Eric isn't lying, Uncle Conrad. He's telling you the truth. I calmly stated as I opened my eyes. You foolish girl. How do you know he hasn't been planning this the whole time? Getting close to you and making you fall in love with him so his father could destroy you. You are the girl in the prophecy, Vivian, and his father will do anything to have you killed, and you go and date that demon. I cringed at his harsh tone and replayed what he said. I couldn't deny that his words made sense, but I knew Eric would never do that. I would never do that. I looked behind me when Eric growled. And you expect me to believe that? I would do anything to protect my niece from such horrible and despicable creatures like you demons, especially you, Eric. Just like your father, two-faced, showing my niece your good side and hiding your repulsive side from her. My eyes went wide. I had never seen this side of my uncle. His words were so cruel and harsh. I'm nothing like my father. I gasped when Eric's eyes started turning a darker shade of black. He began breathing deeply, chest heaving up and down like he had just run a mile. A part of me stood there dumbstruck seeing Eric going through this, while another part of me was screaming at me to go and help him, and that was what I did. I put my hands on his shoulders, trying to make him look at me, but it was futile. Eric was looking at my uncle with a murderous glare covering his face. Eric's back hunched forward, and he suddenly hissed in pain. I heard shouts all around me, but my eyes were only focused on Eric. He was gripping his knees, nails piercing through his skin. What is happening to him? Transformation. He's changing into his demon form. Get away from me, Vivian, before you get hurt, Eric said through clenched teeth. Before I could do anything, I was suddenly ripped away from my place and pulled backwards. I tried fighting the person, but it was useless. The place was now buzzing with guards, and I heard my uncle shouting commands to them. Take him away and put him in the dungeon. I turned around and glared at my uncle. No way in hell would he put Eric in a dungeon. I would not allow that. No, you can't put him in the dungeon. I yelled at the top of my lungs, gaining the attention of my uncle and all the people in the quarter. Please. I pleaded. I had very little hope that my uncle would listen to what I had just said. That little sparkle of hope faded when Uncle Conrad turned his attention from me to Eric, and his eyes grew cold. Put him in one of the dungeons now and make sure that the cuffs are resistant to his powers. I put a hand over my mouth to keep myself from whimpering. I can't believe that my uncle is actually doing this to Eric. Eric suddenly let out an animalistic roar. His hair grew an inch longer, and his skin was turning somewhat black. I heard muffled voices in the background and caught some of what my uncle was saying. I think he said, "Hurry up," or something like that. Eric looked up and I gasped. His eyes were now black, canines extended, and he looked as terrifying as ever. I saw him clench his fists, but before he could do anything else, his eyes started drooping. He looked like he was losing his balance. In less than a second, Eric landed on the floor with a loud thud. I screamed and tried to run to him, but the guard's grip was too strong for me to handle, so I did the only thing I could think of. I used my powers. I closed my eyes, and in less than a second, the guard took his hands off me and started hissing in pain. Yeah, I burned his fingers. I watched as they dragged him out of the chamber and closed the doors. A million thoughts ran through my head, very dire thoughts. Eric landing on the ground just so suddenly made my heart beat wildly out of fear. What if he's dead? I inwardly shook my head. Don't be stupid, Vivian. He's not dead, 'cause if he were, you'd kill your uncle. I furrowed my eyebrows when I remembered my uncle and turned around, rage slowly filling me. Why did you do that? Don't talk to me in such manner, young lady. I am your uncle, but I am also your king. My uncle's piercing gaze met mine. We are at war, Vivian, get that through your head. Do you expect me to greet and welcome him in the castle? I did what had to be done. But I don't want to hear it, Vivian. I kept my lips sealed after that, though I didn't want to. I was beyond mad. I just wanted to yell at my uncle and tell him that Eric wasn't lying, but I didn't. I knew my uncle, and I knew that if I did that, it would be useless. Thus, it would make him angrier than he already was. I clenched my fists and rolled my eyes at him when he turned his back to me. Uncle Conrad sighed and rubbed his temples. Come with me, Vivian. I want to talk with you about a specific subject. Forced to do as he said, I trudged behind him and crossed my arms. I just loathed my uncle at the moment. I stomped out of the chamber, clenching my teeth. I hate him, I hate him, I hate him, I chanted over and over again. Ugh, I just hate him. Yeah, you heard that correctly, I hated my uncle. I was in one of the chambers sitting with him because he wanted to discuss something with me, and guess what he wanted to talk about? Eric and me. At the beginning, I hadn't been really hearing him. I had been too busy thinking of how Eric was doing down in the dungeons. I was worried sick. That was until my uncle brought up the issue of Eric and me dating. Right then, I had been all ears. He had said that we couldn't continue like this. Actually, he had ordered me to end things with Eric like I was his puppet, not a living being that had feelings. He had said that I had to end it and had to forget that Eric ever existed and move on, saying that I could have much better guys than him. I had just sat there staring at him like he had grown another head. I hadn't expected that at all. Of course, I hadn't listened to what he had to say next because I had told him that I would never do that. That I would never end things with Eric, and I had run out of the room after that, not wanting to hear what sort of rubbish he had to say next. I opened the door to my bedroom and quietly sat on the bed, feeling mentally exhausted. I looked at the ground and bit my lip, thinking of what happened today, and a tear escaped my eye. It was followed by many others. That was how I spent the next hour, crying my eyes out. I felt sad, frustrated, and lonely at the same time. All I wanted at that moment was someone to rub my back, telling me that everything was going to be all right, like what Mom used to do. Thinking of my mom just made me cry harder. I need you so bad right now, Mom. I want you to help me go through this so badly. I want you to be here next to me, caressing my cheek and telling me that the problem's going to be fixed. I covered my face with my hands and tried to calm down. Now is not the time, Vivian. You have to stay strong. You have to muster it all up. Letting out a shaky breath, I stood up and opened the curtains of my terrace. I wiped my tears and got up with only one thing in mind, how I was going to see Eric. Princess, with all due respect, but I don't think that's a good idea, the blonde guard in front of me said. I mentally groaned, but kept a straight face and glared at him. Are you defying my orders? I raised an eyebrow. The guard went rigid, and I could sense his fear. The guard shook his head and stuttered a no. Good, then let me enter. I smiled in satisfaction as the guard nodded and opened the dungeon door for me. Instantly, I was met by black walls. Ignoring the chilling sensation that ran through me, I walked a couple of steps and stopped when I saw a figure a few meters away on the floor. I quickly ran and kneeled till I was in front of him. Eric? Babe, are you okay? I cradled his face in my hands. What are you doing here, Vivian? I frowned at that. The way he said it made me feel like he didn't want me to be here, and it kind of hurt. I'm here to see you, Eric. I caressed his cheeks softly. Does anyone know you're here? No, not really, only if you consider the guard that's scared to death outside. I tried to lighten up the mood, and that seemed to work since Eric chuckled. Seeing him smile made me grin. Finally, I get to see that breathtaking smile of his again. What did you do to him? He looked at me, eyes shining with laughter. It's rather, what did I tell him? I took a seat next to him and leaned into him and was instantly engulfed by the warmth of his body. I sighed, feeling content. Are you feeling better? Eric nodded without saying a word. I knew it was not exactly very romantic to be sitting on a dungeon's floor, but it felt surprisingly good. We spent the next couple of minutes sitting like that, in silence, neither of us saying a word. That was until I decided to break the silence. "I'm going to get you out of here, Eric," I muttered, looking at him. Eric stiffened and sat sideways. Confusion crossed his features, making me frown. That was weird. Wasn't he happy that he would be getting out of here? "Vivian, I came here for a reason, and I'm not leaving without it." I pulled away and stared at him, trying to figure out what was running through his head. "Eric, my uncle, he won't." "Yes, he will." He cut me off. "But how?" I didn't understand what he was saying. My uncle refused to believe what he said, so why would he think of it again? "The armies are going to meet in an area called Thalden, the same area where the past war between demons and witches took place. When your uncle hears that the demon army started moving, things will turn hectic here, so it will be the perfect timing to tell him of my plan and convince him to let me do as I want." I looked at the ground and pursed my lips. Okay, so now he's got me really curious. What is he planning to do? Turn his people against their king? Exactly. My eyes went wide, not because I said that out loud, but because Eric confirmed it. He can't be serious. He must be crazy. How will he turn his people against their king? It's not logical. I don't understand. How will you? Before I could say anything, Eric pressed his lips on mine. I instinctively ran my fingers through his hair and pressed his lips harder against mine. Before I could deepen the kiss, Eric pulled away with a satisfied smirk on his face. "I will, don't worry," he said. I raised an eyebrow but didn't question him, though I had some doubts running through my head. That was how we spent the next half an hour, kissing, though I did ask him a few questions, and he would always answer me with, "I have my ways, and everything's going to be fine." I mentally sighed. I really wished everything would be fine. I knew what the outcomes of wars looked like, and they weren't pretty. Dead people, injuries, destruction, and a lot more, and I knew that both of the kingdoms would go through that. But there was one question that I had asked Eric several times. Why is he doing this? And every time I asked him, his answer was still the same. Because I love you. I won't lie and say that it didn't make me feel good because it did. I looked up at Eric and saw him looking down at me, his eyes filled with adoration and love. Right there, I knew that this was the person I wanted to be with, that this was the person that I would fight for, and if I lost everything while doing so, then I wouldn't care less. Eric's POV. The sounds of commotion outside woke me. I stood up, trying to concentrate on what the people were saying. My eyes went wide, and I instantly took my stance to summon up fire. The time had come. The demons began moving. I got out of the dungeon and tried cooling myself down. Everything down there was melted now. I ran up the halls, passing many people who made way for me, probably scared. Many guards tried following me, but I was too fast and lost them easily. I had one place to go to, and I knew where he would be. I slammed the door open and glared at the person in front of me. This time, you will listen, whether you like it or not. Chapter 30. Vivian's POV. I hummed a lullaby as I brushed my hair. I felt better after seeing Eric, and I couldn't keep a smile off my face. I couldn't help but feel happy that after that entire time away, I finally saw him. Okay, even though it wasn't the romantic reunion that I had been expecting, where the guy takes a girl on a yacht, it was more than enough. Grabbing the mascara, I opened it and put some on my eyes. Is it too much? Nah. I bit my lip and twirled around, loving the way I looked. I wonder what Eric will think once he sees me like this. I mentally slapped my head and groaned. I sounded too girly. I fixed my dress and opened the door only to be greeted by enforcers running through the castle, looking stressed and worried. "Princess, the king wishes to speak with you immediately." I looked to the side to see a very tall man, dressed in a guard's uniform, staring down at me with panicked eyes. By the looks of it, something very dangerous must have happened. Or, no. Before I gave him an answer, I started shooting questions. The guard seemed impatient, but tried hiding it by keeping a neutral face. I waited for him to tell me something, anything, about what was happening. The guard remained silent for a few seconds, probably debating what he should say. "Princess, this is an emergency and the king is requesting you immediately, so please accompany me. the guard replied, and I growled in annoyance. Why are all the guards around here like that? Never giving you answers? It gets frustrating. Instead of following him, I stood my ground and glared hard at him. I need to know what is happening now. I stressed. The guard blew out a hasty sigh. The demons are moving this way. That was all I needed to know before bolting down the hall to the main chamber. It didn't take long to reach the chamber, and when I was in front of the doors, I didn't hesitate to open them. Was what I heard. My voice died down when I saw a bold man, probably in his 40s, standing next to my uncle with a map in his hand. Of course, with me barging into the room like that, all the attention was now centered on me. Awesome luck, I thought dryly. But my expression turned from embarrassed to shocked when I saw the only person I least expected to be here standing a few feet away from my uncle, with his arms crossed. My jaw practically dropped. Why is Eric here? When I last saw him, he had been in the dungeon, and now he was here. I turned to my uncle and looked at him with an expression that said, "What the hell is going on?" "Vivian, this is General Thomas. He will be leading our army." I sent the general a smile as a greeting, and he nodded in return. "Now is not the time for questions, Vivian. I requested you here so you can get ready for war." I looked at him and nodded. War, I sighed. After all the training, I was finally ready for war. I understand that, but Eric. Prince Eric will be accompanying us to the place where the war between the two armies will arise and will be our element of surprise. I looked at Eric and raised an eyebrow when I saw him smirk. Only God knew what he had done to convince my uncle about what he had in mind. For the next 15 minutes, my uncle and General Thomas talked about war strategies, mainly about how the army was to be divided into teams, earth controllers in a group, same for water and wind controllers. I took a look at the map as General Thomas explained the road we would take to reach our destination, Thalden. The general also explained that reaching Thalden would take no more than 3 hours. "Vivian, please go to your chamber and get ready." I nodded and got up from my chair. I was surprised when I heard footsteps following me up to my room, but I didn't turn around. I knew it was Eric. I bit my lip and mentally chuckled as I thought of what his expression would be now. Frustration, maybe? The entire walk to my chamber was like that, me torturing him with the silence. I looked sideways and brushed off some dirt from my shoulder, but I was secretly glancing at him. I smirked as I noticed his rigid jaw. Payback's a witch, right? A part of my brain was scolding me, telling me that he did no wrong, but I inwardly shook my head. Nope, he had to pay for that little stunt he did down in the dungeons yesterday. After a month, he had only pecked me. Okay, I know it was not a good reason for treating him like this, but I was having fun, and that was what is important right now. I wonder what he'll do when we reach my room. I silently groaned. Great. Just great. He would probably stare down at me with that creepy look on his face and ask me, "Why were you ignoring me while walking up the stairs?" And guess what? If I told him I hadn't been ignoring him, then he wouldn't believe me and would say, "You could have at least said something." Ugh, I rolled my eyes as I opened the door to my chamber. Here comes hell. "You know I love you, right?" A smile stretched across Eric's face as I said that. I was expecting Eric to say, "I love you too," or at least a nod. Actually, scratch that, I didn't want him to nod. No, not really. He frowned, but I could see laughter filling his eyes. Oh, so Hotshot wants to play? I inwardly chuckled and decided that I would play along with him. I narrowed my eyes at him and turned around, taking a few steps forward, hoping that Eric would stop me. And I was right. Eric grabbed my elbow and turned me around, pulling me to his chest. I tried pushing him away to show that I was mad at him, but he was stronger than I was. I looked up and saw that he had regret plastered on his face. I bit back a smile. He's feeling guilty. I was kidding, Vivian. I know you were. Eric grabbed my shoulders and pushed me away, disbelief written all over his face. You tricked me. He tried to sound mad, but failed miserably. I grinned, but to get him. Me tricked you? Never. I put the back of my hand on my forehead and sighed dramatically. Eric rolled his eyes at me but smirked either way. I know, I'm an amazing. Suddenly, I was pulled forward and lips were pressed against mine. I gasped in surprise, and Eric took advantage of that and kissed me deeply. I could already sense that Eric was growing impatient. His grip on my waist tightened as he deepened the kiss. Saying that the kiss felt good was an absolute lie. It was heaven. Eric's hands trailed down from my waist to my hips. He pulled me upwards, and I shrieked in surprise, wrapping my legs around his waist. I was about to scold him for what he did, but his lips were too fast. I gasped softly and ran my hands over his chest. My eyes widened when I remembered that I had to get dressed for the war. Eric, we have to stop. I hated what I said, but I knew I had to before my uncle himself would come up and give me a piece of his mind. Eric's hands loosened on my hips, and I stood up, fixing my shirt. Eric groaned with his eyes closed. When he opened them, I noticed that his eyes grew darker and were filled with intense emotion. I mentally smirked, so hotshots turned on. Interesting. Right, we have to stop. I raised an eyebrow, before I do something we both might regret. He smirked, making me roll my eyes. Why are all guys like this? Someone, please answer me. So, before we went all lovey-dovey on each other, Eric started shooting questions the minute we entered my room. I mentally grinned. He was like, why weren't you talking to me, and all of that blah blah blah. I just stood there hearing him scolding me before I got fed up with his, I thought you were mad at me and stuff, so I did the next best thing. I shut him up with a kiss. Let's just say it was enough to make him forget what he was talking about. Eric sat on my bed while I entered my walk-in closet and took out the clothes I was supposed to wear, the skinny leather pants and the short-sleeved black top. They looked like ordinary clothes, but they weren't. They were fire-resistant. My uncle said that if the demons shoot fire in my direction and I got hit, I wouldn't get burned. The fire-resistant layer would. I got dressed and walked out of the closet to find Eric in the same position as he was, but with his head in his hands. What's wrong with him? I frowned, feeling a little worried. Eric? Are you okay? That was probably a dumb question because he obviously wasn't okay. I sat next to him and put a hand on his back. He sighed and nodded. Yeah, I'm fine. He sent me a small smile, trying to comfort me, but it didn't reach his eyes. Come on. They're waiting for us down there. We have to get going. He stood up and offered me his hand, which I gladly took. Both of us exited my room, and I knew that once we left the castle, it would be a life-or-death matter. We were close to Thalden. It wouldn't take long to reach it. My uncle was at the front riding a white horse. I was behind, riding a snow-white horse like my uncle. My horse's hair was white and braided. The horse's legs were surrounded with white flame, and with each step they took, the grass under us turned greener and looked healthier. All of my uncle's strongest men were walking next to me, and the rest of the army was behind us. Eric was behind our army at the end. Why? Because he was our element of surprise, as my uncle said. I still didn't know how Eric would turn his father's people against their king, but I believed in him, and that we would succeed. My uncle stopped, making us all stand in our places. I looked forward, knowing why he stopped. The demon army was already there, and in front of them was Damien, Eric's father. Unlike us, he was riding a black horse. The thing that triggered my attention the most was that the horse's hair was made out of flames, real flames. Its legs were surrounded by fire as well. Behind Damien were his soldiers. They were all dressed in black clothing, with hard metal wrapped around their waists and up to their shoulders. Fear crept into me when I saw what was behind the soldiers. I couldn't see their faces. They were covered in black coating from head to toe, but I could smell evil coming from them from a mile away. They must be the death demons. I couldn't see my uncle's face since he was in front of me, but I was pretty sure that he looked confident. After all, we have Eric on our side. So, you brought your little witch with you, how sweet. The way he looked at me with such wickedness made me grimace. Damien, this is your last chance to depart. My uncle stated, ignoring his statement. Why should I? I clearly overpower you in this crusade, so what do you have to overpower me? I glared at him hard. I was about to reply to him when someone interjected. They have me. Everyone turned sideways and stared at Eric, who was coming my way on a chocolate brown horse. He had his eyes narrowed at his father and looked as confident as ever. I turned to look at King Damien and smirked. His shocked expression turned to fury. "What are you doing, Eric?" His voice was as sharp as thunder. "I'm doing what I should have done a while ago." He passed me and stood a few feet away on his horse between both of the armies. "Demons, do you want to continue being under an unjust power? Do you want to continue staying in the darkness? Wake up already and look around you. Do you want your families to live under an unjust rule?" The soldiers started looking at each other, and some even nodded. Hope fluttered in my heart. This might actually work. Join me, join us. Demons and witches can finally live together in peace. Make your choice, choose which path you will take. Stay in darkness or stand next to us to fight the darkness. We waited for anyone to make a move and stand next to us, but the hope was slowly dying when seconds passed and no one took our side. I looked at Eric, then at the ground. Why is this happening? I looked up when I heard someone say, "Thank God." I let out a sigh of relief when I saw demons appearing next to us. My smile grew when half of the soldiers crossed over to our side. The look on King Damien's face was menacing, and I smirked. "Traitors!" He bellowed, and the next thing I knew, a wave of fire was coming in our direction. Chapter 31. Vivian's POV. The minute my uncle saw the fire wave, he sprang into action. A wall of water blocked the fire, and it soon started fading, only to be replaced by other waves of fire. Soon, both armies started fighting, but we had the advantage since a large number of demons joined us. My uncle was fighting Damien, both of them using their elements against one another. My eyes wandered to Eric, and I saw him fighting off 2 death demons. I focused my sight on the 5 demons ahead of me, each sending either fireballs or fire waves in my direction. I dodged them by creating soil walls, but the more the fireballs kept hitting it, the quicker it broke apart. Of course, I wasn't just protecting myself using the soil wall, but I was gaining time to control the soil they were standing on. When the wall finally broke down, I knew it was time to fight back. The ground they were standing on soon started to collapse. The demons tried to stop me by directing their fire in my direction, but I was much faster. The earth swallowed them. I kept on fighting off the demons, but it was getting harder and harder since they were ganging up on me. All of a sudden, fire shot out of the ground and burned the demons. I grimaced at the scene, unable to look at their bodies. I looked up, wanting to know who did that, and was surprised when I saw someone I hadn't seen in a while. "Perry? Thought you could use some help." He saluted, sending me a smile before running in the direction of one of our soldiers and helping him out with demons. That was how the next half an hour went, both armies fighting one another, trying to win the battle. A lot of bodies were lying on the floor. Both demons and witches were drenched in their own puddles of blood. I was knocked out of my trance when I heard someone cry out in pain. I turned around and wasted no time in running forward till I reached my uncle's side. He was kneeling on the floor with his hands on the ground. Someone injured him by shooting fire at his back and legs while he was fighting Damien. I looked up and saw a fire tornado coming our way, but before it could hit us, I stepped in front of my uncle and summoned water. The 17-meter water wall held off the fire, and I quickly turned around and glared at the now smirking death demon in front of me. "You're going to pay for that," I snarled. All of a sudden, I felt a sudden jolt of energy running through my veins. The demon didn't wait and started shooting black balls of smoky fire my way. I fought defensively, trying my best to avoid those since they could kill any person they struck. I lifted my hands up and closed my eyes, concentrating on nothing but the sound of the wind. At first, a slight breeze blew by. My eyes opened, and I smirked when a massive gust of wind that could make any man fly blew strongly. My arms went on fire, and I merged the wind with flames. The demon didn't see that coming. He tried using his powers to stop the wind and protect himself, but it was to no avail. The wind was too strong. The demon caught fire and turned into dust as soon as the wind hit him. I turned around quickly and knelt next to my uncle. "Are you okay?" I put a hand on his shoulder. Helping him get up, I looked behind me and sighed in relief when I saw that the wall was still up. My uncle hissed in pain and fell down again. I looked at his leg and covered my mouth when I saw his bloody flesh. My eyes darted around, and I spotted Perry running in our direction. "Help him," I pleaded. My uncle had his eyes closed, and he was biting his lips from pain. Perry ordered someone to come and help him with my uncle, since he had burned his leg and couldn't walk. Perry and the other soldier led my uncle away, and I saw General Thomas yelling out orders from a few miles ahead. Too bad he cannot fight. I wanted to take him out using my bare hands. That monster. I turned around and glared at Damien. I wished I could wipe the smirk off his face. I growled under my breath, feeling furious. So, Princess Vivian, the girl from the prophecy. He started walking around me, the same way a predator would wind its way around its prey. You are going to defeat the darkness, am I correct? I frowned. It wasn't like he expected an answer from me. I don't know why, but I hardly believe that, he said, making me clench my fists. I hardly believe that a weak and fragile teen could save the supernatural world from darkness. If you think about it logically, you find it impossible, don't you? My eyebrows twitched, but I didn't answer him. I took a look at the ground and started planning an attack in my head. Spit it out already, I demanded, and saw a trace of anger flash through his eyes, but he managed to hide it well. You don't actually believe that you can save this world, right? I gritted my teeth. Oh, how much I want to end him right now. He let out a humorless laugh when I didn't respond. Oh, you actually do think that you can save this world? How sweet. Well, let me tell you one thing, that will never happen. I felt my hands turn cold blue with fury, their iciness matching my icy glare. The cold didn't hurt me, but I knew it would cause a lot of damage to him. I didn't want to talk to him anymore, wasting my breath on words he was not worthy of. I raised my hand back, as if ready to throw a snowball at him, and when I swung forward, a ball of ice flew from my hand, soared through the air, and hit him in the chest. My eyes went wide when I saw him grin. That man is crazy. I just hit him, and he's smiling? Such a shame, I thought that you were trained well enough. The next thing I knew, huge branches of black smoke were quickly making their way towards me. Reacting promptly, I surrounded myself with ice, but it didn't work. I remembered my uncle telling me about the black smoke King Damien used. It was similar to the dark smoke the death demons use, but more powerful. My eyes widened when I saw that the ice was starting to turn black. What the hell? I used fire to break the ice and quickly started attacking Damien with my own fireballs. I was getting frustrated, especially with Damien avoiding every ball I shot at him. He made this look like it was a game for him. It probably is, I told myself. I mean, I'm fighting the king of the demons, and he is much more experienced than I am. But I knew that I had to beat him. I had to defeat him to save the universe, and that was what I was planning to do. Actually, that's what I will do. The fight went on, and I was getting exhausted. King Damien had a smirk on his face, and it was angering me. I was about to make a wave torrent and surround him there when I felt something hot spread around my ankle. I let out a scream and fell to the ground, looking down at my now red and swollen ankle. It was burning, and I let out a loud hiss when the burning sensation increased. First rule, princess, keep your eyes open for everything. He grinned wickedly, and I shut my eyes in pain. Darn him. Damien let out a laugh. He enjoyed seeing me so helpless and in pain. I gritted my teeth so hard that I thought they would break, so I took deep breaths. I put a hand above my ankle and relaxed when water covered it. I stood up and looked Damien square in the eyes. I remember a long time ago, a house in the middle of the woods getting burned. He started talking again. I looked at him, confused, but then glared as I caught track of what he was speaking of. They tried to convince you that the fire broke out because your parents left something on. What are you trying to say? I'm surprised that you didn't figure it out already. My eyes widened. I took a step back and stared at him, a mix of shock and anger on my face. It was quite entertaining, actually, seeing your mother screaming and begging me to stop the fire. Oh, and seeing your father looking so defeated. If you ask me, it was a sight to see. He chuckled. Ah, the memories. He shook his head. He killed my parents. You monster. I felt something wet on my cheek, but the feeling soon faded as I was so blinded by madness that all I could see was red. Unconsciously, I let fire explode from under the ground. I had only one thing in mind. I wanted him gone. I flew backwards, and my back collided with a tree. I groaned, looking up, and rolled to the side swiftly when I saw fire coming my way. You do realize that you're the reason why your loved ones die. First your parents, and then who knows, maybe my son. I looked at him, disgust seeping through my veins. This is not a man, he's a monster. I had never met such a heartless person as him. You'd kill your own son. What kind of a father are you? I yelled. I had never felt such revulsion for a person as I did right then. I expected King Damien, actually, I don't know what I had expected him to do. I waited for his reaction and frowned when I saw him start to chuckle. My own son is a traitor, and a traitor has to be punished, like he is being right now. He looked to his side, and my eyes followed suit. I gasped at the sight a few meters away. Eric was lying on the ground with blood covering his face and a death demon circling him. My heart clenched in pain. I wasted no time running to his side, but stopped dead in my tracks when a fire rim broke out. You won't be able to save him, princess. He will die, and I will make sure of it. His dangerously low voice rang through my ears. Finish him, he yelled, and I felt my heart stop. I glanced up and saw the sky painted in a light shade of purple. Looking around me, I took a step back in surprise when I noticed my surroundings. I was in a meadow. A meadow washed in a haze of white. It wasn't just the glow that was white, but everything around me. The grass, the surrounding forest, the flowers, everything was white. I blinked several times to make sure that I wasn't in a daze, but I still saw the same thing. I could hear the wind rustling through the white leaves of the nearby trees. It was so relaxing. Vivian, a gracious voice called. I turned around and gasped when I saw the beautiful face of a woman I thought I would never see again. There, right in front of me, was my mother. She was smiling, and I could see her eyes getting watery. Mom. I took a step forward, not believing what I was actually seeing. Her smile grew as she nodded. Mom. I ran, excitement coursing through my veins as I opened my arms to hug her, but I was surprised when I couldn't touch her. Mom, what? I know what you're going to ask, honey, but we have no time. Your father and I, we summoned you here because we don't want you to believe that monster. She caressed my cheek, and I closed my eyes, savoring her touch. It was confusing why I could feel her touch me, but I couldn't feel anything when I touched her. My face broke out into a small smile when I heard her call me honey. God, how much I missed her voice, how much I missed her calling me cute nicknames, and how much I missed seeing her face that made hope flutter in my heart. We love you, baby girl. We always have and always will. I turned around and felt my heart leap in excitement. Dad. I covered my mouth, trying not to let my emotions leap and start crying. He looked the same way I remembered him, strong and loving. He put his hands on my cheek, and yet again, I closed my eyes, trying to savor the moment. You've grown up so fast. I can't believe my little bundle of joy has turned into a woman. I could hear the pride in his voice, making me blush. Sweetie, we have to be quick. You have to believe in yourself. Don't you ever believe the rubbish Damien is trying to feed you because he's trying to do that to weaken you. He put his hands on my shoulders and lowered himself until he was at my eye level. Okay. I nodded, and my father smiled. Vivian, you're going to go back now. Your body is overflowed with anger, and that's the best way to defeat Damien, by unleashing your inner beast. I didn't understand what my mom just said, but I nodded either way. I wanted to stay with them, have more time to talk to them, but I knew I couldn't. I had to return and do what I was supposed to do. Both my parents kissed my forehead before stepping back and allowing my soul to flow back into my body. I felt a sudden jolt of electricity run throughout my body. My veins were pumping with resentment, and it felt like something was trying to get out, trying to break free, and I let it. The next thing I heard was a roar, a dragon's roar. I opened my eyes and saw that I was on fire, literally on fire. I looked above me and gasped when I saw that a huge dragon was hovering above me. The dragon was made up of fire. It had water and air surging through its arms and legs, and its tail was made of elemental earth. I should have felt mortified, but I didn't. I felt secure. I looked at Damien and smirked when I saw his shocked face. The dragon first blew fire at the death demon that was trying to finish off Eric, destroying it instantly. I opened my arms wide, and the dragon opened its mouth and started collecting up all of its elements to attack Damien. Damien seemed to snap out of his daze and understood what was going on since he did the same. When I knew that I was ready, I threw my arms forward and in turn, the dragon blew its power in Damien's direction and in turn, Damien did the same. Both of us kept on sending our powers against each other, and I was getting worn out, but I knew I had to persist and finish this. I doubled my power and then tripled it. Damien tried his hardest to do the same, but couldn't match my might. I let out a scream as I gave it my all. It worked. By the sound of Damien's agonized yell, I knew he was defeated. All of a sudden, his voice stopped, and I heard nothing else. I fell to the ground, breathing heavily, but felt relief taking over me. I did it. I finally did it. I grew dizzy as I saw people coming my way. Someone cradled me in their arms and kissed my forehead. "Don't worry, baby doll, I'm right here." I let out a tired laugh as I heard Eric's voice. I was too beaten up, so I willingly surrendered to darkness. Chapter 32. When do you think she'll wake up? No one knows, Jayavan replied. My head was still hurting, and my muscles were aching from the moment I had woken up, which wasn't very long ago, probably 5 minutes, and for the whole time I had been listening to the guys' conversation. Till now, Jayavan, Brian, and Claudina were in the room. Well, they were the only ones whose voices I heard, but I still wondered where Eric and Remy were. Silence echoed through the room, and all of a sudden, a smacking sound echoed through the room and was followed by a choking voice. "Why are you acting like she's never going to wake up? You've heard the doctor, Gio. She needs time to rest." Well, that was Claudina, all right. As much as it was weird to say it, I missed her high, squeaky voice. It had been so long since I had heard anything from her, and it was taking all of my might not to spring up from bed and hug the life out of her. "Claudina, for the last time, tone it down a bit. My eardrums are about to explode." I inwardly smirked at that. Perfect timing, Bri. Perfect timing. I couldn't help but pity the guy. I mean, now, instead of Claudina arguing with Jayavan, she was going to turn the whole place into a smackdown arena for what Brian just said. "Excuse me, what are you implying?" I mentally sighed. How much I wanted to be awake so I could see Brian's expression. I could already visualize Claudina's hands on her hips with a threatening glare on her face. "Long story short, what I'm trying to tell you is to keep your mouth shut, woman," he exclaimed. I suppressed my laughter by biting my lip. Brian was in for a big one now. "Come on, Bri. What person in their right mind would talk to Claudina like that when she's angry?" I heard someone, who was probably Jayavan, sigh and murmur something along the line, "Why am I friends with you people?" Too bad Claudina heard him and smacked him again. Jayavan grumbled under his breath, probably asking God why Claudina had to be his sister. I was about to open my eyes, but refrained from doing so when the door opened, and I heard heavy footsteps. "Claudina, I could hear your voice all over from downstairs." My heart fluttered in joy as I heard his voice. So, Prince Eric finally decided to make an appearance. His footsteps drew nearer till he was next to me. The bed dipped, and I felt Eric's hand caress my cheek. "Any progress yet?" Eric asked them, but was met by a chorus of no's. He sighed and pulled himself closer to me. His fingers went from my cheek to playing with strands of my loose hair. My heartbeat increased as he drew nearer till his warm breath tickled my ear. "When are you going to wake up, Vivian? I need you." His voice was pleading with me as if begging me to wake up. Those words warmed my heart, and I knew that it was the right moment to open my eyes. "I am." My eyes fluttered open as I smiled at Eric's now shocked face. His face showed a mix of emotions, but it quickly shifted from appalled to content. I was surprised when Eric took me into a hug, but I hugged him back, my fingers clutching the vest he wore tightly as I buried my face in the crook of his neck. I inhaled, taking in his scent, and smiled. Gosh, it feels so good to be in his arms again. Eric pulled away and took me by surprise when his lips pressed against mine. I ran my hands through his hair and deepened the kiss. Just as I was about to relax into it, someone coughed, making both me and Eric break away. I know that you are so happy to see each other, but please, there's no need to ruin my innocent eyes. My eyes wandered off to Claudina, who had her arms crossed and a scowl covering her face. I looked down at Eric, who had a huge smirk on his face, and I blushed, untangling my hands from his hair. My eyes snapped to Brian, who snorted. Innocent eyes? Babe, I wouldn't be mistaken if... Brian, if you finish that, make sure that your death sentence will be on my hands. I bit my lip as I watched Claudina and Brian exchange glares. Thankfully, Brian decided to ignore Claudina's remark and not reply, but he did something else. He pushed himself away from the wall he was leaning on, and on his way to me, he forcefully bumped into Claudina with a sly smirk on his face. I shook my head, smiling, "Oh, Brian." I was engulfed in a bear hug from Brian, and it was soon followed by one from Giovanni and Claudina. Brian murmured how I had scared him badly in my time of sleep, and that made me wonder, how long had I been out? Giovanni explained how everyone had been worried about me. As for Claudina, she had another way of expressing her emotions. "Don't you ever scare me like that ever again? Got that, Missy?" All of us laughed at Claudina's outburst. "Since you're all making a big deal out of this, how long was I out for anyway?" There was a sudden change of atmosphere in the room as everyone went silent. I looked at Eric and raised my eyebrows, speculating if I had asked something wrong. 4 days. My eyes almost popped out of their sockets as soon as those 2 words left Giovanni's mouth. 4 days? I've been out for 4 days, just because of the war? Wow, really? Yeah. The doc said that your body consumed all of its energy when you summoned up the dragon and was really tired. That's why it took you 4 days to heal, because your body needed some rest. I nodded understandingly. That would explain my sore muscles. I was about to ask Eric about what happened after the war, but... "Okay, people, men out of the room," Claudina yelled, clapping her hands together. But just as Brian was about to argue, Claudina shot him a threatening glare. "Men out of the room, now." In less than a second, all of the guys, including Eric, left the room, but not before he kissed me. "And Eric even slept next to you the first day you were out." I glanced away from Claudina towards the hall and bit my lip as I smiled in admiration. For the past half an hour, Claudina had told me everything that had happened after I fell into slumber, from everyone being so worried about me to Eric spending hours in my chamber every day, and just thinking about Eric doing that made my heart flutter in joy. At the moment, we were walking down the halls of the castle to the king's room, where, as the servant told us earlier, the princes and kings were sitting. Every employee in the castle that passed us greeted us with big smiles and said, "Glad you're okay, my princess." I was taken out of my thoughts and pulled into a pair of warm arms. I instantly recognized those arms and hugged the person back. "Thank God that you're okay. I was getting scared that you might not wake up." I pulled away and grinned at my uncle. I studied his face. My uncle looked worn out and tired, and he needed some rest. I felt guilty since I knew that he was in this condition because of me. I kept my mouth shut and didn't say anything about the subject. I remembered that my uncle had injured his leg. "How's your leg?" I asked. "It healed, but let's not talk about me. How are you feeling?" My uncle stepped aside, allowing me to see the entire room. There was an empty chair around the table that Eric and the guys, including Remy, were sitting around, so I lowered myself into it. My uncle took a seat at the head of the table, and Claudina took the seat next to Giovanni. For the whole time I was sitting with my uncle and the guys, I had been bombarded with questions concerning my health and how I felt. My uncle summoned the doctor to come and check on my health. That would explain why the doctor took a blood sample, so he could make sure everything in my body was all right. The doctor excused himself and left the room. Eric stood up and spoke to my uncle. "I would like to take Vivian for the rest of the day." He addressed my uncle. To my surprise, my uncle smiled at him and nodded. "Sure, son." My jaw practically dropped. "My uncle is calling Eric, son?" I looked at Eric and took his extended hand, smiling. Without hesitation, Eric wrapped his arms around my waist as he led me out of the room. They look so cute together. I heard Claudina squeak. "All we need to do now is find you a woman, King Conrad." I grinned at what Brian just said. He was right. Now that Eric and I were together, the only thing that we had to do was hook my uncle up. I grinned evilly as I started planning in my head. I looked at Eric when I heard him chuckle. "You're planning it already?" His eyes were dancing with amusement as a smirk played on his face. I nodded and giggled when Eric shook his head disbelievingly. "Eric, why are we here?" I asked. "Because I wanted to talk to you about something, and I wanted you to meet someone too." He looked down at me and smiled softly. I wondered what he wanted to talk about, actually, who this someone was that Eric wanted me to meet at his castle. You heard right. He had a castle in the Demon Kingdom, more specifically, his garden. "So, what did you want to talk to me about?" I couldn't help but feel curious. Always the impatient one. He chuckled, and I scowled. "Hey!" I smacked his shoulder, making him laugh out loud. I huffed and crossed my arms. "I'm only stating the truth, Vivian. No need to act so childish." He teased, and I rolled my eyes but smiled nonetheless. "Take that back." I took a step closer. "Or what? What will you do?" He drew nearer till we were chest to chest. My eyes went from his eyes to his lips. "This." I grabbed him by the collar and pressed his lips onto mine. Eric seemed surprised at first, but slowly his arms snaked around my waist as my hands played with his hair. His lips were so soft against mine, and they were moving in perfect sync. He pinned me to the tree, and I deepened the kiss, giving it my all. We parted for a few seconds to catch our breath. "Vivian," he whispered huskily. "Don't stop." His lips were brought back to mine, and to my surprise, I could feel him bite my lower lip. I smiled and opened my mouth lightly. We played around a bit, and I sighed in pleasure. I jumped slightly when his cold hand came in contact with my skin. His hand reached up to where my stomach was, and he kept it there. I grinned at how intimate this was getting. I, too, reached under his shirt, and my hand wavered over his chest. I could feel the corners of his mouth tilting up. I was lacking oxygen, so I breathlessly pulled away and looked up to a now smirking Eric. My cheeks grew warm as I noticed what we just did, but they grew warmer as I saw a group of women and a few men in the castle watching us. "Eric," I murmured, feeling embarrassed that they had just witnessed our heated kiss. Behind you." Eric pulled away and looked around. I looked up at him and bit my lip when I saw him glaring at the people in the castle who were now scurrying away. "Eric, you're so mean." I laughed. "They deserved it. The last thing I need are the servants spying on their king." My eyes widened. Their king? Eric must have noticed what he had said since he sighed and rubbed his forehead. "King?" "Yeah, that's what I wanted to talk to you about." He ran a hand through his hair. "When my father died, I immediately took the title, so now I'm no longer a prince, but a king. At first, I didn't accept since my mother was still a queen, but she insisted." He looked at me as if afraid to see my reaction. It took a little while for his words to sink in, but when they did, I grinned. At first, he looked confused at my reaction, but soon he returned the grin. "Wow, congrats." I flung myself at him and hugged him tightly. "So, you're not mad?" I looked at him and frowned. "Mad? And why should I be?" I untangled myself and stood in front of him. Being king means having a lot of duties, so it will be hard spending a lot of time with you. I chewed on my bottom lip and hid my smile. He's worried about not spending time with me. "Eric, I don't mind." My voice went soft. I squeaked in shock as Eric pulled me forward and pecked me on the lips. "Come on, there's somebody I want you to meet." He grinned, taking my hand and leading me up to the castle. He offered me an encouraging smile as he opened the door. I felt nervous considering that I still didn't know who this person might be. I already asked Eric about whom I would be meeting, but he told me that it was a surprise. I followed him inside the room and was amazed by its size. It was at least 3 times the size of my room and fit for a queen. Surrounded by gold and white, the room gave you a sense of warmth. I looked ahead and saw a wonderful woman sitting up in bed, and I immediately knew who she was. They have the same eyes and hair color, and they look so much alike. The queen had shoulder-length wavy black hair and, like Eric, her black eyes were as dark as night. My nerves increased as I realized that I was now in Eric's mother's room. The queen greeted Eric with a warm smile and hugged him when he crouched next to her. "Hi, Mom," Eric murmured, returning his mother's hug. "So how's my baby boy doing in his third day being a king?" His mother gushed when Eric drew away. "Mom, I told you to stop calling me that." Eric groaned, a light shade of red covering his cheeks. I giggled, finding Eric's embarrassment very amusing. The queen seemed to hear my giggle since she took her gaze from her son to me. I swallowed uneasily and curtsied, remembering that I was in front of a queen. "So this is the Vivian that my son is so fond of. Come here, honey." She patted the space next to her. My eyes went to Eric, who had a heartening smile on, and then to the queen, who had a soft one. I hesitated, but sat next to her on the bed, suddenly feeling timid. "I'm very happy that my son has found the girl that suits him, and I'm very pleased that it is you, my dear." I blushed and said a quiet thank you. I expected the queen to ask me a standard question, like how we met or something like that, but I was not expecting her to ask me the following. "But I have to ask, at first, how were you able to stand him?" I couldn't help but laugh at that. "Mom." I looked to the side and saw Eric cross his arms while glaring at his mom. "Eric, don't interrupt," his mom scolded. It was funny, actually, seeing Eric huff like a 5-year-old child and his mother scolding him. "Well, my queen." "Oh, please, call me Xena." I smiled and nodded, then answered her question. It turned out, Eric didn't like my reply. "If I recall, you were head over heels in love with me," Eric pointed out, making my jaw drop. "Was not. If I recall, you were the one head over heels in love with me." I used his words against him. Eric was about to respond, but his mother butted in. "Don't try to deny it, Eric," his mother warned. I bit my lip, keeping in my laughter. "I already like the woman." "That was fun," I said as we walked out of the Queen, Xena's room. Eric slowly turned his head to look at me and narrowed his eyes. "Fun." I rolled my eyes and didn't bother responding because if I did, I knew that Eric would say, "You can't talk to me like that in front of my servants," and all of that nonsense, so I kept my lips locked. I went out to breathe some fresh air and sat on the ground. Out of the sudden, 2 arms wrapped around me. It was Eric. He kissed my head and mumbled a few words which seemed like, "You are my everything." I sighed peacefully. At last, no more problems, and finally, everything was back to normal. Epilogue. "Vivian," he whispered in my ear. I remained still, pretending to be asleep. "Vivian." He shook my shoulders, making me groan. "Go away." I pulled the bedspread over my head and snuggled into the pillow. "Baby doll, you have to wake up," he cooed. My lips twitched upward, but I didn't reply since I was tired, especially after last night. Why? It was mainly Eric's fault. He kept me awake late into the night. I gasped, opening my eyes as cold air hit me. Sitting up, I glared at a smirking Eric. How many times did I tell him not to wake me up so early? But he always does. I clenched my fists and counted to 10. 1, 2, oh, forget it. "Can't you take me not replying as a sign that I want to sleep?" I demanded, crossing my arms. Instead of replying, I saw Eric's eyes glued to something. I decided to look at what he was so interested in and looked down at myself, only to blush crimson. It's official, my husband is shameless. My eyes are up here. I pointed to my face and stood up, grabbing a robe and pulling it on. Eric laughed, walking to where I stood and pecking me on the lips while wrapping his arms around my waist. I stared up at him, pretending to be mad, but I couldn't help but smile when I saw him grinning down at me. Ugh, what this man does to me. I mentally rolled my eyes. What? I can't help that my wife is one beautiful woman, can I? Okay, he's forgiven. I grinned, pulling his lips onto mine. I closed my eyes, feeling warmth run up and down my body. We had been married for 8 years, and I still felt the exact same sensations I used to when I was 18. Eric gripped my hair, deepening the kiss. Oh no, not today, babe. I walked past him into the bathroom. Eric groaned, making me chuckle. Serves him right for keeping me up last night. I wonder if the guard had heard us. Ugh, this is so embarrassing. I knew why Eric had woken me up while being in the middle of my slumber. He doesn't usually do that unless an important event was taking place in the morning or someone was coming over, the latter being the case now. Brian, Giovanni, and Remy were coming today, accompanied by their wives, or should I say, the kings and queens of the werewolf, angel, and vampire kingdoms. Brian found his soulmate a little while after the war ended, and trust me, he went crazy. His mate was cute, having those black doe eyes and wavy black hair that went past her lower back. Lila was also a sweet girl, usually liking to stand in the background, but when it came to serious situations, she turned 180 degrees. She and I had become instant friends, which made Brian even happier since his mate was breaking past her shy shell. As for Giovanni, he is married to Patience. Patience and I met when I was visiting the Angel Kingdom, and from the moment I set eyes on her, I knew she would make a perfect match for Giovanni. It turned out that I was right. She and Giovanni had taken an instant liking to one another. Giovanni and Patience had 2 kids, twins, Kate and Cade, who looked identical to their father. Moving on to Remy, he married Chloe, the one who started yelling at him in a cafe. Chloe, or as I call her Red, stole Remy's heart and had turned him into a love-struck puppy when they began dating. I chuckled as I remembered how nervous he had been when he was going to propose to her. He kept having doubts, saying, "What if she doesn't agree?" and all that, but it ended up well. And Claudina. You wouldn't believe who she had paired up with. When she first told me, I thought she had been joking, but the serious look on her face told me otherwise. I had never expected Perry to be Claudina's knight in shining armor, but he was. I smiled when my thoughts went back to her wedding day. She had been getting on everyone's nerves by wanting everything to be perfect. I couldn't blame the woman for wanting everything right since it was her wedding day, but come on, her mother was about to tape her mouth shut. Seriously. My thoughts went to Eric, and I remembered how his people had been happy that his father was gone. They had accepted Eric with smiles on their faces, and he couldn't have been happier. When Eric and the rest of his men returned to their kingdom, a grand celebration took place, welcoming the new king and the soldiers who had fought against the darkness. Many people had objected to my relationship with Eric, especially in the former Witch Kingdom, since they had said that the heir to the throne must marry one of her own. Thankfully, my uncle had made them stop. When Eric and I married, the Witch and Demon Kingdoms united, becoming one. A knock on the door broke me out of my thoughts. "Vivian, are you okay?" By the tone of Eric's voice, I knew he was worried. "Yeah, I'm fine," I replied, wrapping a towel around my body. "Do you need some help?" I rolled my eyes. I knew what help he was implying. "No, I'm good." I went out of the bathroom and walked into my closet, ignoring Eric's gaze on me. I looked at the 2 dresses I had chosen yesterday and tried picking between them. One was a multicolored floral dress, and the other was a knee-length black dress with a blue waist ribbon. I looked from the floral to the blue dress and smiled as I decided which one was better. Floral it is. I got out of the room and watched Eric as he stood in front of the mirror and fixed his tie. Crossing my arms, I leaned against the wall and watched him with a slight smile on my face. Memories flooded into my mind about the day Eric had proposed to me. I looked at myself in the mirror, admiring the polka-dotted dress I wore and twirled around, loving the way I looked. Eric and I were going to have a small dinner in Eric's castle, and I was excited about it. I really don't know why, because we've had personal dinners many times before, but I couldn't help but feel like something was going to happen today. Something good. A butler accompanied me to the garden, where a table and 2 chairs were covered by white linen. They were set in the middle, surrounded by dozens of lilies and jasmines. My eyes wandered to Eric, who had his back facing me. He was a few feet away, staring at the path that led to the river. He must have heard my footsteps since he turned around. I blushed as I saw him look me up and down, but when his eyes lingered on my lips, my cheeks grew even warmer. Eric took a few steps forward, took my hand in his, and, being the gentleman he is, pulled the chair out, allowing me to sit. Just as we finished dinner, Eric took my hand and led me down the garden. We kept on walking, and from time to time, I would catch Eric looking at his clock for some strange reason. I found it weird. We finally reached a spot that was surrounded by roses. From the corner of my eye, I saw Eric blow out a big breath. "Vivian, I need to tell you something." I turned to him, confused, but didn't say a word. I knew we had a rough beginning, mainly because I was a complete jerk. We hated each other, but that hate soon turned into love, and I'm more than happy that it did. You turned my life upside down, showed me that love truly exists. He looked into my eyes, and all I could see was love. I closed my eyes as he caressed my cheek, but opened them again with a smile on my face as he began talking again. Never have I believed that I would fall in love with a woman, but you proved me wrong. He gave me a small smile, which I returned with my own. I wanted to know where Eric was going with this. The sound of a plane made me look upward, and I gasped at what I saw. There, up in the sky and in huge cloudy letters, was written, "Will you marry me?" My eyes wandered to Eric, whom I expected to be standing in front of me, but instead, he was kneeling on the floor holding a Vivian box in his hand, and in it was the most beautiful ring I had ever seen. "Vivian White, will you do the honor of being my wife? What are you thinking of?" I looked at Eric and shook my head, a smile on my face. I walked up in front of him and wrapped my arms around his neck. "Of the time you proposed." A grin took over Eric's face as he wrapped his arms around my waist, pulling me closer. It was a romantic proposal, wasn't it? Instead of answering, I pressed my lips to his, but my bliss couldn't continue, could it? Mommy, Auntie Claudina, and Uncle Gio are ew. Eric and I pulled away only to find Axon covering his eyes with his tiny hands. "Are you done yet?" His hands were still on his eyes, and I could already see him grimacing. I laughed at that and took my baby boy into my arms. Axon is my 4-year-old son and one of the best gifts I've ever been given. He was an intelligent kid for his age, and you could immediately see the similarities and standard features between Eric and him. Axon was a spitting image of his father. Black hair, silver eyes. I was pretty sure that when he grew up, he would be a heartbreaker. Axon removed his hands from his eyes and scowled. "Why do you keep on kissing? It's gross." "Dad, don't you know that girls have cooties?" He turned to his father, who only laughed. "I know, buddy, I know. I just do that so your mother doesn't get mad." He ruffled his hair, making Axon giggle. I narrowed my eyes at Eric and put Axon on the ground. "Excuse me." I put my hands on my hips and glared at Eric, who was smirking. "You know I was joking. Now, stop being a drama queen and let's go. We have guests to meet." He offered his hand, an amused look on his face. I rolled my eyes and put my hand in his while thinking of one thing. I am not a drama queen. Oh, look at Jameson. He's all grown up now. I kissed his cheek, staring down at the 4.5-year-old in front of me. The little boy grinned, puffing up his chest in pride. I looked up at Brian and saw him smiling at his little boy. My eyes went back to Jameson and saw him staring up at me with his big brown eyes. Jameson was a copy of his father, his face, his actions, his personality. Brian. The only difference between them was the color of their eyes. While Brian's are green, Jameson's are a deep shade of chocolate brown. Unbelievable, he gets all the attention while I get nothing. My eyes wandered to Jacob, who had his arms crossed. When Brian found his mate, which wasn't long after the war ended, he wasted no time in starting a family. Of course, that was 10 years ago. Now, Jacob is 10 years old, and I can already feel that he'll have girls swooning over him when he grows up. Jealous much? Isla's voice echoed through the room. Isla, my daughter. She is my blessing. She looked so much like me, especially with my Vivian eyes. I looked at Isla and smiled. That's my girl. I knew that Isla had a crush on Jacob, mainly because of her constant arguments with him and the way she looked at him. Lila and I always talked about them and how cute a couple they'd make. Oh, and Lila actually set out to pair those two together. Me jealous of Jameson? PFF as if. Jacob rolled his eyes. I inwardly chuckled as a flash of mischievousness crossed Isla's eyes. Oh, Jacob is in for a big one. Isla, what do you think of taking the kids to the garden? I decided to intervene before Isla said her comeback. Okay. She sighed, disappointed that she didn't fire back at Jacob. I'll come with you. Jacob popped in. I looked at Lila, who was looking back at me with the same expression, knowing. I bet you $100 that those two will end up together, Perry chirped, grinning at Remy, who just shook his head. Trust me, with a father like Eric, I doubt she'll ever get married, he muttered. I looked at Eric and covered my lips, trying to keep in my laughter. He had a hand under his chin and was glaring hard at Remy. I wouldn't blame Remy for what he said because it was the truth. Eric had strict rules, no dating till 18. Even though Isla was still 10, Eric warned her that if she dated any guy, he would lock him up. Excuse me? Eric raised an eyebrow at Perry. I looked at Claudina, who had her narrowed eyes set on Eric. I hoped Eric didn't go too far with Perry. I didn't want to hear Claudina's whining when we were alone. Speaking of Claudina, for some reason, she became mature, mentally. At first, when Perry and she got married, I never would have expected her to change so drastically. Don't give me that look, my king, you know that's the truth. He teased, making us all chuckle. Perry hadn't changed one bit. He was still the same Perry, outgoing as always, but serious when he needed to be. The same went for Remy and Giovanni. I wouldn't say that the same thing applied to Brian because he had changed. Sure, he was still the old Brian, but he had now become a true alpha to his people, the fair and honorable man they had expected him to be. It's not my fault that I don't want my daughter being heartbroken because of boys. He gave Perry a pointed look, prompting Perry to nod in agreement. I know the feeling. Last week Natty was holding hands with the neighbor's kid. I spent the entire evening glaring at the kid and trying to take him away from Natty, but he wouldn't budge. He rubbed his forehead, making Eric laugh. All of us continued talking, Eric and the guys talking about their kingdoms and what they have on their hands, while the girls and I talked about the kids. It was after an hour that Giovanni, his wife, Claudina, and Perry left the castle with their kids, saying that they had a council meeting and everyone, including Claudina and Perry, had to attend it. I guess it was serious. As for Brian and Remy, they remained here, not that I complained. I missed their company. Chloe and Lila, their wives, decided to take a walk in the garden. They offered me to join them, but I declined. I was feeling nauseous, and my head was starting to ache, so the best solution was to go to my chamber, so I politely excused myself and went up. Are you okay, love? I turned around and gave Eric a short nod, telling him that I was fine when, a few minutes ago, I was feeling sick. Eric didn't seem convinced by my answer, but he let it drop. Wrapping his arms around my waist, Eric rested his chin on my shoulder as we both stared outside the window. I bit my lip, debating whether I should tell Eric about my well-kept secret or not. Eric, what do you think of having another baby? I felt Eric go still for a moment. I fiddled with my fingers, wondering how he was going to react. I knew Eric loved kids and would be ecstatic if he knew that I was pregnant, but I couldn't help but feel nervous. Vivian, are you? He didn't need to complete the sentence. Maybe? I turned around, taking in his expression. He was shocked, but I could see that he was happy. Actually, it's a definite yes. I giggled as his face broke out into a grin, but I squealed when he took me in his arms bridal style and showered me with kisses. He took it better than I thought he would. I love you. He kissed my forehead. I love you. My eyelids. I love you. My nose. I love you. And he finally reached my lips. Eric, we have guests. Right. He laughed. Just as Eric was about to kiss me again, Isla barged into the room. Mama, Jacob kissed me, oh. She stopped in her tracks as she saw her father. I looked wide-eyed at Eric, who had his fists clenched and his eyes turning red. Oh. I will get that little boy, he growled, storming out of the room. Dad. Isla tried stopping him, but it was pointless. Eric walked out of the room, rage clouding his vision as he thought of someone kissing his little girl. Isla. I patted the empty space on the bed. Tell me everything. Isla grinned as she quickly dashed through the room to sit next to me. Okay, well, we first went out to the... And so she began telling the story, and I listened to every single detail, though I was still worried about Jacob. Hopefully, Eric wouldn't be too hard on him.